Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 481. The two old men were the most shocked. They never thought that Zhang Xiaobao could play so well, especially that white ball. It seemed to be spinning non-stop. Every time it stopped, it was just right for him to comfortably hit a ball. This made the two old men really unwilling to accept, so they proposed to continue the game. This time, it was similar to the last time. Although they didn't clear the table in one shot, the two old men also didn't get any balls in. After playing two more games, the two old men finally gave up. Xiaobao, how do you play this ball? Can you teach us? It looks like you poked it once, but why did the ball come back one moment and then run to another place the next? We must learn this skill so that we can bully others. Old Man Pai was interested in this matter. He could not do anything else now. If he could learn this thing called billiards well, then it would be good to find a few more old men to compete with. Old Man Chong and the others who thought it was good nodded. Zhang Xiaobao naturally would not refuse. He planned to do so. Although elephant tusks were valuable now, there were many of them. When the time came, he would let people raise more elephants. He did not have to use wild elephant tusks. Moreover, the rules of billiards were in his hands. He at least knew what kind of cue and table were better. When the time came, there would be another business. Besides this business of making billiards, more importantly, he could also hold some competitions. No one else could grasp the rules better than him, so naturally, he would be the one to hold the competition. Then there would be a referee. Even if someone else held the competition, they would have to get his approval first. Then they would be able to collect more fees. If he held competitions in various places, he could sell some things on the spot. He could also continue to make money through advertising. As long as it was an entertainment competition, he would usually earn a lot of advertising fees. Then, Zhang Xiaobao began to teach a few simple methods. He did not say anything too complicated. Even if he taught them, they would not be able to learn it in a short time. This thing required talent and practice. He played thousands of set pieces a day. When the time came, he might make a mistake because of nervousness. He was in good condition today. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao teaching others and knew what he was thinking. When he was almost done teaching, the two of them let the old men practice by themselves. They were ready to leave. When they were already at the gate of the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao patted his forehead and turned back. He said to Old Man Pai, "Grandpa Bai, I almost forgot about the important thing. Grandpa Bai, we want to set up an academy here. We need your help with this matter. What do you think?" Old Man Pai thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just here to play for a while. He did not expect that they would ask for an academy. He also knew that if they wanted to set up an academy, money was not a problem. The most important thing was the teachers. After thinking for a while, he said, "We can find people, but it seems that you can't hold any competitions here, right? People from other places are too far away. It is impossible for them to come here. Otherwise, we can do a lot of things with a delay along the way." Grandpa Bai, it's fine as long as we can find people. We don't have to make a lot of money by setting up an academy. When the time comes, we can find more students and make more billiards. It can be their daily entertainment. If a student is not good at studying but is good at billiards, then we can give him a salary and let him develop in this area. Zhang Xiaobao said that he did not expect to make money at first, but as he spoke, his purpose was exposed. Old Man Pai really did not know what to say. He nodded and agreed to help find teachers. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Then he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "How do you make money from billiards? Tell Grandpa." Of course, it's to be a billiards teacher and partner, or to play in a competition. Billiards are not something that ordinary people can play. It just so happens that there are many playboys. Let them play. After they are addicted to billiards, they will buy billiards. When they play, they will think of ways to learn more. I plan to set up a billiards class in the future. When the time comes, we will let these people teach those playboys. As for the fees, we will charge them less. Those who are willing to learn can learn, and those who are not can just wait to lose. I think they will want to learn something from this billiards class. What do you think, Grandpa Bai? Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything and said his thoughts. After Old Man Pai heard this, he did not say anything. He really admired the Zhang family's ability to make money. They could even think of this. Ordinary people only knew how to make money by selling billiards. Now, Many people knew how to make money by advertising during a competition. But this time, the Zhang family was setting up a class to teach billiards. Of course he would not ask. If they taught others, then the class would not be able to continue. In that case, he knew that the more people who knew how to play, the more competitions there would be, and the number of people who played would also increase. Old Man Chong was also calculating how much money he could make in the future. This kind of billiards game was very interesting. After playing back and forth, he could distinguish between the winners and losers. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, he asked Old Man Pai, "Old Man Bai, don't you think there are other things like creating a competition when there's nothing to do? For example, a competition between craftsmen, or a competition between chefs. Not only can those who win get more glory, it can also increase the income of some shops, and it can also earn advertising fees from it. Especially an official competition like this, wouldn't it be able to get more benefits? If this thing works, not only can it let people get benefits, but it can also let some craftsmen work hard to improve their skills." That's right. Why didn't I think of this? We should talk to the people in the imperial court about this. We can't directly talk about money, or people will jump out to oppose. We should talk about how it can improve craftsmen's skills and make better things. The moment Old Man Bai heard this, he knew the benefits of it. He was very excited. Humans love to compare themselves with others, no matter what it was. Those who won would study hard in order to consolidate their position. Those who lost would also study hard in order to ascend to that glorious position. Most importantly, in the process of the competition, one could see how others were doing, and what their own weaknesses and strengths were. Some skills could be passed down. If ordinary craftsmen were to compete like this, then after improving, it would be more convenient for ordinary people to use all kinds of tools. If it was a competition between places like the Military Weapons Bureau and the Agriculture Temple, then it would be even more amazing if they could communicate with the craftsmen outside. As Old Man Bai thought about these things, he said, "Let's have a competition between all the professions. When the time comes, we can let them compete to see who can create new things and who can create better things. That way they can earn more glory. Do you understand?" Of course. How can I not understand? Isn't the curved plow made by the Zhang family? If it was a competition, it would be a great achievement if only one of the 100 new things was useful. Perhaps many people in the imperial court would look down on such a thing. They were all stupid from studying, but the emperor and some ministers would know the benefits of doing so. Yes, there must be a competition. The local competition will be a small one, and then the winners will be sent to the provincial middle school to continue the competition. Finally, they will go to the capital to compete. Level by level, level by level. When these people go back after the competition, they can continue to pass on what they have learned through the competition. However, if they let these craftsmen compete in a small place and they won, what should they do about the travel expenses? They will naturally rely on their craftsmanship to make money in that place. But once they go out, what will they do with their families? Old Man Chong had the same idea as Old Man Pai and added some benefits. But in the end, he thought of the most important problem. Old Man Bai was not anxious at all. He smiled and said, "This is simple. Of course we have to give the winner something. Why don't we just give the money directly? As long as the winner gets this money, not only will it be enough for his family's living expenses, it will also be enough for his travel expenses." Are you going to ask who will pay for this? You don't need to pay for it. Just those advertisements will be enough. And if they really make something new, it can be sold for money. Just like the Zhang family, they gave the technology to Zhou Shihu. In the end, Zhou Shihu made it first and sold it for a lot of money. Although others will learn from them, they can still make money in the early stages. This matter is decided. You and I will write a letter in a while. I will send the letter to Beijing. You can give this to your father. Old Man Pai was now clear about some of the Zhang family's tricks. He explained it to Old Man Chong. After Old Man Chong heard it, he thought it through. Although there were some benefits to doing this and some people would criticize it, so what? As long as it could improve the country's strength and make the people's lives better, those people were willing to say it. After the two finished discussing, they were no longer in the mood to play billiards and went back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home. Only then did they remember that they had not eaten with their two grandfathers. They were thinking too much and forgot about it. The two of them hurriedly ate some food and began to study the billiards. Neither of them looked down on this matter. Although it was just for entertainment, it was the most profitable. Moreover, the capital invested was not that much, and the speed of getting back the capital was very fast. During this time, let's start thinking about how to make billiards. And that ivory, what should we use to replace it? Are we close to the place where there are a lot of elephants? If there are no people from the Protection Association looking for trouble, let's get people to take a boat close to the seaside and get the ivory there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested for a while after eating and then began to discuss this matter. This was another business, and a big one. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "These things should be easy to get, or rhino horn or something. When the time comes, if we can find a substitute, it will be cheap. Do you think it can be made with isinglass and some stone powder? When the time comes we can try it. That way it can be popularized to the whole people. Those who are willing to play can play with a little money." Wang Wan actually did not agree to let everyone play billiards. After all, once there was such a game format, then naturally, it would become a gambling game. Some people would gamble less, and some would gamble more. Zhang Xiaobao had already discussed this issue with Wang Wan. It was impossible to not let people not gamble, unless it could really scare them. But even then, as long as there were benefits, then there would be people who would hide and gamble. Since this matter could not be put to an end, then let nature take its course. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that isinglass and other things were used to make the ball, he felt that it seemed to be feasible. Even if the craftsmanship was not good, it would not be a big deal. At most it would break down quickly. After all, things like ivory were too expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it, so they could only go for the high end. Then find someone to try it. In addition to the things we mentioned, let them think about how to make such a ball. It doesn't need to be so crystal clear, as long as it can be used for collision, it will be fine. I will definitely make some billiard halls in every place in the country. Don't underestimate this kind of place. It is really profitable. If it is done well, it will be more profitable than some big business. Didn't you see what those billiard halls were like in the past? If it was not profitable, would those people fight for the position? Zhang Xiaobao began to prepare to set up a stall, but Wang Wan disagreed. "No, we can't set up so many billiard halls. We won't be the ones doing it. Do you really think you're the savior of the world? As long as there were benefits, there would be conflicts in every place from small to large. Various forces and some local people who want to get benefits from it, do you think they can be dealt with? Let them open it themselves. Let them open it wherever they think it is. We just need to make more things and wait for the time to sell it. Let's do it this way. Even if other people can copy it, we don't have to be afraid. When they're almost done copying, we'll have earned enough money. Yes, there's no such thing as a brand among ordinary people. If anyone can do it, they can play as long as they make it." Seeing Wang Wan's opposition, Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was true. In fact, he was preparing to cooperate with some local interests, but this stall was too big, and it was not easy to do. It was better to make and sell it honestly. However, he was not ready to let those who wanted to copy take advantage of it immediately. He said, "Then form a big factory and try to reduce the cost. Use the cheapest things to make those cases and balls. In the beginning, others don't have it, so it will be more expensive. During this process we can research some medium things. When someone makes a copy, we will immediately lower the price of the bad ones and push up the price of the medium ones. As long as we are familiar with the production, we can buy raw materials in large quantities, and the cost will be reduced again and again. We can even control the origin of some raw materials. In this way, we are not afraid of the price of raw materials rising." "Okay, then let's do it. Let's go out for a walk and come back to sleep. If there is nothing else tomorrow, we will continue to study." As soon as Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood what he meant. As long as those people imitated, the price of the raw materials would increase. When the time came, they could even make use of these imitations to earn a sum of money. And from the looks of it, Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to give up on the low-end market and let those imitators compete. On Lu Zhou's side, it was peaceful. Those who were supposed to do things were busy with their work. The construction of the infrastructure was still going on as usual. The fleet was still out fishing, and there was still the processing of mountain vegetables. Even Chao Harue and the other two began to think of doing something after they paid back the money. When they contacted Zhang Zhong, they did not talk too much. After all, the estrangement between them could not be removed so easily. They also didn't want to see Zhang Zhong too much. Right now, they only had an official position, but they didn't need to care about anything. This was good. As long as they had an official position, they would always have a salary. Right now, they could rely on their family members to do things outside to earn money, and also their own salary. Their days were pretty good. Although it was a bit dull, the three of them started to hate Lu Shaoqing. Who told Lu Shaoqing to speak about their matters? Of course, they also knew that they couldn't completely blame Lu Shaoqing. When they left, they didn't say goodbye to Lu Shaoqing. If they were in Lu Shaoqing's shoes, they wouldn't be reconciled either. Now, Lu Shaoqing used them to climb up the ranks. He had a job in the yamen, and those debts were erased. In terms of official position, the three of them were more powerful than Lu Shaoqing. But in terms of real power, Lu Shaoqing was much more powerful than them. Do we need to look for Lu Shaoqing again? No matter what, we have to ask him why he betrayed us, right? Chao Harue felt that he could not take this lying down, even though he knew clearly that it was them who wanted to throw Lu Shaoqing away. Fan Jianxi also thought about this. When he heard Chao Harue's words, he said, "Forget it. In the future the three of us will be one. Don't worry about him. If we provoke him now, it is very likely that he will not be kind to us. After all, he has a job now. This is an official position. It is better than idling around like us. And what if he asks us why we did not take him with us when we left? What should we say? If we can't find an excuse, we can just give him a random reason. Then he can just say that he drank too much and accidentally said it. Or that Zhang Zhong wanted to torture him. What can we do?" When he said this, Chao Harue was silent. After thinking for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "In fact, we are really lucky. We met the Tang dynasty governor Ning and solved the problem. Lu Shaoqing betrayed us. The problem is also solved. Don't you think the four of us are very interesting? I don't think we are better than Lu Shaoqing. At least he can go back to work again. Going back to work is different from staying here. Zhang Zhong always gives some good things for the people in the yamen to take back home to enjoy. Some are food and some are tools. In this year, how many things have we lost? The most important thing is that Zhang Zhong seems to have let us go temporarily. Who knows if he will do something else? Remember, if someone comes to work with us in the future, no matter where they are, don't worry about them first. I am afraid that they will pretend to be outsiders and accidentally fall into the trap again. Let's just stay here for now. After this is over, we'll see if we can do some business again. Don't do business in Luzhou and avoid the Zhang family. This way, if Zhang Zhong makes a move again, at least we can maintain our business." Jiang Huanshe sipped his tea and said to the two people. This time, he was much more stable. He did not think about revenge, at least not for now. The only thing he wanted to do was to stay idle and see what Zhang Zhong was going to do. When the time came, he would write down these things and send them to the Tang dynasty governor Ning in Qinzhou. When the other two people heard this, they nodded. Chao Harue poured away the rest of the tea leaves and put in some new tea. He said, "Then, should we also make some shrimp sauce? I see that they are all making it. This time, we should do it well and not buy those expensive shrimp from outside. If the Zhang family makes a lot of money with this shrimp sauce, we can't just sit around and wait, right?" When Jiang Huanshe heard this, he put down the tea bowl and suggested, "Then, let's make less shrimp sauce. Each of us can make 50 jars of it. Even if we can't sell it, we can keep it for ourselves. As long as it is salty, it can be kept for a longer time. I see that they have a lot of wild vegetables. Why don't we learn from them? When the time comes, no matter how the Zhang family does it, we can just follow and pick the wild vegetables ourselves. It won't cost us money." The three of them discussed some more details before they returned to their respective homes to rest. After this dangerous trip, the three of them were much more mature than before. Whether it was when they were bullied or when they encountered the strong wind, they had changed a lot. They were fine now, but Zhang Zhong was in trouble. More than 50 boatmen were detained by the mountain villagers. Jiang Huanshe and the other two people concealed some of the details and asked Zhang Zhong to help them think of a solution. The three of them could fork out some money, but they would never go there again. Zhang Zhong had no choice but to start making arrangements. He felt that this was an opportunity for the mountain villagers to come down the mountain and do something. There were more than 500 mountain villagers there. If these people came down, Luzhou's construction work would be slightly faster. After all, 20,000 people were only 40 times more than 500 people. If these people really came down, they could form a team to do other things. With that in mind, Zhang Zhong began to give orders. First, he asked someone to bring some things to the mountain villagers. Among the things he brought, there were cloth and some food that the mountain villagers had never eaten before. Chapter 482. Another 2 days passed, and Lu Zhou was finally back to normal. However, the situation in Qinzhou was much more troublesome. The strong wind blew, and many people came out of their houses. Even the officials came out to help with the disaster. Xueqi and his men finally arrived at their destination. However, when they saw the first village, they understood the situation. All the houses had collapsed, and there were some corpses lying outside. When they walked over, they could not see anyone. There were also some crooked trees. Hurry up and look around. See if anyone is still alive. Hurry! When Xueqi saw this, he did not care about anything else. He ordered his men to run around the village and shout to see if anyone was willing to help. As long as there was some movement, it would be easy to handle. Facing these collapsed houses, they really did not know what to do. They could not dig up the houses one by one. Although it would take a lot of time, what if there was no one inside after they finished digging? Then, the people in the other places might have died because they could not wait to be rescued. There's movement. Someone is knocking something down there. Quick, come over here. A guard of the prince's mansion suddenly shouted excitedly. He called out to the others, and the people in the surroundings immediately gathered around. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. As expected, the sound of someone knocking something down in the collapsed house could be heard. Since there were people inside, there was no need to say anything more. More than 100 people began to dig. If the house had collapsed directly, it would not be a big deal. The main thing was that there was still rain, and it was very difficult to dig up. They did not have any tools, and could only find some wood and other things to hold up the place. At this moment, they did not care about the pain. Before they came, the little young master had ordered them not to give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. If they could save as many as they could, they would. If they could not, they should not be discouraged. There were still people waiting to be saved. They must have a stable mentality. Otherwise, how could they save others when they were exhausted? Xueqi was thinking about these things. He led more than 100 people to rescue them. At the same time, he hoped that the people below were not too seriously injured. Otherwise, there was nothing they could do. The doctors were still on the ship. After digging for a while, they finally saw the people inside. Both of them were still alive and didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, when they wanted to speak, the only thing that came out of their mouths was a hissing sound. With one look, it was obvious that they had shouted so much that they had lost their voice. This was nothing to Xueqi and the others. They would slowly recover once they lost their voice. Don't worry, we are digging. We will let you out in a while. Don't talk, you can't say anything with that voice. Xueqi was very happy. He had saved people. He didn't expect that there would be people alive today. Everyone worked together and finally exposed the two people. A cupboard protected the two people, and the two people were next to the cupboard. One was big and one was small. The small one was still in the big one's arms. To be precise, he was under the big one. He poked his head out and curiously looked at the people who saved them. These people were wearing the same clothes. He didn't know where they had rubbed their clothes, but one was green while the other was yellow. All of them looked very strong. Furthermore, they were laughing. They should be very happy. Yes, he was happy too. After being suppressed here for 7 or 8 days, finally, someone came. The big one was stunned for a moment. He pointed at his mouth and pointed at a muddy hole on the ground that was almost empty. I know. The others continued to shout, and from time to time, they would use a wooden stick to knock on a certain house. If they saw a gap, they would find a way to get in to see if there was anyone inside. This rescue process was very slow. Even if more than 100 people didn't rest for a moment, by afternoon, they only knew if there were people inside or not. Needless to say, there were indeed people. 2 were dead, 4 were alive, and 1 was very seriously injured. Xueqi and the others hoped that the ship could reach the river as soon as possible. They had already sent people to carry the seriously injured person over. Not many people had died, in terms of proportion, but Xueqi and the others were not in a good mood at all. They really hoped that everyone would be able to survive. At this time, Some of the people who ran out came back one after another. When they saw people digging here, they also helped. Xueqi saw such people and asked, "Where are you from? How did you get here?" "We are from this village. When the wind came, we knew that the house couldn't withstand it, so we ran. We were afraid that the smaller wind behind the strong wind would blow us away. After running for 2 days, we stopped. When the wind was gone, we could come back to save people." A person who was digging hard said in fear. He didn't know if it was because he was afraid of the wind or because he was afraid of Xueqi and the others. Xueqi opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. Could he ask these people why they didn't run closer and immediately come back to save people? This was simply impossible. If it were them, they would even be able to stay here and not run. After all, they were guards, and they had to protect others. But how could these ordinary people not run? In particular, they were afraid that they would be blown away by the wind, which was why they ran such a long distance. Now that they could come back to save people, it was already very good. There was no point in saying anything more. The people who came back all ran away when they saw the wind in the sky. It seemed that not many people were buried. This way, Xueqi and the others were more relaxed. They began to arrange things for these people to do, and at the same time, they took out some food from their backpacks for them to eat. At night, more than 200 people had returned from the village. They were all helping to dig, and 2 more people were dug out. One of them didn't look like he would survive, while the other fainted. After feeding him some water, he came back to life. At this time, crying sounds rang out. As one person cried, the others also cried. Xueqi and the others were also very sad, but they still had a mission to do. They endured their sadness and let the people here continue to help each other find food to eat. Their group began to prepare to leave. "Yes, I wonder where you came from? When I grow up, I will definitely repay you," a child who was dug out asked very sensibly. "When you meet someone who needs help, just help them." "We eat from Lu Zhou. We are the guards of Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. And these are the guards of the little prince's mansion. Well, the home can be built again. Don't be so sad. Hang in there, it will be better in the future." Xueqi said a few words to the child and left some food for him. Then, he left with the others and went to the next place. There might be people waiting to be saved at that place. The child watched these people wearing the same clothes gradually walk away and said firmly, "I will. When I can help others, I will help others like you helped me." Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. Is he the great good official's man? The child knew a lot of things. As soon as he heard that they were from Lu Zhou's side, he immediately thought of the great good official. From this, it could be seen that the great good official's position in the hearts of the people was also known in this place. The adults at the side began to prepare some wood and cooked the food that was dug out. They knew Provincial Governor Lu Zhou very well. Although he was far away, the news about the great good official had long spread to this place. "I didn't expect that the people we've been waiting for are from Lu Zhou's side. They're so far away, but they actually arrived before us. Where are our people?" A person who was also rescued said as he lay on the ground. When the people in the surroundings heard his words, they fell silent. Indeed, Lu Zhou was so far away, and yet, he was able to send someone to rescue them. However, they did not see anyone from their province. They would be lying if they said they were not sad. They did not believe that the provincial governor of their province would not be able to send someone. After all, the great official had sent a bodyguard. Judging from the time, and looking at the spirit of these guards, it was clear who they were. They should be the most elite group of people by the good official's side. The good official could send these people out for the people of other provinces, but the official of his own province still had nothing. How could this not make people feel sad? The child who spoke earlier drank some more water. At this moment he said, "Uncle, if it were someone from Lu Zhou's side, do you think he would be fine?" Yes, if the great good official could send people here, how could he not care about the people on his side? It's a pity that we are not Lu Zhou's people. If only we were Lu Zhou's people. The person who was asked said with a sigh. The people around him had the same thought. They would have a good life if they followed the great good official. If they were the people under the great good official, they would work hard to develop wastelands, work hard to farm and pay a lot of rent. When the time came, they would ask the great good official to help them build their homes. As for this place, one day at a time, one day at a time. It was good enough to be alive. The Ning family only thought about how to get benefits for their family. The child blinked and suddenly said, "Then why don't we go to Luzhou? Won't we be under the great good officials' control there? I want to go there. Do you want to go? When my parents come back, I'll tell them to go there. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. It's not good at all." When the child said that, the other's eyes lit up. Yes, they could go there. Someone had already gone there before. It was not a big deal for them to go there. If it was under normal circumstances, they would be considered refugees. However, after the disaster, it was different. The government could do nothing about it. Therefore, these people began to discuss how to go to Luzhou while doing their work. The journey would not be easy, so they had to prepare everything that they needed. We don't have to worry about food. We can eat while we work. We have to be quick. Otherwise, when the people here come, it won't be good if they stop us. We mustn't tell anyone. Everyone, split up and look for those who haven't come back yet. Then we'll leave together, the village chief said. At this time the village chief said. He was not qualified to be the village chief at all. Usually, he could not help with anything. But today, he decided to find a good place with the villagers. As for the dead, he would find a coffin to put them in and carry them to the place. Or he would directly bury them here. Anyway, there was a special graveyard for burying people here. As soon as he said that, the villagers began to get busy. Some prepared enough food, some prepared water, and some went out to look for those who had not come back yet. They hoped that they could find those who had not come back as soon as possible so that they could leave together. The way the government was doing things was too disappointing. If no one from Luzhou came back, they would rebuild their home. However, the people from Luzhou had arrived, but there was no sign of the people from Luzhou. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to accept it. It was too sad. Xueqi and the others did not know what kind of consequences they would bring to Luzhou because of their forced march. They also did not know how much chaos this would cause in Qin province. Even Zhang Xiaobao did not consider this when he made the arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao's idea was very simple. He would send his men over. If they could save the people, he would save them. If they could not, it would mean that the people here were not in danger. However, he did not expect that the forced march could be so fast. This was under the condition that the road was not easy to walk on in the rain. If it was on Luzhou's side and the road was easy to walk on, these men would be even faster. Naturally, they would not have to walk. They would have to ride horses. Perhaps, it would take less than 2 days to reach the 2 furthest places on horseback. This speed might seem fast to others, but Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was still far from enough. Xueqi and the others did not dare to rest at all. After all, they had been training for the past few days. They knew what to do when they encountered unexpected situations. They would be able to hold on for 2 to 3 days as long as they replenished themselves with water and food from time to time. Naturally, after these 2 to 3 days were over, they would need to rest for a long time. More than 100 people continued to march, and after 6 hours, they arrived at the next place. This was also a village, but this village was a bit bigger, and could be said to be a village. When they arrived here, there were many torches, which illuminated this place very brightly. Moreover, they could hear people shouting. Great! Let's hurry over there. There are already people saving people over there. Let's see if they need anything. We have some medicine and bandages on us. When Xueqi saw the scene in front of him, he was happy. With this, it would be much easier for them to carry out their mission. When they arrived at the village, an injured person was dug out. After being buried for so many days, he was still alive. This made the others feel happy, but at the same time, they were also curious. There was a foolish person who did not care about the person's injuries. He asked, "Aren't you the big ox from the east? How did you survive down there? Aren't you hungry? Aren't you thirsty? You didn't do anything to hold on until now?" The foolish person asked with concern. However, he did not think about the other person's condition. If this person was seen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely think that this person was more like some people who specialized in interviewing people. He did not consider others at all. Xueqi rushed over. When he saw the wound on the person's chest, and a section of his ribs had been protruded out, he quickly pulled the person who was still asking the question aside. He came over to check the person's stomach and chest, and then opened the person's eyes and said, "Fortunately, it's not bad. It's just that his body is a little weak, and the bleeding is actually small. I'll stop it first. Brother, you must hold on. Do you have any family members? Don't let them be sad. Rest assured, as long as you don't give up, you can be cured. Our doctor is different from other places. He is the best at treating this kind of wound. You guys, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get a stretcher to carry him. Follow our people to the river. Remember to feed him some porridge on the way. When we reach the river, he will be fine. Maybe the boat has already arrived. We encountered a landslide on our way here, so we were delayed. Xueqi said a few words to the injured person, and then began to instruct the other people in his village. These people were now in a daze. They did not know who these people in the same clothes who suddenly rushed over were. From the looks of it, they shouldn't be bad people. Moreover, these people were all very strong, which made them unable to determine where exactly they came from. It wasn't until Xueqi spoke to them that a portion of them went to make stretchers, while the others curiously sized them up. The head of the village also rushed over and asked, "Where are you from? Are you sent from the province?" "We're from the province, but not your Qin province. We're from Luzhou. When the wind blew over here, we set off. We could have arrived earlier, but we encountered some unexpected situations. Just now, we passed by a village, and we saved all the people there. The second place we came to was your village. Who else is injured? Hurry up and let us take a look. If we can save them, we'll save them. If we can't, we'll deal with them first. Then, we'll carry them to the river. Our boat will arrive there. Don't worry about food. There's food on the boat." Xueqi really did not want to say these things. If he said this, it would give people the impression that he was showing off to them. However, he had no choice but to say this. He had to give these people a sense of confidence, and that was, they had more powerful people behind them. No matter how heavy their hearts were, Xueqi and the others had no choice but to pretend that they did not care. They gave people a sense of calmness and determination. As for what would happen in the end, they would have to bear it themselves. Nobody knew if they would have nightmares at night, or if they would spend a long time thinking about saving one less person. The villagers immediately brought them to the injured people and lit up the area with torches. Xueqi and the others began to treat those who could be saved. There was nothing they could do for those who were seriously injured. They were busy until morning. Xueqi left some medicine for the villagers to feed to the injured people. When the time came, they would carry them to the river and wait for the boat to arrive. After that, they would carry them to the river. After that, they would continue on their journey. They were a little tired of doing so many things consecutively. The only way was to let some of them walk with their eyes closed while the others carried them. This way, they could relax a little. When the time came, the people who were carried would take turns to carry them after they had recovered a little. In the Yamen of Qin province, many people had gathered here. At this time, the Tang governor of Ning was ready to send his army to rescue the injured people. Yes, the army. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that since ancient times, whenever there was a disaster in the land of China, the army would always be dispatched. It was to protect the country. However, the Tang governor of Ning was a little late. These officials did not know that before they began to organize, Lu Zhou had forcibly marched a group of soldiers over. Logically speaking, this was crossing the line, but who asked them not to do it themselves? They still did not know the impact that more than 100 people had on their province. The Tang governor of Ning felt that he was a good official. At least, he had dispatched the army now. However, his main focus was not on this. Chapter 483. The sea breeze in winter was indeed a little chilly, and it only warmed up at noon. "It's so cold." Lu Er hugged her arms and stood at the bow of the ship. A few seabirds on the mast seemed to chime in with her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood on the deck. The two of them were not like Lu Er, who only wore a single layer of clothing. The winter here was not as cold as Hainan Island, and sometimes it was necessary to wear more clothing. Xin Er, Wei Wei, and Li Sun also came along. The few of them wanted to find some islands and build some buildings on them, so that it would be more convenient for boats to sail at night. In fact, they were building lighthouses. The main reason was that 2 days ago, when the fishing fleet came to this place to catch a certain kind of prawn at night, 2 of their boats hit the reefs. Even the most experienced fishermen were unwilling to come to this place at night, even if the prawn was very valuable. If they were not careful, they could easily lose their lives at sea. Not only were there many submerged reefs, There was also no pattern to the current here. The experienced fisherman had yet to reach the realm where even if there was no pattern, it was still a pattern. The 2 boats that hit the reefs were towed back, and the people on board were rescued. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard about this matter, they discussed it seriously. In the end, they decided to build lighthouses wherever there was a possibility of danger. The bigger ones would be built on the bigger ones, and the smaller ones would be built on the smaller ones. They would leave people to watch over them, so that it would be easier for the fishermen to go fishing at night. This was nothing compared to the prawn that cost 200 copper coins per caddy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know what kind of prawn it was, but the taste was indeed different. The most important thing was to draw out the area of influence, and use these lighthouses to gather the people's hearts. Just like in Xueqi, whether it was day or night, it always made people feel safe. If it was successful, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to build more lighthouses like this. They planned to build more lighthouses further away and connect them with nets. Not only could it provide convenience for their own fishing team, but it could also attract fishermen from other provinces to fish here. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the soaring seabirds as he said, "Light can always guide the way forward. There are too few experts who can explore the dark by themselves, so let's give them light." What about the darkness? I finally know why you want to bring your father here. You want to make a move on the surrounding countries, or should I say those tribes. Building a lighthouse to protect the fishermen here is just one aspect of it. Now I have guessed it. Although building so many lighthouses is a lot of investment, as long as there is a lighthouse, there will be fishermen fishing at night. Tell me what you plan to do next. I want to know how you plan to do it. Wang Wan stood behind Zhang Xiaobao. She did not think that Zhang Xiaobao would build a lighthouse so far away on a whim. They were already half a day's journey away from the shore. Looking at the situation of the ship, Zhang Xiaobao seemed to want to continue going further. Let us bear the burden of darkness and evil. I don't want to use force to deal with the surrounding countries and tribes. Lighthouses are used for sailing at night, but they can also be used during the day. I will put up a flag to guide the fishing boats. I will arrange at least 3 people at each lighthouse. These 3 people will stay here for 3 months. When the time comes, they will change shifts. After the dock here is built, I will send a big ship to patrol the area where the lighthouse is. The 3 people guarding the lighthouse must know how to cook, and they can't be too bad. They can be trained. At that time, whether it is day or night, the fishermen will be able to eat good food at the lighthouse. They don't have to eat the things that have evolved into sushi and rice balls in Japan. Don't underestimate such things. It is very important for the cohesion of a people. This is the feeling of home. Zhang Xiaobao finally showed his fangs. He was going to invade the surrounding countries and tribes. Wang Wan also knew that she could not stop this. The reason why she could guess that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to make a move on others was because she also thought so. There were a lot of resources around. Why not? If you leave them, will they be grateful? Will they wait until they are strong enough to scheme against you? But Wang Wan always felt that this investment was too big, especially when they used a big ship to patrol in the future. If the big ship was used to transport goods, it would definitely make more money. I am asking you how to scheme against others, not cooking and cohesion. Also, how many ships are you going to use? Are there any people on them? Oh, you are asking this because you think that it is a waste of resources to have more ships, right? This matter is easy to understand. What is the use of more than 20 aircraft carrier formations? What is the use of more than 10 aircraft carrier formations in our country at that time? Subduing the enemy without standing still is a deterrent. I feel that the patrol ships can be formed into a group of 2. There are also 20 big ships docked at the Qingzhou Pier. They can be divided into 2 groups. One group will stay behind, and the other group will be ready to go out and help us. It is easy to solve the problem of manpower. If we don't have enough people on our side, then we can recruit from other places. This is not an invasion. Military force is only a guarantee of peace. Think about it. If we set up a lighthouse on a small island further away, or even send a big ship to a place that has not been built, and connect it to other countries nearby, who do you think will be the happiest? Zhang Xiaobao knew that this matter had a long way to go. But if he did not do it, it would always be so far away. If he did it, it would slowly develop. Who? Of course it is the fishermen. They can go fishing further away. Don't tell me you want the fishermen to argue with them and then send troops over? Wang Wan suddenly thought of this point. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. He said to Wang Wan, "Can we not go and kill people? The happiest people are actually the merchants. They have the best sense of smell. When the time comes, they will carry out all kinds of trade with the other side. This military force is to prevent the locals from clashing with them. Who would use war to solve a problem if it can be solved through economic means?" "Ah, so that's the case. I thought you wanted to exterminate the other people so that no one can bully our country in the future." Wang Wan understood now. "I won't do that kind of thing. If you are not weak, how can others bully you? Just like when my father first came here, the 4 judges wanted to show off their strength. But look at the result now. Even if everyone in the world is killed and only our people are left, there will still be conflicts. There will be conflicts. There will be conflicts. There will be conflicts. There will be wars. In a big way, without wars, there will be no progress. In a small way you have cream cake and I can only eat cornbread, and it is that kind of coarse flour. You have a small handgun, and I have a sniper rifle. Do you think I will protect my cornbread and maintain peace with you?" Zhang Xiaobao understood this kind of human nature very well, so he never complained. Even if he encountered a natural disaster, he stubbornly endured it and sincerely prayed that it would be better to fight on his own. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea, but suddenly she thought of a very important problem. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's not right. Your military force is to protect the merchants, but can you guarantee that the merchants will trade fairly with those people? When the merchants know that they have a big backer behind them, they will try their best to lower the price." "Yes, that's right. Otherwise, who will support my army? Won't they still take the merchants' money? Fair trade?" The so-called fairness was that both sides felt that they could obtain the benefits they needed. This was the most fair. In the future, the fleet here would only ensure that the merchants were not attacked by the other side, but they would not help the master take the initiative to attack. If the merchants were capable, they would fight on their own. How much they could take down would be their own. If they were not capable, they would think of other ways. The army was a guarantee, not a nanny. Of course, if the merchants had the ability to provoke others to attack them, the fleet would be mobilized. This was also the merchants' ability. Actually, you are right. This is a kind of invasion. Under the protection of military force, a harmonious one-sided trade is established. That is why we control the merchants. The purpose is to maintain this very unfair one-sided trade. The merchants on our side, who break this rule, will have to consider whether they have the strength to resist the merchants. If those countries and tribes are smart, they will use this temporary one-sided trade to develop themselves. Foolish people will immerse themselves in the wealth of the land and enjoy it. In this situation, who is the rabbit and who is the wolf? The winner is obvious. I respect the rabbit who can leap over the eagle, but I will not pity the wolf who huddles in a ball and waits for death. Under the influence of the abstract concept of a country, Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to plunder the people of his own country. But when it came to the outside world, he could not care less. The world was so big, and he was not a lord, so there was a selfish side to him. In his own country, what he did was to reap the benefits. But when it came to other places, it would be in terms of resources. Even if Zhang Xiaobao was Gautama Siddhartha, Muhammad, or Jesus, there was no lack of war. Who did not have blood on their bodies? Those doctrines were the excuse for their invasion. Zhang Xiaobao's excuse was that they had something good, and he wanted to take it. Wang Wan was about to say something when Li Sun came over and asked, "Xiaobao, is your family really willing to invest so much money to build lighthouses? 1 lighthouses might not cost much, but if there are too many, it will not be something that an ordinary family can support. Why don't I invest some money too? My family can support it. If you want to join us, just say so. You don't have to pretend to help. Do you believe that my family will send the news back in 10 days, raise 200,000 strings of cash in 10 days, and ship it here in 2 months?" Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Li Sun's identity. Li Sun usually said the same thing. He acknowledged your strength, but was not willing to be suppressed by you. If you were strong, he would give you something. As for respect, don't count on it. The only respect he had for Li Longji was that he was sometimes considerate of the people. I believe, how can I not believe? It's not easy for your Zhang family to make money. Do you know how your family is going to make money this time? Li Sun did not feel that there was anything wrong with Zhang Xiaobao's words. If not, he would not like to hang out with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It will take a long time to make money. We will have to invest more in the next few years. If you have money, take out more. When we make money, we will give you a share, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. Yes, I still have money. How much should I take out at once? Li Sun did not care about how long or short it was. In any case, he felt that he was still young and could wait. Usually, if he could make money in a long time, he would make more money. Chapter 484. The sails were raised. Compared to other small boats, the speed of the ship was considered fast. However, it was still not fast enough. Even if they traveled with all their might for a day, they would not be able to travel far. Zhang Xiaobao and the others did not plan to travel to Hainan Island in one go. Wang Wan planned to go to Hainan Island after she had settled everything here. She would be famous if she could write the words ends of the earth there. After the group of children left, Lu Zhou's yamen seemed much quieter. Zhang Zhong was still accompanying his wife. There was no one in the yamen to complain about him, and there was nothing else to do. The people were busy with the construction. The Merchant Association had begun to carry out some short-distance transactions. They were selling the items here to the surrounding provinces. The next fleet from the capital would not arrive for another month. The items sold here were the handicrafts brought back by the previous fleet. Some of them were made of good materials and workmanship, so they could be sold for a good price. As for the ordinary handicrafts, the people in the surrounding provinces had lowered the price. Zhang Xiaobao had long considered this. Logically speaking, he should have kept the goods in stock and then used marketing tactics to raise the price. Although the surrounding provinces were also affected by the disaster, there were many rich people. It would not be a problem for him to sell the goods at a higher price. However, Zhang Xiaobao still let the Merchant Association sell the goods on its own. The main reason was to let the provinces get used to the existence of the Merchant Association. For the first time, he did not expect to make much money from this kind of transaction other than the exchange of food. The entire Luzhou was bursting with enthusiasm during the winter. The infrastructure was ready to be built before next summer. The various industries began to cooperate with each other. There were children in the school as well. However, they could not find enough teachers. Hence, they decided to let some locals who knew a little about words tell them stories. At the same time, they could learn a few words as well. When the other provinces that were also affected by the disaster found out about Luzhou's construction speed, they were jealous and envious. Usually, the ones who were jealous were the officials. They knew that once the imperial court found out about this, Zhang Zhong would be able to quickly accumulate enough credits. Not only would he be able to leave this remote place, but he would also be able to go further. These officials had wanted to learn from Lu Zhou. They wanted to fork out their own money or ask the rich locals to fork out money to set up their own chambers of commerce like Lu Zhou. However, in the end, they realized they could not figure out how Lu Zhou's chambers of commerce operated with their own abilities. What worried them even more was that they would not be able to manage a decent merchant association in the end. Moreover, it seemed like the matter of infrastructure would only eat money and not spit it out. They could not understand Zhang Zhong's reason for doing this. While they were jealous of Lu Zhou's recovery speed, they cursed Zhang Zhong for being a fool. The ones who were envious were naturally the commoners from the other provinces. The last time they came to trade for grain, there were commoners who came here. They saw neat fields, wide roads, and beautiful houses. When they went back and told others, others also knew about this place. They were also rebuilding their homes, but no one would pay them, and no one would provide them with meat and vegetables. If they wanted to eat some meat, they could only eat fish, and they couldn't eat it every day, unless they were fishermen who had the means to do so. Then, under the condition of secrecy, they dug up some graves, especially the graves of the people who had just died. These graves were all secretly dug up by the Zhang family, and let the doctors use steel knives to dissect them. This process was very difficult, but it was successful in the end. At the beginning, the doctors were opposed and rejected, but in the end, they understood and invested in it. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved and strengthened the secrecy. They were also afraid that if this kind of thing was known by other people, they would be roasted on the fire. All the people who participated in the digging of graves were from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. Those doctors who learned the skill were also restricted their personal freedom. At least, they were not allowed to leave for a few years. They were also not allowed to have contact with outsiders. When these doctors formed a system of this kind of surgery, they could be exposed. However, even under such conditions where blood transfusions were not allowed, many people were still alive. This was especially true when it came to disinfection of wounds. Originally, many people here did not die directly from their wounds. Instead, after they were injured, they did not have effective disinfection. That was why they became infected and died without good medicine and antibiotics. During the surgery, the surgeons dealt with this aspect very well. Until now, only a few people were suppurated, and it did not form a large area of ulceration. As long as the rotten flesh continued to be cut off and disinfected, it would be fine. The Zhang family's ship was responsible for the treatment, and the people on Li Sun's ship were responsible for the food. They did not directly distribute the food. Instead, they set up a pot on the shore, and those who did not have food to eat would line up and wait. Those who lost their houses had to stay in tents, and those who were injured directly lived in the cabin. The people now knew where the two ships came from. When the people of the province did not care about them, Lu Zhou sent people over. This was not only out of gratitude, but also out of gratitude. Those who were saved began to prepare to leave Qinzhou and live in Lu Zhou. After all, there were many places to live in Lu Zhou. Tang, governor of Ning, only found out about the news on the third day after the ships arrived. They had already sent the army here to rescue them. Unfortunately, when they arrived, most of the people had already saved themselves. Those who were not saved might have died long ago. Master, by doing this, it is obvious that Lu Zhou is mocking us. Shouldn't we send people to drive the two ships away? Otherwise, the people will only remember them for their good deeds. In the government office of Qinzhou, Butler Ning said to Tang, governor of Ning, with a worried expression on his face. Tang, governor of Ning, did not expect Zhang Zhong to send two ships over, and also a small team of more than 100 people. It was too fast, or at least that was what he thought. For the small team, Huzi felt that they were too late. If the road was better, and if they did not encounter a landslide on the way, they could have arrived earlier and saved more people. Tang, governor of Ning, knew that there were many doctors on one of the two ships. Many injured people were sent there, and some people who could not be saved under normal circumstances were also saved by them. There was also the porridge that was distributed on the ship, and there were also people lining up to get it. This was like a slap to his face. Hearing the butler's words, Tang, governor of Ning, was about to agree, but he suddenly changed his mind. He was a little worried that if he really sent people to drive the ships away, the local people would riot before Lu Zhou's people could do anything. Then he would be finished. It was not his fault that the disaster happened. If he wrote a memorial to ask for forgiveness and mentioned Zhang Zhong, he might be able to get a small punishment, such as losing his salary and so on. He was not afraid of this. It did not matter even if he did not get his salary for a year. However, once the people riot, no matter whether he suppressed it or not, he could not expect to continue to be an official. The foundation of the Ning family was here. With a provincial governor, he could do a lot of things for the family. Master, please say something. Are you driving them away? If you want to drive them away, I will arrange it right away. The butler saw that the master did not say anything, so he asked again. Drive them away? You can't drive them away. See how much food is left in the mansion. Ask someone to send it over there and cook porridge for the people. We can't let Zhang Zhong take all the benefits. Tang, governor of Ning, thought about it and felt that since he could not drive people away, it was better to learn from the master. He wanted to win back some people's hearts. Besides, the food here did not belong to his family. If there was no wind, he could still be greedy. But now, he could only take it out. The butler was not stupid. After hearing the master's words, he immediately understood the meaning. He nodded and said, Master is right. Then, I will go and prepare. Master, why don't you go over there and see for yourself and ask about the situation of the people? Okay, prepare the carriage. I will go and have a look. Tang, governor of Ning, did not object to this proposal. Since he could not take out more things, he could still go over. He believed that as long as the people saw him go over, they would be very happy. Chapter 485. Zhang Zhong did not know that the Tang governor of Ning was still plotting against him. In fact, even if he knew, he would not care. Some small tricks might be useful in certain situations, but under such circumstances, they would not work at all. On the contrary, They would only cause the Tang governor of Ning to fall into a worse situation. Zhang Zhong finally came out of his house today. He had new things to do. The road had been repaired, so the people who were working on the road had nothing to do. Together with the boatmen who were released from the mountain and the 200 mountain people who were sent down from the mountain, they could do other things. In fact, they were preparing to form a windmill formation here. When the time came, there would be a workshop below. Naturally, they would process some wood and fish bones in the sea. Lathes made of stainless steel were not so precise and were very easy to break down. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still insisted on making this thing. At least it was faster and easier than manual work. There was no need to worry about damage. If it broke down, they could just do it again and learn from it. Any development had to be done slowly. It was impossible to meet the requirements in a short time. One lathe was used to saw wood to make sofas and other furniture. The other lathe was used to smash fish bones. The good fish bones were made into bone powder for people to eat, and the bad ones were used to feed poultry and livestock. If this kind of resource was not used well, then it would be a waste of the sea. There were also some other lathes that were turned to see if there was anything wrong with the structure so that it could be adjusted when the time came. This was not made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but by the craftsmen at home. Even if it was just an experiment in this aspect, it was still the first step. After the road was repaired, the people on the mountain were gathered together. The mountain people were very cautious. Even if they knew that the new official was a good one, they still had a trace of suspicion and distrust. Zhang Zhong looked at the people standing in front of him, organized his words, and said, "Whether it is the people living on the mountain or the people who originally lived here, we will have to work together in the future. Don't attack each other. In my opinion, we are all the same people. Someone will tell you what to do in a while. Now, eat something first. After eating, we will start working." Zhang Zhong actually had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to say them, so he only said a short sentence. The local people could understand, but only 2 people who came down from the mountain understood Zhang Zhong's words. The 2 of them were temporary interpreters, and at the same time, they were responsible for taking care of the people who came down. They repeated Zhang Zhong's words to the people and made arrangements. Only then could they be considered to be working together. "Xiaobao, where are we going? This boat is too slow. It's a pity that there are only 2 boats with propellers, and both of them went to Qinzhou." On the sea, Wang Wan ran to the lookout tower and pulled Zhang Xiaobao up as well. She used her thousandly eyes to look at the endless sea and asked, "Let's sail for another 2 days. We'll go wherever we can and then circle back. There are a lot of sharks here. It seems that we can't come here to fish or do business. If we're not careful, we'll be eaten by sharks." Zhang Xiaobao did not think of going anywhere in a short time. Relying on the boat alone would take too much time. Along the way, he saw many sharks. He had been to this sea before, but he had not seen so many sharks. At this time, he was thinking of how to reduce the number of sharks. As long as they did not threaten the boats, it would be fine. Even without these sharks, we can't use small boats to carry goods and do business. If a bigger wave comes, the boat will be finished. Furthermore, there are no satellites or anything like that. We can only rely on human judgment to avoid the strong winds. If we send out small boats, there will be no more. Sharks are good. There are many shark fins, shark people, and shark skin. Anyway, the shark's body is good stuff. Before people hunt sharks, even if we kill them, we will not be able to kill them all. It's a pity that we have not seen any whales yet. Otherwise, we would have thought of a way to catch a few. That would be more valuable. What do you think we should do to deal with these sharks? The local fishermen's method of killing sharks is too bad. We have to think of a way. One is to make the fishermen safer, and the other is to sell the sharks and make a lot of money. Wang Wan did not have the slightest idea of protecting this kind of shark. She just wanted to get benefits from it. Moreover, she also liked to eat shark fins. Zhang Xiaobao saw another shark swimming by. He thought for a moment and said, "It is not difficult to catch sharks. We can use a few big boats and some iron nets. It is expensive. When the time comes, we can use a thick rope to tie them up and sink them into the water. Then we can catch a few pigs, cut some holes on the pigs and throw them into the water. Naturally, sharks will come to eat. When there are more sharks, we can lift the net. Or we can use an ordinary net and make it sturdier. It is also fine to drop stones and sink them. It is not as good as iron nets. Yes, we will do that. When we go back, we will wait for the next big boat to come and take a few boats to catch sharks. Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to catch sharks. Wang Wan also knew that this method was not bad. If they were proficient, they could even keep catching sharks. As long as there were sharks nearby, they would be attracted by the blood. The only thing to consider was whether the iron net had thorns. If it had thorns, it would be better if the shark's blood flowed out. But in that case, the shark's skin would be damaged, and it would not be valuable to make things. Xiao Bao, let's use an ordinary internet cafe. If we use iron nets without thorns, it is better to use an ordinary net. I am going to make something with shark skin. Xiao Bao, don't you think we are too cruel? Wang Wan suddenly asked as she was talking. Yes, cruel. It is too cruel. How can we do this? From today onwards, we will not eat any meat. If we want to eat eggs, we will eat the eggs that have not been fertilized. We will only raise hens. We will not eat a single rooster. Zhang Xiaobao followed and said. He did not think that it was cruel. If it was eating people, it was indeed cruel. But eating sharks was nothing. After all, sharks did not consider whether it was cruel or not when they ate people. They did it for survival. Humans also ate sharks for survival. This survival was not only to live, but also to live better. Wang Wan was just saying casually. She just thought of using shark skin to make things. That was, she would not let people go even if they were dead. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao say that he was going to be a kind of monk, she smiled and climbed down. Xiaobao, I won't watch anymore. It's time to eat. Today's lunch will be food from the sea. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the restaurant, Li Sun and the others had already eaten. The shrimp caught from the sea was directly cooked, and the seaweed fished out from the sea was also made into cold dishes. Li Sun, who was still chewing, was still holding 2 big shrimps in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come in, he said happily, "It's good to eat here. When we eat seafood, we can always eat fresh ones. It's not like in Beijing, where it costs a lot to eat live seafood. We have to use seawater to nourish them along the way. Come and eat. It's a pity that the crabs are no longer edible. Otherwise, I would steam some crabs. I won't eat anything else for the whole day." Not only did Li Sun eat quickly, but Lu Xin and Wei Wei also lowered their heads and ate with all their might. This time, they were finally satisfied. The only regret was that there were no drunk shrimps to eat. There were a lot of rules when it came to eating drunk shrimps. In order to not get sick, they could only try their best to eat as little raw food as possible. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed their hands and sat down. They each took a big prawn and started eating. However, the 2 of them ate in a more elegant manner. After they finished the meat, the shell of the prawn was placed there, looking like a whole prawn. When Li Sun saw this, he also followed suit. However, after all, he had just learned it and could not make the shell of the shrimp so complete. In the end, he could only give up and say, "It's just a shrimp. Is there a need to do this? Could it be that the shell of the shrimp is of some use?" When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes lit up. He said, "Yes, the shell of the shrimp can't be wasted. It's the same with some small shrimps. When the time comes, we can make food." "What kind of food? Can people still eat this?" Li Sun stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He was very curious about this. He did not know what strange thing Zhang Xiaobao had thought of. Of course they can be eaten. They can be dried and made into shrimp powder to feed people. After they are dried, they can be transported to other places. People in Tang don't eat them, but there are also places like Tufan and Tujue. They are far away from the sea. I have decided that when the goods here are not enough, we will transport these seemingly useless things. After we transport them to the capital, we will process them into shrimp balls, crab balls, and fish balls and sell them to Tujue, Tufan, and other places. Let them eat them. Well, let's do it. Anyway, they don't know what those things are made of, and they taste good. Zhang Xiaobao came up with a very immoral idea and then said, "As for our side, the shrimp balls we eat are made of meat. Although we can eat such things now, there are many places that we can't even think about. Some people even don't know what the sea tastes like. It is a pity to live like that for a lifetime." Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun wiped her hands and said, "That's true. It's not just that we can't eat seafood. Many people don't even know what the sea looks like. That's why many places only call the bigger lakes the sea. I've decided to build more ships, big ships, fast ships, and then let people from other places come here to take a look. That way, they won't be wasting their time on this world. Li Sun's idea was very good, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that it was impossible to achieve. Unless the roads were repaired and then there were cars and other things, it was impossible to rely on boats to pick people up from other places. If they really only used boats to pick people up, not to mention that there were many places without rivers, even if there were, what about the remote mountainous areas? Would they let people walk for a few months, then go to the river, take a big boat out to sea and then go back? Then they would not work. They would waste their time on the journey. Especially in some farther places, such as Tibet and Xinjiang, the roads could not be repaired in a short time. The two of them looked at Li Sun's yearning look and did not have the heart to pour cold water on him. Since he wanted to do that, let him try. Even if he failed in the end, at least he had tried. Yes, I agree. We must build more big ships. When the time comes, everyone will know what the sea looks like, and everyone will be able to eat seafood. But this is not enough. Some places don't have big rivers, only small rivers. Big ships can't go in, and even if small boats can go in, the roads there are too remote. It takes a few months for people who live in the mountains to come out. Why don't we build the ships first, and then we will make more money? When we have a lot of money, we will use it to build roads. We will build roads everywhere, and then we will raise more horses. When the time comes, we will let those people who live in the mountains ride fast horses out, then we will change to small boats, and then we will go out to sea after boarding a big ship. Zhang Xiaobao followed Li Sun's words. First, there was a goal, but whether it could be achieved was not known. However, Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was very difficult. Not to mention now, how many times did he and Wang Wan not see the sea personally? They saw it on TV and other things. Li Sun did not think so much. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he seemed to have incomparable confidence. He nodded and said, yes, that's it. Xiaobao, then your family needs to find more profitable businesses. Otherwise, if you want to build so many roads, hundreds of thousands of strings of money will be like a small stone thrown into the sea. It won't make any waves at all. Li Sun was not stupid. When he heard that building roads would cost a lot of money, it was not something that he and the Zhang family could support now. When the time came, the money would be spent like flowing water. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not easy to do. The amount was too large. However, he believed in the Zhang family's ability to make money. In addition, some local people were willing to build roads themselves. As long as they took out the money, then there was no need to do anything. Let the people build the roads themselves. Zhang Xiaobao thought about Li Sun's words and sped up his eating speed. At the same time, he gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan also sped up her eating speed. The two of them hurriedly finished eating and ran back to the observation deck. Xiaobao, do you have something to say? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as soon as she climbed up. Yes, I think we should speed up, especially the varieties of grains and vegetables outside. We should get them as soon as possible. After we plant them here, we won't have to worry about food and clothing. That way, we will have spare money to build roads. Tomorrow, we will go back. Along the way, we will send people to build lighthouses. Let's adjust our manpower and build the shipyard as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will send people out to take risks. As long as one of the 10 ships comes back with products from other places, it will be worth it. The sea is like this. Wealth and danger coexist. Now that the foreign races have not formed a scale of invasion, we have to lay a good foundation. In history, it seems that every time we wanted to develop, we would be interrupted by war. Zhang Xiaobao saw how ambitious Li Sun was, and it also aroused the pride in his heart. Why couldn't they develop properly? As long as they had a good foundation, they wouldn't be afraid even if there was internal strife. At least when they were ahead of others, they would be able to pull apart the distance when they had a certain amount of success. It wasn't something that could be easily defeated. What's more, if they were really strong, they couldn't always wait for others to attack them. Maybe they would attack others. In that case, the first thing to solve was the food problem. In addition to this, it was the population. This was not the time when the population had reached more than 1 billion. They must increase the population base. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she immediately understood what he was thinking. She also agreed with this point. After living a good life in her family, she could think about making the motherland strong. She held Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said, "No matter what, it's useless to worry about it. After all, it seems impossible to find and transport the things back every few years. It's better to deal with the matter in front of us first. It's now the Kaiyuan era, and it hasn't reached the peak of the Kaiyuan era. There's still time to do it. There's no hurry." "Yes, there's no hurry. It's still early. Let's stay one more day and do it bit by bit. When the time comes, do you think we should organize people to go there to make money? This matter is really very complicated. The most afraid thing is that the people in power are not willing." Zhang Xiaobao also felt that he was a little anxious. Just now, he was influenced by Li Sun. Even a person like Li Sun wanted to let everyone see the sea, so how could he and Wang Wan be worse? Wang Wan also thought of the matter of asking people to go elsewhere. What if too many people went there and brought their families there? What would happen if they settled down there? Who would they listen to in the future? This problem was very difficult to solve. Not to mention the current Great Tang. Even after the rise of the industrial era, when the speed of ships increased, many colonies still became independent. Those who wanted to establish an independent colony were not the local people's ideas. Most of them were people who had colonized other places. They were the ones who would gain more benefits. Well, it was a very difficult problem to solve, unless there was something that could restrict them. "Xiaobao, let's not think about things that are so far away. Think about how we can improve the standard of living of the people in Luzhou as soon as possible." Wang Wan really could not think of a solution, so she could only put it aside for the time being. She and Zhang Xiaobao discussed the problem of the lives of the people. The lives of the people were really good now, but it was not to the extent that she and Zhang Xiaobao had expected. Now, because of the disaster, everyone was working together and playing an unexpected role. But in the future, when the construction here was almost done, they would still have to live their own lives. The adjustment between the various industries and the work that the people could do would all have to be arranged. It was a good opportunity to lay the foundation first. Even if other people came over in the future, or if the local population increased, they could continue to develop according to the plan. The two of them discussed this matter and went down to the cabin to think of ideas. Li Sun did not know what was going on with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he saw that the two of them were busy, he did not disturb them. Since there were 4 people left, he let 2 of them be the judges. He planned to play a game of Monopoly with Xin Air. This game was also played separately. The 2 of them stayed in their own spot on the deck and could not see where the other was. Then Lu'er and Wei Wei would watch from the sides. There was a chessboard with 2 figures on it. They could clearly see who was winning and who was losing according to certain rules. When the time came, they could determine who was winning and who was losing according to certain rules. This kind of game was not suitable for people who were not well off. There were too many props. It was already good enough that several children from ordinary families could share a map. They could only play dice. The cries of the seabirds and the sound of the waves crashing against the ship made the ship seem very peaceful. On Luzhou's side, Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai did not go out with the ship. The 2 of them were still playing billiards. After all, Old Man Chong had a better foundation in the past. He used to be a guard, so he learned how to control his body better than Old Man Pai. The 2 of them played a few rounds. In the end, Old Man Pai did not win a single round. In the end he could not help but say, "Let's not play anymore. You must have secretly practiced while I was busy with other things. After I'm done with my work, I'll practice as well. Then I'll beat you. Do you think I'm not doing the same thing as you? Many of my pigeons' eggs are gone now. I still have to write a letter to my master and teach others how to train pigeons. I don't have time to practice secretly. You can't do it, but you blame others. You said you were busy. Then what were you busy with?" Old Man Chong was not to be outdone. He could not admit defeat in this game. At the same time, he was curious about what Bai Shu had been doing these days. He could only see Bai Shu for a short while every day. He did not know what Bai Shu was busy with during the rest of the time. Old Man Pai put down his cue stick and looked at Old Man Chong. After a moment of hesitation he said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm recording everything about Luzhou. I want to see what's different about Luzhou in a year and a half. I want to see which areas are developing in a good direction and which are getting worse. This way I can know how other areas are developing. This is a good thing that is not easy to get. If Luzhou really does it, then other provinces like Luzhou can do the same, right? That's the real blessing of the people. We can't always rely on Zhongzhong to take care of it alone, right? Haha, old man Pai, it seems like you're right. You actually thought of this. Very well. Give me a copy when the time comes. I'll give it to my master and let him take a look. He can learn from it. If it's useful, he can learn from all the places in Tang. It'll be a great merit. Chapter 486. This is Yaowang Mountain. The author of Qianjin Fong lives here. Everyone can come and take a look. The stone tablet on the side is engraved with Qianjin Fong. Not only can you see the beautiful scenery here, but you can also get some treatment from some doctors if you are not feeling well. Especially the medicinal bath here. As long as you soak in it, you will feel good all over, and, at Yaowang Mountain in Huayuan County, a tour guide who was responsible for explaining to tourists was talking about the tourism industry. At the beginning, not many people would come here. Generally, only people who came here to study could follow and take a look. However, when a place similar to the Pear Garden was built at the docks, even more people came over out of curiosity. The main reason was that the Pear Garden built by the emperor in the capital was compared to the one here. In the end it lost. It had to be known that the people in the Pear Garden were carefully selected from among thousands of people. Once the Pear Garden at the dock lost, the Pear Garden at the dock became popular. Although it was not as good as the Pear Garden in the capital in terms of skills, it had a lot of novelty. It was because of the endless novelty that the Pear Garden in the capital lost. As a result, the Pear Garden in the capital naturally lost. After losing, they began to think of ways to improve and set the time for the next competition. As a result, after several competitions, both sides had wins and losses. This made many officials in the capital come to the dock to watch in their free time. Especially when there was a competition, as long as people could ask for leave, they would definitely come here. After all, there were too few entertainment activities. Because of this, more and more people came here. Many of them came here specifically to watch skits and crosstalk. Since they were already at the dock, they naturally would not miss the other places, especially Yaowang Mountain and Fragrant Mountain. The scenery in these two places was not bad. Yaowang Mountain could cure diseases, and Fragrant Mountain could improve people's luck. At least that was what the people who came here said, especially those who were good at feng shui. Everyone said that this place was good. All of a sudden, the tourism industry developed. Not only in Huayuan County, but also in Sanshui County. Needless to say, there was a pier at Little Luo Shui. There was a large artificial lake behind it, and there were also all kinds of businesses. Moreover, one could climb up and look into the distance. Between the clouds and the water also attracted a lot of tourists. Some wanted to eat between the clouds and the water, and some wanted to see the scenery between the clouds and the water. There were also people who were preparing to go up the mountain. After all, there was a lake in the mountain. Any literati who came to this place would have to write something to feel comfortable. The things they wrote would immediately be hung up for others to see, and the local people would help them make embroidery. When the time came, whether others bought it or they bought it themselves, it would be a source of income. Now that it was winter, the river had frozen. People took the ice out and kept it for next year's hot summer to sell. As it was all shaved ice, boats could still occasionally pass by the river. The people at Yaowang Mountain were not so lucky. Although the lake was big, if there was no shaved ice, it would be frozen solid. The boats used to transport tourists on the lake had already been moved to the shore. There were two paths to choose from at the top of the mountain. One was the mountain road. If people passed by there, they could ask people to buy the things they saw and bring them back. The other path was naturally the one that crossed the lake in summer. Now that it was frozen, there was no need for boats. They could just walk there casually. However, they still thought of a way to make money, and that was to use ice plows. They let horses walk on the ice. Those who had spare money could sit on the plows, and those who did not had to walk on their own. At this time, Song Jinggong was also among the tourists. The Zhang family and the Wang family had left. Although he was in charge of the Little Luo Shui pier, he still had to take care of other places. This was the right given to him. He came here today to see how the development was going. In the end, when he saw the ice plows, he decided to go back and make one at Little Luo Shui. There was also a lake there, and it was connected to the river. Some goods could even be transported on the ice, provided that they could not continue to use shaved ice. It seemed that those people had accumulated enough. In another 2 days, it would freeze again. At that time, they could try to transport goods on the ice. Listening to the tour guide's introduction, Song Jinggong strolled slowly and looked around. If there were any money-making ideas, he could earn more money. The tour guide did not know who Song Jinggong was. He had never seen Song Jinggong before. He only knew who was in charge of this place. As he walked, he introduced the place to the others. He recited the content over and over again. The tourists were very happy to hear this, especially when they heard the legends. They were very enthralled. When Song Jinggong heard these legends, he wanted to laugh. Many of these legends were written by people he had hired. There was no such thing. But since it was written, it didn't matter whether it was true or not. After many years, it would be true if it wasn't true. This kind of thing couldn't be explained by anyone. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a tourist say to the person next to him, "This mountain must be very cold. It's snowing now. If we can soak in the hot medicinal bath on the mountain and eat something warm in the snow, it will be very good." Yes, I want to eat in the snow, but unfortunately, the food gets cold too quickly. I can't eat it after a few mouthfuls. Bringing a stove can make stew, but the taste is not good. If that thing called hot pot between the clouds and the water can be taken out to eat, then it will be good. Why don't we go to between the clouds and the water after we finish here? It's only a day's journey. Another person added. It seemed that he wanted to eat outside, watch the snow, feel the surrounding cold, and eat hot pot. At this time, the person who spoke first said, "The ticket you bought is here? Then you have to spend more money. The ticket from here to between the clouds and the water is 5 copper coins more expensive if you buy it alone. I bought all the tickets from the capital to the little Luo Xueqi pier. It's cheap. Not only is the whole ticket cheaper after buying all the tickets, but when we go to the supermarket over there, we get extra things for free. Next time, you have to remember to buy all the tickets. Anyway, it's all for fun, so why care about that little bit of money?" Yes, now that you mention it, I just remembered. It seems that I have to buy all the tickets next time. It's too fast to come to a place like this, and I haven't seen enough. Next time, I want to join the 1-month tour, which is to use a month to visit all the places here. I heard that there is no ice at between the clouds and the water, but I don't know if it's true or not. When I came here, the river was frozen. In the end, I took the bus from the shore. Did you buy the ticket to pay for the meal? I didn't buy it because I thought it was a little expensive. I just went to ask around, and it turns out that the meal in the ticket is very cheap. It's 20% cheaper than eating the same thing by myself. I really regret it. If I knew it would be like this, I would have bought all the tickets. Also, the bus and the plow, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. I can only spend my own money for lunch today. I don't want to eat something so good. Just something simple will do. The person who didn't buy all the tickets seemed very regretful when he talked about the meal. The person from before also said, "Between the clouds and the water naturally doesn't freeze." I know that. Not only did they dig out the ice, they also put a smokeless charcoal brazier on the water to make the water vapor come out. It looks hazy, making people feel like they are in the clouds. This is the most beautiful moment between the clouds and the water. You're talking about the meal ticket? I didn't buy it either. When I came here, I also thought it was expensive. Now that I know it's cheap, I have no choice but to eat the expensive things. You say, if everyone buys more meal tickets, then won't this place not make much money? Why is that? Those bartenders didn't even think about why they agreed to this place called the tour group and charged less money for the meals they brought with them. The two people couldn't understand as they talked. After listening to them, Song Jinggong understood why. It was because they had done something bad. The tour group had a doctor with them. Those who didn't go to the designated places to eat would get sick. Those who didn't go to the designated places to eat would get sick. Those who didn't go to the designated places would get sick. Those who didn't go to the designated places would get sick. In this way, those who didn't want to pay the tour group wouldn't be designated by the tour group. After few bad things, all the restaurants and all kinds of places that did business had to pay the tour group, hoping that the tour group would designate their places. Only in this way could they have customers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough money to rent the place. At the same time, not only did they have to pay the tour group a part of the money, but they also had to give the tour group a part of the profit from the things they sold, including the meals. Also, the price of the tickets sold by the tour group had to be reduced. At that time, when all these things happened, some people stubbornly refused. In the end, other people's businesses got better day by day. When they made a lot of money, they couldn't even earn back the rent of the place. Helplessly, they had to agree to the tour group. This method surprised Song Jinggong at that time. Fortunately, the service of the designated places was very good. There wouldn't be any problems. The necessary service was provided. If they followed the tour group, the charge wouldn't be too high. Those who joined the tour group had to be supervised by the tour group. In terms of food, hygiene, accommodation, and other services, as long as they didn't do a good job, they would be corrected. Before they passed the standard, they couldn't be designated by the tour group again. Hearing the conversation between the two people, Song Jinggong suddenly pulled the person beside him and ordered, "Go tell the tour group that those who want to follow the tour group to between the clouds and the water should rest in the pavilion by the shore at night. The supper will be changed to hot pot. This time, the tourists don't have to pay more. It's okay to pay a little more. Those who bought the supper when they bought the tickets will be able to eat hot pot. As for those who didn't buy, they will pay more. Go, it will be like this in the winter." The person who followed Song Jinggong to run errands immediately obeyed the order, even though he didn't understand why the people who bought the supper would be given such preferential treatment. The hot pot was more than 10 times more expensive than the supper. Song Jinggong was relieved. As long as there were a few more loss-making transactions like this, the tourists would know to buy all the tickets. It felt like a loss, but it wasn't a loss at all. After all, some tourists didn't buy meal tickets. Although the food they ate was more expensive, they would choose the cheaper ones. Moreover, they wouldn't order so many dishes. Naturally, the tour group had to listen to Song Jinggong's words. They immediately made the arrangements. The people on the tour group followed Song Jinggong's train of thought and immediately gave them an opportunity. That was, they could sell the meal tickets again and tell the tour group about the supper. At the same time, they could continue to buy all the tickets at a cheaper price. When they heard that the supper was to eat hot pot in the pavilion outside while admiring the moon and snow, many people regretted it even more. In the end, they knew that there was still one more chance when they were hungry. Many people quickly bought the tickets. Although it was still more expensive than buying at the beginning, it was at least better than not buying at all. Song Jinggong also decided to follow them back. He happened to arrive at Little Luo Shui. As he walked forward with the crowd, he listened to the tour guide's story that seemed to be unable to stop. He found it very interesting. When they reached the mountain, the tour guide finally stopped and told the tourists that they could move freely, but they had to be careful. They would gather again at night. The tourists held the shopping tickets in their hands and began to play or buy things in other places. It was cheaper to buy things with such tickets. There was a number written on the tickets, so they could spend as much money as they wanted. Moreover, the shops and stalls were not allowed to deliberately raise the price just because the tourists held the shopping tickets in their hands. They had to mark the price. From time to time, the tour group would send people to bargain with these merchants without the shopping tickets. Once the price was negotiated, the merchants would either have to pay a large sum of money for breach of contract or be excluded by the tour group. The tour group would remove the sign hanging on their shops or stalls. This kind of money-making method made the merchants happy. They earned a lot of money every day, but a part of it had to be given to the tour groups. The tour groups didn't do anything, but they were able to earn money, which made them feel very unbalanced. At least, they didn't know that it was because of the existence of the tour groups that their business was so good. Those who used connections and spent a lot of money to get the rental seats now hated and loved Zhang Zhong. It was no wonder that Zhang Zhong gave away so many benefits. It turned out that he was waiting for them at this time. The business here was limited. For example, the restaurants were only allowed to have those. The others were not allowed to open wine. However, the Zhang family rented the 3 candlelight shops that no one cared about. They only rented the 3 candlelight shops and gave away the rest. At first, these people were very grateful to Zhang Zhong. At this time, they wished that they could pull Zhang Zhong over to discuss the matter of the shops again. It was because there was a temple on the mountain, and it was Sun Simiao's temple. Sun Simiao's medical skills were really good, and with the tour group's strong promotion, many people suddenly treated him as a god. With the temple, they naturally burned incense and prayed for the health of their family members. They prayed that there would be no illness or disaster in the future. They had to burn incense and fill incense oil. If they wanted to have these things, they had to bring them from home or buy them here. The 3 shops were all rented by the Zhang family. Almost every tourist would buy some. The Zhang family was making a lot of money. Who would not be jealous? But there was no other way. They could only watch the things being sold day by day, but they could not get in. Although the 3 shops also had to pay for the tour group was also the Zhang family's. So, they could get in with their left hand. Song Jinggong admired this the most. Although they did not take up much space, no matter who took up the space, they had to pay for the tour group. This was calculated. No wonder they wanted to set up a tour group in the beginning. It was all in preparation for today. When Song Jinggong saw that the others had left, he also found a place to eat. He also took a medicinal bath and asked someone to give him a massage. He felt very comfortable inside and out. When he ate, he also ordered a few of his favorite dishes. These were free. He had the right to do so. As long as it was a shop opened by the Zhang family and Wang family, no matter what he did, they would not charge him, even if it was the 100-year-old ginseng in the pharmacy. Unlike other shopkeepers, when they left their own shops and went to other people's places, they had to give them some money when they ate. They also had to write down their name and put their fingerprint. There was a fixed amount every month. They could not eat as much as they wanted. If it was a public relations matter, they had to pay in full. When the time came, the money spent would go through the public relations account. The reception place would have to give a voucher to prove that it was true. Then, when the account was checked, the money would have to be compared with the voucher given by the restaurant and other places. The amount would only be counted if the amount was correct. Moreover, there was also a limit to the public relations fee. It was calculated according to the size of the bar and the location. The name of the public relations person needed to be written on the account book. If the managers of 2 or more places dared to help each other cheat the public relations fee, then they could only hope that they would not be found out. Every place had a manager and a special accountant. As long as someone found out about this, then they would be directly rewarded with double the amount of money. In other words, if the public relations fee could be embezzled with 50 strings of coins, then once the person reported it and it was found to be true, they would be rewarded with 100 strings of coins, including the waiter and the cook. Moreover, this rule was not only used for the public relations fee, but also for the usual purchases. As a result, these people were usually very careful and did not dare to be greedy. Otherwise, the people around them might report it. If they wanted to bribe people with money, then even if they took out all the money they had, it would not be enough. Song Jinggong belonged to the most free people. He also gave the most wages. Moreover, he had shares in some of the transactions. It was very easy for him to be greedy. However, it was precisely because of this that he did not try to be greedy. Not only was it tiring to be greedy, but it was also difficult to be greedy and take a big risk. He was scared to death of Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, he was also grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them trusted him very much. If he really did something wrong to the Zhang family and Wang family, would he still be a human? Therefore, Song Jinggong never used this kind of treatment on others. Even if it was a good friend, he would spend his own money to treat them to a meal. He only used this kind of privilege when he was enjoying himself. After taking a bath and having a meal, Song Jinggong was about to take a break. Just as he was about to follow the tour group to Little Luo Xueqi, the person in charge of delivering the news rushed over and said to him, "There's no need to worry. Young Master Song, we just received news that the Yellow River Shipping Company wanted to stop our ship this time. They said that they lost something on the ship and wanted to check it. However, they were deterred by the force of our people on the ship. They rushed over and sent a fast horse here to report the news. Yellow River Shipping Company? How could their goods be on our ship? What are they trying to do?" Song Jinggong frowned when he heard the news. He usually had no contact with the Yellow River Shipping Company. Although he had approached them to cooperate, they had refused. What was the meaning of this? Checking the goods? Could it be that he wanted to buy those goods from Lu Zhou at a cheap price? Song Jinggong could not figure it out. He tapped his leg with his hand and thought about it from the perspective of the Yellow River Shipping Company. If he was a member of the Yellow River Shipping Company, what was the purpose of this? Did they not know who was behind this fleet? Or was there some other backer supporting him? Checking the ship? Did they want to check the structure of the ship? They would not dare to do this even if they were given several guts, especially a triangular sail ship. This was something that only the Zhang family, Wang family, and Li Sun could use. No one else was allowed to use it. Song Jinggong, who could not figure it out, asked the informant, "Is there any other news?" "Yes, and the Yellow River Shipping Company has also gotten a lot of big ships. I heard that there are 20 of them. They are buying something here. The things they are buying are very strange. They are actually some leftover fur and some books. I don't know what they want to do." The informant continued. Song Jinggong was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, shook his head and said, "I understand now. Sell the leftover fur from our side to them." "Wait, don't sell them first. Buy them first. They need to spend a lot of money to buy them. Raise the price. They have so many ships, and they won't be able to get enough in a short time. Let's give them a hand." "Well, that's it. Spread the news that little Luo Xueqi is buying a lot of leftover fur at a high price. Then, find a way to transfer the leftover fur to someone who has nothing to do with us. Ask him to sell it to the Yellow River Shipping Company. If we can cheat them once, we will." "Young master, do you know why they are buying the leftover fur?" "I am curious." The informant did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked curiously. Chapter 487. When Song Jinggong heard this, he immediately knew what was going on. He didn't expect that the person who escaped would bring this plan to the Yellow River Shipbuilding Company. It seems like the Yellow River Shipbuilding Company had been working hard to build ships. No wonder they didn't have many ships. Song Jinggong didn't think that the person who escaped would bring this plan to the Yellow River Shipbuilding Company. Collecting scraps was just a small part of the plan. It was written in detail. Not only was there a way to make money, but there was also a way to buy other things in case it didn't make money. There were several sets of plans, and there were backup plans. There were also some analysis and explanations. Even when he saw this plan, he felt that it was flawless. But who would have thought that if this plan was really done according to what was written, it would be a huge loss. One person ran away and went to the Yellow River Shipping Company. Good. Now there is one less competitor. I was thinking of expanding my transportation business to the Yellow River. Originally, I considered that there are shipping companies there, and more than one. That's why I didn't do it. Now, he didn't have to waste so much effort. He just had to wait for them to do what was written in the plan. He would lose all his money little by little. It was too difficult to get out of it. Except for the young master and young lady, it seemed that no one could escape after being fooled like this. Of course, the young master and young lady wouldn't be fooled. The Yellow River Boat Line was not the name of a particular boat line. Instead, it was the name of all the big and small boat lines on the Yellow River. They had their own names when dealing with each other, but they were all called the Yellow River Boat Line when dealing with outsiders. Song Jinggong didn't tell these details to the person who came to report. After all, there were only a few people who knew about this matter. It needed to be kept secret. Otherwise, what if the Yellow River Shipping Company knew about it? There were a lot of businesses on the Yellow River that could be done. When the Yellow River Shipping Company lost money, it would be time to snatch their territory. There was no need to use force. As long as there were enough ships here to snatch the business, it would be enough. Of course, the Yellow River Shipping Company's boatmen would still be recruited. In this way, the boatmen only had to change places to do their work, and they didn't lose their jobs. What they really snatched was the business of the owners of the Yellow River Shipping Company. With this in mind, Song Jinggong instructed the messenger, "Immediately send our men to the Yellow River Shipping Company to buy boats. Don't ask for big boats that can enter the sea, just boats that can sail in the Yellow River will do. Buy as many as you can, even old boats. You can offer a higher price. I'll write a letter and get someone to send it to the master as soon as possible. The opportunity has come, and I just happen to have nothing to do here. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I hear anyone mention it, then you." "I know. I'll definitely keep it a secret and won't say anything." The messenger was shocked. Although he didn't know what was going on and couldn't say anything, he still obediently agreed. After the messenger left, Song Jinggong wasn't in the mood to continue sleeping. He first wrote a letter and then started to get busy. He needed to know what the transportation on the other side of the Yellow River was like, how the boats transporting people were like, and how the goods were transported. In this way, he could integrate with the other side according to the rules on his side. Some places even needed to be changed. Now, he just had to wait for the Yellow River Shipping Company to lose money on the first batch of goods. Not only would they lose money on the goods, but they would also lose money on other aspects, and it would take a lot of effort. No wonder the people from the Yellow River Boat Company stopped their ships. They didn't want to force them to buy the goods. They just wanted to find an excuse to check the situation and wait for their ships to arrive so that they could use this method to purchase goods. Right now, there were many goods that weren't sold and had been overstocked. Therefore, when some of the goods were released, people couldn't guess what the Zhang family carried on their ships every time they returned. The Yellow River Shipping Company's people wanted to buy the same things on the other side after checking the goods. They just wanted to take a look and didn't rob anyone. Plus, they didn't want to hurt anyone. In the end, they would apologize and no one would blame them. The Yellow River Shipping Company's people were good at calculating. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong said to himself, "It's a pity that it's useless even if you see it. These things are basically in the hands of the Zhang family. You can't buy them even if you go there. It's better to buy some things on the other side according to the plan." Song Jinggong muttered and thought about the fur scraps. In fact, the first step of the plan was very simple. The fur scraps here were not valuable. With a little money they could buy a lot of them. In this way the cost would be small. This didn't include the shipping fee and wages, but after all, they were scraps. Then they would take these things along the route of the Zhang family's fleet to Lingnan Road, which was the seaside. According to the analysis of the plan, that place was very humid and uncomfortable. It would be much better if there was a leather cushion. Don't look down on the leftovers. These leftovers were useful when they reached the other side. There were so many fishes over there that it was not difficult for people to eat them. The sea was full of fishes, so correspondingly, there was more fish gelatin. Using isinglass to stick these scraps together, they could make a large piece of fur. These furs could be used to make some things that they needed. After using their manpower and isinglass to make things, they just needed to give the local people some of the things that were made of glued fur. In this way, the worthless scraps could be sold for a lot of money. It was easy to make money, and they didn't have to worry about anything. They didn't need to bring manpower over. It could be said that it was a profitable business. If the scraps of fur weren't good, it didn't matter. They still had a plan to replenish it. It was to break up these pieces of fur, mix them with isinglass, and then press them into pieces. This was a little more laborious, but it could even be made waterproof. It could be made into clothes for the local fishermen to wear. When the time came, they could use it to exchange for good things in the sea with the fishermen. If this didn't work, they could use the scraps to make carpets and other things. They could still be sold for a good price. They could exchange for more things there. Not only did the plan have these instructions, but it also emphasized how to advertise their own things. It also explained the benefits of such things. There was even a drawing of the plan, which was the production process. With such a detailed plan, ordinary people wouldn't doubt it. Not to mention, there was also a supplementary part of the plan. There were still other ways to make money. Anyway, it meant that as long as they built the ship they could make money. It was just that they had to try using the scraps of the fur first. Anyway, this thing wasn't valuable. It wasn't a big deal to lose money. They could use other methods to get back the money they lost. Oh, it's really too attractive. If I didn't know that this was a scam, I would have tried it. After all, the initial investment wasn't much. But who would have thought that if I really did it, the losses wouldn't just be the scraps. Not to mention the delay, the most important thing is that I need to invest a lot of money in order to carry out the plan. Song Jinggong began to talk to himself again. He really wanted to watch the show. Of course, while watching the show, it would be better if he could sell the scraps on his side to the Yellow River Shipping Company. After resting for a while, those who didn't want to move continued to stay here. Those who were still energetic could take the bus to between the clouds and the water. In fact, they could also rest on the way. They could sleep in the bus. The road here was well built, so the bumpy ride wasn't that bad. Song Jinggong didn't sit in a bus alone. He needed to listen to others talk so that he could understand the evaluation of the tour group and the thoughts of the tourists as much as possible. Song Jinggong went outside. After he followed the crowd down the mountain, he happened to see the two people who were talking before. The two of them liked to talk, so he followed them. After making up his mind, Song Jinggong followed the two people into a bus. This kind of bus could only seat 4 people. It could lean back to provide rest for the tourists. It was impossible to lie down directly, unless one was willing to spend more money. In that case, there would be a separate luxury bus for everyone to use. Song Jinggong, the two people who were talking before, was followed by a slightly older man. He wasn't old, but his legs weren't very good. As soon as he got into the bus, he first put the medicine he bought from the mountain in a safe place. Then he sighed, patted his waist with his hand, and said to Song Jinggong and the other two people, "It's good to be young. It's good to be young. You don't have so many problems, but you have to be careful when you're young. Otherwise, when you're older, you'll be like me, full of diseases. I heard that the medicine here is good, so I came here to buy some. And I bought some. I didn't ask for it. The medicine I asked for was useless. In the past I asked for a lot of money. But those temples and places only gave the same medicine no matter what illness it was. People said that the right medicine was for the illness, but if they gave the same medicine, how could they treat the illness? This is different. After all, this is the place where the king of medicine stayed. There are doctors who treat the illness. The medicine is not expensive. Just now, I soaked in it for a while and asked someone to massage me. You don't say. I feel much better now. After I take this medicine, maybe I'll be better." Without waiting for others to ask, the old man told everything. Song Jinggong smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that this was not a place to lie. He seriously treated people. If he could treat them, he would find a way to treat them. If he couldn't treat them, he would try to suppress the illness and recuperate bit by bit. Not only did they find a lot of doctors from other places, but they also recruited some local apprentices. Even some of the powerful people in the palace took turns to treat patients here. There were also many students. They didn't expect them to be able to treat the illness, but they could learn from the doctors here. The medical school here was divided into several factions that were constantly researching, discussing, and arguing. Don't underestimate a place like this. Many factions argued, and in the end, there might be a new medicine that was very effective. This was all thanks to the Zhang family. The money they invested here, as long as there was a profit, they would immediately continue to invest. They included wages and some money for medicine. The Zhang family didn't take money from this profit. They even took money from other industries to buy things when they met a doctor who wanted to do research on something. It was because of this that there was a unique medical atmosphere here. If it weren't for the fact that the palace couldn't lack powerful people, all the imperial doctors might have come here. There were enough patients here, and there were also a lot of different kinds of medicinal materials. There were also other people who could communicate with each other here. Many diseases that couldn't be solved in the past could be partially treated after these days of research. This was the system that the young master mentioned. With such a system, the new apprentices could learn more. Originally, some people with good medical skills wouldn't teach all their skills to their apprentices. After all, it was a skill for eating. If they taught all their skills, they would starve to death. But after the new system here, everyone was willing to pass on their knowledge and experience to others. The reason was very simple. As long as they taught students here, they would be paid. Even if there was a day when they couldn't teach anymore, their salary would immediately double. Even if they died, they would still be able to give an extra funeral. In this way, these people wouldn't have to worry about starving their masters after teaching their disciples. Another point was that the rewards were also very high. As long as a new medicine was developed that could cure a disease, that person would be able to get a large sum of money. With this money, even if they didn't get a salary for 10 years, they would still be able to live a good life. If the team made the medicine, then the team would be rewarded. With such wealth, many people were attracted to come over to teach students and do research. The most important thing was that the people of the Zhang family gave enough respect to the doctors and professors. They could get both honor and money, so what was there to be dissatisfied with? Thinking about these things, Song Jinggong felt that the Zhang family was really amazing. Ordinary people wouldn't care about this kind of situation. It should be known that those medicines were used for research every day. The status of doctors was not high, but the Zhang family could. What's more, they would give them whatever they needed. It was precisely because of this that the medical standards here were constantly improving. When the time came for these apprentices to graduate, they would add many more doctors to the great Tang, and the lives of the common people would become better. This action of the Zhang clan was truly a righteous act. While Song Jinggong was thinking about this, the two talkative people had already started chatting with the old man. They introduced themselves one after another. They were all very common names. The old man's surname was Guan, and his name was Guan Chong, which sounded like Guan Yun Chong. The first person who spoke was surnamed Ma, and his name was Ma Dashan. The other person's surname was Hu, and his name was Hu Liang. The three people seemed to be very happy chatting, especially the old man, Guan Chong. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after sitting in the car for a while, the medicine gradually entered his body. It was warm, and his waist was not so sore. It was very comfortable. Good skill, good skill. You deserve to be the doctor of Yaowang Mountain. You're much better than the doctors I've seen before. Now that you've stuck this thing on me, I can follow you around. I think I can do it now. Guanzhong praised happily. Really? Is it really so good? Oh, if I had known this, I would have let them take a look. I always thought that there was nothing wrong with my body, so I didn't let others take a look. It doesn't cost money to take a look. Next time, I must let them take a look. When Hu Liang heard the old man's words, he began to regret. Song Jinggong wanted to laugh. This Hu Liang was very interesting. As long as he encountered something, he would definitely regret it. There was never a time when he didn't regret it. On the contrary, Ma Dashan, after hearing Hu Liang's words, said happily, I let them take a look at me. They said that I was a little too hot, and they asked me to eat something to reduce the heat. I thought that if I was too hot, then there was no need to buy medicine. It was so cold outside, and if I stayed a little longer, the heat would go down. At worst, I could just drink more water. Yes, that's what they said. It's best to drink some water with Coptis. At first, I thought that they were scamming people for money. They said that even if you weren't sick, they would still say that you were sick. Then they would let you buy medicine. That way they would make money from the medicine. Who knew that after they told me this, they didn't mention anything about selling medicine at all. If you were willing to buy it, then go ahead and buy it. If you weren't, then forget it. Moreover, the cheapest house they gave was Coptis. You could buy a lot of Coptis for 1 copper coin, and it wasn't worth much. Why would they lie to me? Only then did I believe that they were indeed like the words written in front of them. Medical ethics is the most important. They are good people. I don't know what they eat when they treat people like this. If they don't want money, they can't go hungry, right? I really want to throw some money at them. Don't you think so? By the way, brother, did you let them take a look at you? They aren't lying. Ma Dashan also praised the doctors over there. In the end, he asked Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was also happy to hear other people's praise. After all, he also had a part to play in this. It was also his wish to help people who were sick get better. Seeing that Ma Dashan was asking him, he nodded with a smile and said, I've seen it. There's nothing wrong with my body. Don't worry. Song Jinggong naturally had seen it, but not today. He had seen it once every few days to avoid overworking and getting sick. If he got sick, the Zhang family would have to make a new arrangement. They wouldn't be able to find someone to replace him in a short time. Therefore, his health was the most important thing to the Zhang family. After replying to Ma Dashan, Song Jinggong explained to the three people, in fact, they can make money. Some people have money, and some people don't. The people who don't have money just write some cheap prescriptions. They don't expect to make much money from this. As long as the illness isn't too serious, when it comes to medicine, even the cheap ones can be cured. There are also some people who have money. They will naturally write some good prescriptions. The same illness can be treated with different prescriptions. The price of good prescriptions is more expensive, and it's not just a little expensive. The profit is bigger. In this way they can make money. In addition to this, there are also those tonics or herbs used to make medicinal cuisine. These herbs are not expensive, but the prescriptions are expensive. Ordinary people can't taste what is in the powder. The price is expensive. It is specially prepared for those who are afraid of death. In this way, how can they not make money? As for the free treatment, this was very normal. Those medical doctors all brought their apprentices along. The doctor would treat the patient first, and after that, the apprentices would treat the patient. Then, the doctor would test the apprentices. This in itself was to use them for that experiment. No, it was to train the apprentices. If you say this, can they still ask for money? You are also helping them. It's free, all free. When their apprentices become better in the future, you will also have a share of the credit. Song Jinggong told them these things that could be said to be secrets. First, he didn't want them to worry about the doctors not being able to eat. He could see that the three of them were very kind. Second, he wanted them to go and see more patients. Even if someone around them wasn't feeling well, they could go and see them. In this way, they would be more cooperative when seeing patients. After all, when the apprentices became better in the future, they would have a share of the credit. This made them very happy. They could see patients and make contributions. Why not? Hu Liang nodded and said, "When I come next time, I will bring my family and see them together. My house is not far from here, so we don't need to follow the tour group." Right, if we don't follow the tour group, they won't treat us, right? You can rest assured about this. If we don't follow the tour group, they won't treat us. You can go to the tour group and tell the tour group's leader about the person who didn't treat you. That person will be dealt with. Doctors have the heart of a parent. How can they not treat you? Song Jinggong quickly explained. He was really afraid that others would misunderstand. That's good, that's good. It's good that they will treat us. Haha, I'm afraid that they will only treat us after they get some money. How do you know so clearly? As Hu Liang spoke, he suddenly realized something. The other two people also did the same. The person sitting in the same carriage with them seemed to know this place very well. He even knew what others didn't know. Especially when he talked about not treating people, he was very sure that no one dared to do that. Song Jinggong smiled and didn't hide it. He explained, in fact, I am the person in charge here. The Zhang family handed over the things here to me. How can I not know? Don't worry. You won't be bullied here. If you are really sick and can't live, even if you don't have a penny, this place will treat you. We can't leave you in the lurch. Money is not important. You are the person in charge here? No wonder. You know so much. So you must not be sick. Otherwise, how can you run around everywhere? That's not what I mean. I mean people like you, as long as you are not feeling well, they will give you the best medicine, right? Ma Dashan looked at Song Jinggong in surprise. At the same time, he didn't know what to do. The person who could be in charge here must be a powerful person with a high status. He was actually sitting in the same carriage with them. If this was told to others after they went out, no one would believe it. Hu Liang also had the same thoughts. He never thought that the person in charge of this place would be so humble. When he spoke, he always had a smile on his face. According to his thoughts, he should have a straight face. Others should be afraid of him at first glance. He also said, "Then why are you sitting with us? A person like you should have a convoy to protect you. Otherwise, how can you show your ability? You are not lying to us, are you? If you say it's a lie, then so be it. After all, the four of us are sitting in the same carriage. It's so boring to sit alone. We don't even have someone to talk to. Wouldn't we have companions with you guys?" Song Jinggong didn't care at all. He still had that kind of amiable smile and said to Hu Liang. At this time the old man also said, "Yes, yes, yes. Sitting together is not easy. It is difficult to find someone to talk to. Young master, is your surname Song?" "Uncle, how do you know? My surname is Song, and my name is Jinggong. When it is midnight, I will treat you to good food." Song Jinggong Wei was a little surprised. She looked at the old man and pondered. Could it be that he knew how to read people's faces? That's right. Young Master Song is indeed in charge of the people here. Not only is he in charge of this Yaowang mountain, but he is also in charge of between the clouds and the water and the little Luoshui wharf. When he stomps his feet, the whole place will tremble. But such a person is sitting in the same carriage with us ordinary people. It is rare. No wonder the doctors on Yaowang mountain are so good. What kind of person is in charge? What kind of person is in charge? Young Master Song, I have seen this place and understand the good intentions. Good people, they are all good people. A boy in my family is working at the wharf. He is in charge of a shop. He often talks to me about young Master Song. The old man praised Song Jinggong and also said how he knew Song Jinggong's name. Song Jinggong had an impression and knew whose father this old man was. He said again, "Uncle, you have a good day. After a few days, your son will not be in charge of the shop. There are more important things for him to do. Congratulations, Uncle. You are really in charge of such a big place? How do you manage it? If I am in charge of these things, I will be in a mess. At this time, Hu Liang had no choice but to believe it. Someone had proved it. After knowing Song Jinggong's identity, Hu Liang became a little cautious. He did not dare to look at Song Jinggong directly, as if he was very afraid of him. Learn slowly. When the time comes, you will know how to manage it. No one is born knowing these things, Song Jinggong said with a smile. At the same time, he thought in his heart that the young master and the young lady seemed to be born knowing these things. It was really amazing to be born knowing these things. Young Master Song, are you really going to treat us to food? If I had known this, I would not have bought so many meal tickets. Although Ma Dashan was a little nervous, he felt nothing when he looked at Song Jinggong, so he pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Of course. You can keep your meal tickets. When you see something you like to eat on the road, as long as the tour group's logo is on it, you can use your meal tickets to buy it. Tonight, I will treat you to hot pot. I will also add some dishes that others usually can't eat. It is very delicious to put the fungus in it." Song Jinggong did not care about status at all now. He would only reveal his identity when he met someone with status. Although he was now a businessman, when he revealed his identity, ordinary people would show him some respect. After all, he had the Zhang family behind him. Song Jinggong was so polite. Hu Liang and Ma Dashan gradually relaxed. The old man did not have much of a reaction. After all, he had experienced many things in his life. Perhaps he had met a noble person who spoke to him like this before. He was only excited when Song Jinggong praised his son. The four of them sat in the car and began to chat. Song Jinggong mainly asked about the three people's opinions on some places. If it was good, they should continue to maintain it. If there was something bad, they should correct it. As they chatted, it was already midnight, and they were already halfway through the journey. The next day, they would arrive at Aqua Cloud Room before noon. Some of them fell asleep in the car, while others were still chatting excitedly. Song Jinggong started to feel sleepy as he chatted. At this moment, Hu Liang suddenly said, "It would be great if there was a game like that. A simple one like the Monopoly game. You'll be energized after playing it for a while. But that thing is a little too expensive, and only one person has it. The simplest kind is fine, but I don't want to play that kind of game." He said this very casually, but it was different in Song Jinggong's ears. He knew what kind of games were fun. There were poker and mahjong. These were the games that Zhang family and Wang family usually played. When he thought of this, Song Jinggong felt that there was another way to make money. Especially in the tour group, he could make some of those poker cards and sell them to the tourists. Otherwise, it would be too boring to chat all the time on the road. Moreover, this game could not be found anywhere else. It was a good opportunity to promote it. As for mahjong, it could be rented. It was carved out of wood or stone. It could be rented with a little money. It could even be given to others for free. As long as one person bought a full ticket, it could provide some entertainment along the way. The more Song Jinggong thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. There were poker cards in between the clouds and the water. He had prepared a lot of them by Shangshu's family. He should take them and let others see if they were willing to play. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong stretched his head out and said to a person in the tour group, "Call your manager here. Tell him that Song Jinggong is looking for him." Song Jinggong's words shocked the person on the horse. He did not know Song Jinggong, but this did not prevent him from knowing who Song Jinggong was. The whole place was under Song Jinggong's management. He did not know whether it was true or not, but he did not dare to be negligent. He nodded and urged the horse forward. At this time, there was a pavilion in front of them for people to rest. There were two people lying there, probably in a hurry but could not find a place to stay. Fortunately, there was always someone watching the pavilion. There was a fire inside, so the two people would not freeze to death. The people who watched the pavilion were not only there to watch, but also to sell things, such as tea eggs, noodles, and so on. It was a benefit for people who could not do heavy work. When the group arrived at the pavilion, the manager had already seen Song Jinggong. The manager recognized Song Jinggong. Seeing that it was him, he wondered if he should make more portraits for the tour group to remember. Nothing had happened this time, but what if something went wrong? Wouldn't Song Jinggong know about it? "Master Song, you were looking for me," the manager said to Song Jinggong very respectfully. "Yes." Now, Send someone to the Xueqi Club on horseback and ask them for something called poker cards. Bring 10 or 20 packs of them and come back quickly. That's all. Oh, there's one more thing. I'm treating these 3 people today. I want some fungus and duck blood. Don't forget to charge them. Song Jinggong gave the order and got off the carriage. The manager said with a smile, Master Song, you don't have to count the money. We are all on the same side. Is this how you count the money when you eat somewhere else? Song Jinggong asked with a straight face. No, I was just saying. I really didn't. How would I dare? Even if I did, no one else would dare. Master Song, I was just saying. I won't say it again in the future. Count the money, count the money. Song Jinggong's casual question frightened the manager. If young Master Song were to pursue this matter, then it would be over. Although he had never done such a thing, who would believe him? After an explanation, Song Jinggong really didn't want to argue with him. Thinking about it, he didn't dare to do such a thing. He didn't care about the steward and directly walked towards the pavilion. He saw the 2 people. Looking at their clothes, he knew that they came from somewhere else. They probably wanted to find something to do here. Judging from their clothes, they should not be rich. They were wearing patched unlined clothes. It was winter now, and he felt cold wearing cotton clothes. Ma Dashan and the other 2 followed behind Song Jinggong. They finally saw Song Jinggong's power. It seemed that his attitude depended on the person. The manager wiped the sweat from his face and immediately sent someone to get the poker cards. He did not know what they looked like. There were packs of them. He would know when they came back. Chapter 488. Song Jinggong thought of something that he didn't pay attention to before. After all, he was busy with too many things. The old man guarding the fire didn't say much. He naturally knew Song Jinggong. Nodding his head, he walked over to the 2 of them and woke them up. The 2 of them were already cold and confused, so they slept together to warm up. Plus, there was a bonfire, so when they were woken up, they looked at the old man in confusion, thinking that the old man wanted to drive the 2 of them away. The 2 of them sighed at the same time. Along the way, they had encountered too many such situations. They stood up and prepared to leave. Who knew that the old man would stop them and say to the 2 of them, Young Master Song is treating us to a meal. Exercise well. We will be able to eat in a while. Eat. The 2 people were stunned at the same time. They really didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They thought that they were dreaming. They stared at the old man blankly and didn't know what to say for a while. Song Jinggong sighed, walked to the 2 people and said, Do you want to find something to do here? The 2 people saw a person in silk clothes talking to them. They nodded at the same time, but didn't know how to answer. They had just been woken up in a daze and encountered such a thing. The 2 of them couldn't react at all. What do you know how to do? Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Let's eat first. It's not too late to talk about it after eating. Song Jinggong wanted to arrange something for the 2 of them to do. He couldn't directly arrange a position like a manager, but it wasn't a problem for them to do some manual labor. If the 2 of them had a skill, that would be even better. The 2 of them sat on a temporary table in a daze. The thing on the table was something they had never seen before. It was a large basin with a lid on it. There was a hole in the middle of the lid, and the bottom of the lid was also connected. There was a charcoal fire inside, and the water in the basin was constantly boiling. The old man guarding this place had eaten such a thing before. Last year, the county magistrate asked them to eat together, so he knew it was called hot pot. He said to the 2 silly people, Hurry up and sit down to eat. You've met a benefactor. Otherwise, you can only stay by the fire all night. I can't help you with anything. This thing is called hot pot. It's very delicious, but ordinary people can't eat it. Our Xueqi County is better. Thank you very much, Uncle. Actually, you have already taken care of us very well. You gave us 2 herbal tea eggs each. I have never eaten such delicious herbal tea eggs in my life. There was also hot water. Otherwise, my brother and I would have starved to death. We have not eaten anything for 3 days. There were also people in the pavilion we saw earlier, but my brother and I didn't dare to go there. We were afraid that those people would drive us away. I didn't expect that Uncle would actually give us so many things. Uncle, my brother and I will remember this kindness. If there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely repay Uncle. At this time, one of the two people spoke. From his words, it seemed that he had brought his younger brother out to find something to do. The old man chuckled and didn't care at all. He said to the two people, "You came from Huayuan County, right? In fact, since you came from there, you should go to the pavilion to have a look. There are people in all the pavilions, and they will help you. This is the rule here. You can't just watch people freeze to death or starve to death, right?" Only then did the two of them realize that this place was different from other places. It was just as the old man had said. If they had known that the pavilion in front of them could help them, why did they have to starve for 3 days straight? They were so hungry that they saw stars. "Thank you for your advice, Uncle. If we encounter such things again in the future, my brother and I will be able to survive. Uncle, may I ask who this person is?" As the elder brother, he didn't expect his younger brother to speak. His younger brother was a little dull, so he asked alone. When he asked, he thought in his heart that he had really met a good person today. Not only did the pavilion have a fire, tea, eggs, and hot water, but even a random person who appeared wanted to invite them to eat this thing called hot pot. When the old man saw the young man pointing at Song Jinggong, he was shocked. He quickly knocked the young man's hand down and said, "You can't point at young Master Song and talk like that. This is a great benefactor who is in charge of the lives of many people. Without him, the people here can't live well." Song Jinggong didn't care at all. He said to the two people, "It doesn't matter. Come and eat quickly. After eating, I will ask someone to find you clothes to wear. Don't worry. There has never been a case of people freezing to death or starving to death in Xueqi County and Huayuan County. I don't know where you came from, but you must have suffered a lot along the way, right? It's good that you are here. There is something for you to do." It would have been better if Song Jinggong didn't mention the things that happened along the way. When it came to this, the eyes of the two people immediately turned red. The younger brother still didn't say anything, but the elder brother said, "Benefactor, as you said, my brother and I wanted to find something to do along the way. In the end, the autumn harvest has already ended. There are many people who have nothing to do. Those places don't need my brother and I at all. My brother and I walked along the river from the capital all the way here. We didn't know that those small pavilions were built to help others. If we had known, we wouldn't have been hungry for 3 days. My brother and I were so hungry that we felt like we were going to die at any time. I don't know if you can tell me and my brother why such pavilions are not built in other places, but only in Huayuan County and Xueqi County." The older brother was very puzzled. He didn't think that this place would be so mystical. They actually built a pavilion to provide help to others. The younger brother was also very curious. He looked at Song Jinggong and hoped that he could explain why this was the case. Before Song Jinggong could speak, Ma Dashan, who was among the 3 people who had already sat down, said, "You don't know about this, right? Huayuan County and Xueqi County are rich, and it is also the territory of the Zhang family. They don't allow people to starve or freeze to death in their place. Even if they fall into the water and want to drown, it is difficult. Because of this, they specially used some of the money they earned from doing business to build these pavilions. You don't have to worry about anything when you are here. Isn't it just looking for a job? There is a lot of work waiting for people to do here. If the two of you have some skills, it will be even better. The wages you get will be much more than manual labor." When the two heard this, they were very surprised. They really didn't know who the Zhang family was, and they didn't know why the Zhang family could do this. They were really good people. The elder brother continued, "Then I don't know where the Zhang family is. I want to go and thank my brother in person. After all, because of them, my brother and I didn't starve to death. This is a big favor we have to repay." At this time, Hu Liang said, "The Zhang family went to Lingnan. I heard that the people there are blessed. Wherever the Zhang family goes, there will be good days. Remember, in these 2 places, and even in the other counties in Yaozhou, don't speak ill of the Zhang family in Xueqi. It is very dangerous. If the people in these places hear you speak ill of the Xueqi Zhang family, they will bite you to death. Don't doubt me. If you don't believe me, you can shout now and see what the consequences will be." Hu Liang's words gave the two of them a fright. They immediately understood the reason behind this. It seemed like the Zhang family had won the hearts of the people here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying. The two were now calm. Since the people in Yaozhou and the people in Yaozhou were protecting the Zhang family, it meant that this place was really good. At least the Zhang family was good to the people. Song Jinggong saw that the two were still asking questions and didn't sit down to eat. He had to personally ask the two to sit down and said, "Eat first. Someone will send the cotton-padded clothes in a while. When the time comes, you don't have to worry about being frozen to death. If you want to know anything, you can talk while eating. I'm the person in charge of the Zhang family here. It's very easy for me to arrange things for you. You don't have to worry about the future. Come and try this pickled cabbage." Song Jinggong said as he picked up some food for the two of them. Seeing that the two of them were eating, he started to eat as well. The others weren't polite, especially the old man guarding the pavilion. He didn't care about Song Jinggong's status at all. He only knew that the Zhang family was good. Even if the master of the Zhang family saw him, he would invite him to eat with him. In the past when they met, they even talked. The two brothers were really hungry. Even if they ate 2 tea eggs and drank a lot of water, they still didn't feel full. They didn't even have time to rinse the food, especially the tofu. They picked up a big piece and stuffed it into their mouths. Song Jinggong originally wanted to eat slowly and chat with them at the same time. When he saw that the two of them were so hungry, he told him to be careful not to burn the food while he kept putting food into the pot. He basically didn't eat anymore. When he put some food into the pot, the two of them would finish some of it. In the end, there was no other way. Even Ma Dashan stopped and put food into the pot for the two brothers. The two lowered their heads and ate fiercely, thanking him as they ate. Even if they weren't hungry, they could still eat a lot of food since it was the first time they ate such a delicious hot pot, not to mention that they were hungry now. When Song Jinggong saw that the two brothers were showing signs of being full, he stopped them. The two brothers let out a sigh of relief and touched their stomachs, feeling the happiness of being full. "Okay, now tell me, where did the two of you come from? Why did you come so far? And what do the two of you know how to do?" Song Jinggong saw that the two of them had stopped and cooked some mutton to eat. Only then did he ask the two of them. The younger brother still didn't say anything. The older brother was easy to talk to and answer the questions. He said to Song Jinggong, "My younger brother and I came from the north." "We're not from the north. We were born there after someone from our family moved there. There was a drought this year, and the harvest of the highland barley was too little. There wasn't enough food at home. My younger brother and I usually eat a lot and felt that we couldn't stay at home. Otherwise, not only would my younger brother and I starve to death, but the rest of the family would also starve to death. So I discussed with my younger brother and walked very far from there. Later, we took a ship to the capital. When we got to the capital, the things there were too expensive. My younger brother and I couldn't buy anything with the little money we had. We wanted to find something to do, but in the end, the places that recruit people usually require a household registration. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to accept people. My younger brother and I couldn't get a household registration, so we walked all the way here. We found a few places along the way, but no one was willing to accept us. After the older brother said this, he didn't seem to feel sad. It seemed that they had experienced a lot of things along the way. Song Jinggong listened and ate. He had been giving food to others, so he was hungry. He didn't care about being polite. When he heard the older brother, he nodded and signaled for him to continue. The older brother immediately said, "My younger brother and I have a lot of strength. We can do hard work. As long as we have food to eat and survive this winter, my younger brother and I don't need to be paid. We eat a lot so it costs a lot of money. Do you have any skills?" Song Jinggong put a piece of duck blood into his mouth and asked in a confused voice. "Skills? No. My younger brother and I don't know how to do carpentry. We don't know how to be stonemasons. I don't know if raising eagles and dogs counts as skills. I can raise eagles, and my younger brother can raise dogs. Especially my younger brother's dog. It is very obedient. It does what I tell it to do. Unfortunately, when we came out, the dog was already starving to death. I also set the eagle free and let it find something to eat." When the older brother heard that it was a skill, he felt awkward. He had to say two things that he didn't think were skills. Song Jinggong was picking up tofu. When he heard the older brother, the tofu in his chopsticks suddenly dropped. He couldn't believe it and asked, You said you can raise eagles? The kind that can fly in the sky. It's about this big. Song Jinggong used his hands to measure the size of the eagle. He opened his arms as wide as possible. I can raise eagles, but I don't have such a big one. Unless I open its wings, it will be even bigger than this. After it closes its wings, it will be smaller than a sheep. It won't be as heavy as a sheep. If I can meet an eagle as big as you said, then I will raise it. How can I not find food? With such a big eagle, I think it can even catch a cow. It won't be afraid of a bear. When the older brother saw Song Jinggong's measurements, he shook his head hard. He had raised eagles before, so he knew the size of an eagle. Although it was easy for an eagle to catch a sheep, it wasn't bigger than a sheep. It was stronger than a sheep. If there was an eagle as big as Song Jinggong's measurements, then he would be very powerful. When he saw Song Jinggong's measurements, he asked in a low voice, "Have you seen such a big eagle?" Song Jinggong blushed. He hadn't seen how big an eagle was. He only knew about the wings. After hearing the older brother's explanation, he knew that the eagle wasn't that big when it closed its wings. He smiled and said, "No, I haven't. I'm just asking if you have seen one. Do you really know how to raise an eagle and it will do whatever you tell it to do?" The older brother nodded. Song Jinggong then asked the younger brother, "Do you really raise a dog that will do whatever you tell it to do?" The younger brother still didn't speak, but he nodded like the older brother. "That's great. You two stay and find a way to get an eagle and a dog that you can raise. In the future, you will work for the Zhang family. When the time comes, you will sign a contract. In the future, you will get at least 5 strings of cash per month. What do you think?" Of course, Song Jinggong knew how useful these two people's abilities would be to the Zhang family, especially since this ability could be learned. He believed that there would be no problem for the young master and the young lady to learn this, especially the young lady. In the past, she always said that she wanted to raise a dog. He didn't know if she had found a dog that she could raise now. If he really sent these two brothers to other places to do manual labor and the young master and young lady found out, then it would be terrible. Well, they had to stay. No matter what, they had to stay. The two of them naturally knew how much 5 strings of cash per month was. If they had 5 strings of cash per month, the two of them wouldn't have to come out to look for work. It would be enough for their family to spend the winter there, and there would be a lot left. And this was only a month's salary for one of them, which made the two of them feel like they were dreaming again. Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen? The two of them would get 10 strings of cash per month. The older brother and younger brother looked at each other. At this time, the younger brother finally spoke, but he didn't speak to Song Jinggong and others. Instead, he leaned close to the older brother's ear and whispered a few words. The older brother nodded and said to Song Jinggong, "Sir, are you really going to give the 5 strings of cash per month to me and my brother? Let's make it clear first. I can only raise 2 eagles, and my brother can only raise 6 dogs. Otherwise, the 5 strings of cash won't be enough." The older brother said so, and the younger brother nodded. It seemed that the two of them had calculated the amount of food for the 2 eagles and 6 dogs. Song Jinggong chuckled and said, "It seems that the dogs you raise also need to eat meat. Good, a dog that eats meat is good. That kind of dog can help you do a lot of things. Needless to say, the eagle must eat raw meat. Don't worry, this money is not for the eagle and the dog. The 5 strings of cash is your wage. We will take care of the eagle and the dog's meat. This way we can raise more of them, right?" Song Jinggong had heard that it was very rare for a person to raise more than 1 eagle. He didn't know if it was because of the loyalty of the eagles or the ability of the person raising them. In any case, since this older brother could raise more eagles, then let him do so. It would be best if he could raise a few hundred eagles. When something happens, all of these eagles would rush over together. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? At this time, the two brothers were stunned again. The things they encountered today were always difficult to understand. Not only were the two of them stunned, but even Ma Dashan and the other two were also very surprised. One person was 5 strings of cash per month. This was too much. Many people couldn't save 5 strings of cash per year. It seemed that people with ability were different. One could raise eagles, and the other could raise dogs. The two of them could save 10 strings of cash per month. Yes, it was saved. They didn't need to care about the meat that the eagles and dogs ate. How could the Zhang family not give them enough food? The Zhang family had always done things well. Even the people who worked could eat meat, not to mention the two people who were chosen. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, Song Jinggong asked again, "Can you raise more eagles and dogs?" "Yes." This time, the younger brother and elder brother spoke at the same time. The elder brother looked at the younger brother and said, "When the time comes, as long as you arrange some people for us, we can go and get more eagles and dogs. The people you arrange must not be too bad. Otherwise, if they are not careful, they can be injured. Eagles are not that easy to catch." "Well, you can rest assured that the people you arrange will be arranged. I will write a letter to the prince in a while, and ask him to send 100 guards of the prince's mansion. When the time comes, they will listen to the command of the two of you. However, the prince may ask for 1 or 2 eagles, but there is no other way. After all, the guards of the prince's mansion are not here." When Song Jinggong heard that they were looking for people, the first thing he thought of was the guards of the prince's mansion. These days, he had a lot of dealings with the prince's mansion, especially with the dock and ship company. He had no choice but to run to the prince's mansion again and again. The two brothers were shocked again. The elder brother asked with a trembling voice, "Noble, you actually know the people of the prince's mansion? Then can you arrange for an official? Also, you are from the Zhang family. Then, there should be an official in the Zhang family, right? Then, will we be people of an official's family in the future? That's great. Let's see who dares to bully us. Noble, is the official of your family higher than the county magistrate?" Ha 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 ha. The old man who was looking at the pavilion laughed loudly. The people around who heard him also laughed non-stop. The two brothers were confused. After a while, the old man stopped laughing and said to the two brothers, "The county magistrate is nothing. The master of the Zhang family is a 4th-class Dayuan. He wears a red official uniform and is the provincial governor of a province. He is in charge of many county magistrates. Also, he was the top scorer and is less than 30 years old this year. When the people there live a good life, he will continue to be promoted. What do you think? With such a master, you don't have to be afraid anymore, right?" Provincial governor? A high-ranking official who is in charge of several county magistrates? He is less than 30 years old and is the top scorer. My God, how can he be so powerful? But when a high-ranking official goes to other places, can he still control the county magistrates here? If I raise an eagle here, many people will miss it. As the elder brother, he knew a lot of things. He immediately understood how powerful the person he was going to follow in the future was. He was such a high-ranking official at such a young age. In a few years, he would be even more powerful. But he was worried about the county magistrate here. Chapter 489. When the old man said this, not only were the two brothers stunned, but some people who didn't know the details were also stunned. A person who was a provincial governor in Lingnan could control the county magistrate here? The appointment and examination of the county magistrate seemed to be decided by the emperor, right? Even if it was some unimportant small county, it was the local provincial governor who made the arrangements. When did the appointment of a county magistrate across the state? I don't believe it. Aren't you afraid that someone will impeach you? A tourist in the crowd didn't believe this kind of thing. He could accept that a person under 30 was the top scorer. After all, there were younger people who were the top scorer. He could understand that a person under 30 was the provincial governor of a province. After all, it was in Lingnan. However, he would never admit that he could control the affairs of the officials here from so far away. After all, this was too big of a lie. The voice was not small. The surrounding people all looked at this person. Seeing the clothes he was wearing, the jade he was wearing, and the expression on his face, they knew that he was the son of an official. He probably knew some things about the officials. The old man in the pavilion looked at this young man and said confidently, "The current county magistrate is Zhao Xiang, County Magistrate Zhao. After this winter, he will go to the capital to work. The next county magistrate is the current chief secretary, the former deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see. The next chief secretary is the current deputy county magistrate. The next deputy county magistrate is the current county magistrate Wang. The next county magistrate is Zhang Wendian. All the people of Sanshui County know that Zhang Wendian and his brother, Zhang Dao, fought for the position of county magistrate. The people chose Zhang Wendian. His brother can only wait for the next time. If he does well, he can take over his brother's position. If he doesn't, someone else will take over. Don't worry, he is only 21 years old. It is better for him to stay in the lower ranks for 2 more years and do some practical things. When the son of this official heard the old man's words, he only had one thought, and that was arrogance, too arrogance. According to this, the county magistrate of Sanshui County was the top of the top, and he had been waiting for a long time. In one breath, he had been arranged to be an official. Whose official was this? Whose official is he? The young master directly said what was on his mind. Parents are naturally the officials of the people. Zhang Wendian got the position because the people said he was good and felt that he did more than his younger brother. But if the people said he was bad, even the current county magistrate Zhao has to find another place. Don't think about staying in Sanshui County. Sanshui County doesn't want mediocre officials and doesn't want corrupt officials. Impeachment? How could there be no impeachment? It was said that the emperor said that whoever was impeached would be assigned someone to be the county magistrate. Every year, they could only pay more tax to the imperial court, not less. So, the voices of impeachment disappeared. Do you know how much tax Sanshui County paid in a year? Do you know what that means? The old man seemed to know a lot as he said to the young master. 150,000 strings of cash? A county? If it were a poorer state, the tax of a county would be equivalent to that of 2 or 3 states. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that were the case, countless people would fight to become a county magistrate. The young master seemed to be the son of an official's family. He immediately knew what the money represented. If the tax was so high, how much money did the local merchants and people have? Just a little bit from them and the tens of thousands of strings of cash would be easily obtained. Thinking of this, the young master said, 150,000 strings of cash means that you people and merchants are richer. The tax is just a part of the money. If a county magistrate comes and takes some money from the people to make up for the 150,000 strings of cash, it will be more than before. It's impossible that no one will come. Do you think the 150,000 strings of cash is the same every year? If it was an official who didn't agree with the Zhang family, not to mention 150,000 strings of cash, 15 strings of cash would be a lot less. If he said that you can't get it, you can't get it. It's easy to break your head to come here, but it's difficult to keep your head when you leave. If you want to be an official, you can get an idle position first and then slowly do things. If you can get the approval of the people of Sanshui County, you can naturally be promoted. You have to have the ability. You can't accept bribes, and you can't be greedy. If you do things well, you can leave the position and get money. Otherwise, you have to be careful of your life. The old man guarding the pavilion snorted coldly. After saying this, he continued, those people who want to impeach are jealous, but they don't have the confidence to find someone who is willing to do things for the people and has the ability to become a county magistrate. The court also attaches great importance to the tax, so they gradually lose their voices. How do you know so much? The young master asked in confusion. I'm Zhao Xiang, Zhao Jifeng's Lord Tai Shan. Jifeng is a good child. He is filial and can do things for the people. The old man's words scared Song Jinggong. Didn't they say that County Magistrate Zhao's father-in-law was somewhere else? Why did he come here to watch the pavilion? The young master also thought so. You have a County Magistrate's son-in-law coming here to watch the pavilion? Who would believe that? So what if he's my son-in-law? You can't arrange a job for me that only takes money but doesn't work, right? I'm not so old that I can't move. If I can do something, I'll do it. Watching the pavilion can not only make it convenient for the people coming and going, but also buy some snacks for my grandson. When it rains or snows, I'll use the pile of sand and stones here as a cushion. Watching the people coming and going walk steadily, I'll feel comfortable. Why not? The old man smiled and clenched his hand that was full of blue veins, looking very proud. At this moment, many tourists who didn't know the situation had a special feeling for this place. This place didn't allow people to starve to death or freeze to death. The tax here could be compared with other provinces. The officials here had to be recognized by the people. The county magistrate's father-in-law was guarding the pavilion and building bridges and roads. Maybe there was only one such place in the whole Tang Empire. It was amazing. Was Xueqi County a heaven? Someone thought so and asked. At this time, Song Jinggong said, "Heaven is here, so is hell. As for what it is, it's all up to you. Go and eat. Who put vermicelli in it? It's almost gone." Only then did the people remember that they hadn't finished eating. The meat that they put in just now was overcooked. They quickly scattered and ran back to their own places to eat, but their mentality was different. At this time, eating the hot pot seemed to taste better. The cold winter night also made people feel so warm. "You two eat some more? Drink some soup. This pickled hot pot soup is good for digestion. Who brought the fermented bean curd here? I don't want to eat it. Pickled cabbage and fermented bean curd smell worse than raw sea fish." Seeing that everyone went back to eat, Song Jinggong sat down to fill his stomach again. He was still hungry, so he looked at the two brothers opposite him and persuaded them again. "You can drink some. Why didn't you say earlier that the fermented bean curd and pickled cabbage would smell so bad? I thought that was the taste of hot pot," the older brother said with a gloomy look. The younger brother nodded vigorously beside him. The old man who was looking at the pavilion laughed out loud. He often ate hot pot at home. Ordinary people couldn't stand the smell, but his grandson liked it very much. After serving the two young men some soup, the old man said to Song Jinggong, "Young Master Song, about what happened just now. Don't worry, old master. I won't interfere in this matter. If you want to guard the pavilion, then guard it. The old master of the main family often mends bridges and roads with the in-laws." The young master and young lady didn't stop them, "So I won't stop you," Song Jinggong quickly promised. "That's not what I'm talking about. You were the one who said that we should add more blankets and build a small wooden hut. It's really cold outside. It would be better if we could bring some medicine to ward off the cold." What the old man said was not the same thing as what Song Jinggong was thinking. Only then did Song Jinggong remember that there was something important. He immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, old master. We'll start doing this tomorrow. We have the medicine, and when we have more dogs, we'll equip a pavilion with a dog. It can relieve boredom. It's all my fault. I didn't think it through enough. I've neglected this place. I have to write a letter of apology to Lu Zhou." "Noble, you've done a good job. How can you be guilty? This is a merit." The older brother was even more curious. This person should be the supervisor who was in charge of the business in 2 counties. How could he be guilty even if he didn't do anything? Song Jinggong didn't say anything. He regretted that he didn't think it through enough. He drank some soup and sighed. The old man explained to the two brothers, "A merit is a merit, and a fault is a fault. Young Master Song has made a great contribution. However, if someone froze to death because of his negligence, it would be a great sin. Fortunately, there is a fire, so no such thing has happened until now. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. You don't know the Zhang family here. It's a blessing that you can work for the Zhang family and the Wang family. Do it well. But remember, don't do bad things in the name of the Zhang family. There is only a fine line between heaven and hell in Xueqi County. Those who do good will have a smooth road, while those who do evil will have thorns everywhere. Many evil people have gone bankrupt because they coveted the benefits of Xueqi County, but no one has ever succeeded. If you want to gain benefits in Xueqi County, you have to deal with the Zhang family first. If you want to deal with the Zhang family, you have to face the anger of the people of Yaozhou and Xueqi County first. There is more than one prince behind the Zhang family. Only when you reach out your hand will you know how many people you have to face. What if His Majesty takes action? The candidate for the county magistrate has to go through the Zhang family. Is His Majesty willing? The elder brother really thought of many things and grasped the key point. You don't know how many benefits the Zhang family has brought to His Majesty. His Majesty can't protect them all. How can he do anything to the Zhang family? The master of the Zhang family has Xueqi here, so His Majesty can rest assured about Xueqi County. They can get so much rent every year. The master of the Zhang family has moved to Huayuan County and later became a province. So His Majesty doesn't have to worry about Yaozhou anymore. This year, Yaozhou has paid a lot of rent. The most important thing is that the people in these two places have a better life. No one breaks the law. Yaozhou also sent the 10,000 people list to His Majesty, saying that His Majesty has arranged good officials for them. At this time, The master of the Zhang family is the provincial governor in Luzhou. When there is a disaster, the master of the Zhang family has supported the stability of several provinces around Luzhou. Next year, the rent from Luzhou will also make His Majesty happy. Do you think His Majesty will take action against such a person? Chapter 490. If the old man hadn't mentioned it, the two brothers who came from other places wouldn't have known that the old master of the Zhang family was so powerful. It seemed that as long as he was there, the local people would have a good life. Even if he left that place, the people's lives wouldn't be affected by the new official. This was really amazing. If they had such an official, why would they have to come here? They almost died. After taking a sip of the soup, the elder brother shook his head and said, "No, it's like if I raise many eagles, and one of them is very powerful. No matter what kind of prey it is, it can easily deal with it. If other eagles are jealous of it and attack it because of its power, I have to protect it well. I can stop it from hunting and let other eagles do the usual hunting. But as long as it's there, I can be at ease. It doesn't matter if other eagles fail. I want to use it for the most important moment." That's right. The emperor wants to see how powerful that eagle is. When he knows how powerful it is, he will hide it and move it to another position. When the other eagles can't do it, that's when the eagle can spread its wings. The old master of the Zhang family is such an eagle. The emperor wants to see how powerful the old master of the Zhang family can be. The old man added. Song Jinggong suddenly felt that the old man wasn't an ordinary person. It was understandable. Registrar Zhao's family wasn't simple in the past. It was impossible for an ordinary person to become Registrar Zhao's father-in-law. They didn't belong to the right family. Song Jinggong was just curious about the old man. The most important thing now was to get the two brothers into the Zhang family. After eating the hot pot in a hurry, he asked someone to bring cotton-padded clothes for the two brothers to wear. The group continued on their journey. Those who were sleepy slept in the carriage. Waiting for the sky to brighten, the people who were ordered to start the construction last night rode fast horses to the pavilions. They started building wooden houses next to the pavilions. This way, when people were traveling at night, they didn't have to worry. There were people in the houses, and the people in the houses were willing to help others. This was a home for people traveling. Besides, other than the people in the pavilions, there were also people on patrol. They would pass by every once in a while. So many people liked to travel at night. It gave them a sense of mystery. At the same time, they could experience the cold of winter and the warmth of the houses. The two brothers slept for more than 6 hours. When they woke up and found out about some things, they regretted it even more. It turned out that not only could they get help from the pavilions, but also from the patrolling yamen runners. As long as they asked for help, the yamen runners would help them. Unfortunately, the two brothers were too worried. As a result, they pretended that nothing was wrong. "Little brother, when things are settled, go back and bring your family here. This place is too good. If we knew this would happen, we would have fainted on the first day we arrived at Huayuan County. The patrolling yamen runners would naturally take care of us." Through the window of the carriage, the two brothers saw a person walking on the other side of the river accidentally fall down. When they saw the person lying there holding his leg with a pained expression, they wanted to ask Song Jinggong to go over and take a look. In the end, 2 horses rushed over from the other side. They didn't see how the 2 yamen runners did it. They made a pocket in the middle of the 2 horses and carried the person who seemed to be injured. Then they rode away. One of the yamen runners covered the person with his cloak. The older brother immediately understood. He and his younger brother had encountered yamen runners like this many times. However, every time the yamen runners looked at them with a gentle and questioning gaze, he and his younger brother would pretend that nothing was wrong and walk over. They were afraid that the yamen runners would do something to them. Now, the 2 brothers understood that the yamen runners were actually asking if they needed help. There were too many people walking, so the yamen runners couldn't ask if they needed help one by one. They just communicated with their eyes. At this time, the younger brother finally spoke. "They are just looking with their eyes. Who knows what they mean?" Song Jinggong knew what the yamen runners meant. He explained to the 2 brothers, "Their clothes already show their identity. They are just looking without asking because they are worried that some people will be controlled by the bandits. For example, Some bandits will hold a knife to the back of the people. As long as the people know about the situation here, or the local people, when they see the yamen runners, if they are really threatened, they will ask for help with their eyes. These yamen runners are specially trained. They can see a lot with just one look. In the process of not letting the people get hurt, they will think of a way. This method may be to create some accidental accidents to separate the bandits from the people. For example, the horses will be frightened. Or they will call in the best archers to attack the bandits and kill them with one arrow. They will definitely not casually ask people who are walking with more than 2 people. They are afraid that the bandits can't help but attack. Then, it will not be rescue, it will be murder. The 2 of you must have not been very close to each other when you were walking. Also, you pretended that nothing happened. The yamen runners on patrol saw that you were fine, so of course, they didn't care about you. In fact, you won't die even if you don't go to the pavilion. If one of you fainted because of hunger and cold, the yamen runners will come and ask. If the 2 of you fainted at the same time, you will be rescued within a quarter of an hour. But you ran to the pavilion to sleep. When the yamen runners passed by, the people guarding the pavilion felt that they can help you, so they didn't say anything to the yamen runners. This is a lot of coincidental encounters. Isn't it very interesting? Song Jinggong was not worried that the 2 brothers would be in danger. Even if they suddenly fell, as long as they were not people with cardiovascular diseases, they would definitely not die. The yamen runners patrolled for a quarter of an hour. No matter if they were cold or hungry, they could be rescued within a quarter of an hour. If the body's frostbite was too serious, the yamen runners would not wait for them to fall to save them. After the 2 brothers heard Song Jinggong's words, they didn't know why, but they felt a very warm feeling in their hearts. Looking at the sky outside, even if it was snowing, they didn't feel cold. The rescue and patrolling in this place made them feel at ease. It was as if they were not in the wilderness, but in a very large house. There were many family members in the house, delicious food, and a burning stove. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow in through the window or through the crack in the door. Drinking a mouthful of hot soup would be fine. It was this kind of feeling, even though they knew that they were in the wilderness. The main reason was that there were too many people patrolling here. What about when it's hot? The younger brother asked Song Jinggong. It was not easy for him to say something. Don't worry in the summer. There are still yamen runners patrolling, but the things they carry are different. There are only 2 possibilities if you want to die here. One is that your body has a special disease, and the other is to commit suicide with a knife. Otherwise, it's useless even if you jump into the river. Song Jinggong could understand the feelings of the 2 brothers. In fact, everyone here, including himself, had the same idea. Chapter 491. After Song Jinggong found the 2 brothers who were skilled, he went to the mansion to find someone to cooperate with them to catch the eagles. At the same time, he had to deal with the fake proposal from the Yellow River Shipping Company. He was very busy now. Compared to Song Jinggong, who was busy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more relaxed in Lu Zhou's place. The construction of the infrastructure was still going on, but it had nothing to do with the 2 of them anymore. The plans that should be done had been done. After the people finished one project, they could move on to another. There was no monetary return on this kind of investment. The money that Zhang Xiaobao spent mainly depended on some things on the mountain and the special products in the sea. The cycle was longer. Fortunately, the other businesses were always profitable. Zhang Xiaobao could still afford to keep this thing. The longer he kept it, the more things he could get from other places. When the time came, he would earn more. The construction of the lighthouse had also begun. They used a ship to carry some wood to the reef at sea and directly built it. The quality was not good, and it was easy to get into trouble when there was a strong wind. However, this was the only thing they could do for now. They had to finish the nearby things first. Then, they could consider using stones to replace it. After the fishermen learned about the lighthouse, they were very excited, especially the fleet that went out to fish for prawns at night. They were already waiting for a big harvest. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing experiments in a separate courtyard. Each of them wore a big mask and covered their bodies tightly. There was a big pile of lime, a big pile of clay, and some other things that the locals found. There was a mess of everything in the courtyard. There were many things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know what they were for. They also dug up some seabed mud, which was not from the deep sea. It was from the deepest place where the locals could dive. There was also some volcanic ash. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each took a notebook and wrote down the ratio of each mixture. Zhang Xiaobao had never done such a job before. He had only heard that 2 kinds of raw materials could be used to make cement. Looking at Wang Wan carefully comparing the proportions in her hands, she pulled Wang Wan to the side and asked, "Do we burn it in the stove like this? Even swindlers don't know how to do things?" Wang Wan took off her mask, spat and nodded. "I didn't lie about this before. The main thing is, what kind of furnace should I use to burn it?" Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know about this. Looking at the ingredients that had been mixed with proportions, he felt that burning them like this wouldn't have any effect. "Of course, we can't burn it like this. We don't have that kind of technology. Mix it with water, put it in a lime kiln, and then take it out and make it into a foam. We'll see which one is better, and we'll still do it according to the proportion. It's just that the dust is too strong, and it has a great impact on the workers' bodies. But there's no other way. If we don't use this cement, we can't build good things. If those lighthouses are all built with big stones, then we'll have to wait for a long time. I think it should be successful. We don't need any special purpose cement, and the label doesn't matter. Cement will be better than using stones now," Wang Wan said with certainty, but she was not sure. The technology of this thing was there. It looked relatively simple, but when it was done, there would definitely be failures. Fortunately, they could get the raw materials here. It would be fine if they failed a few times. Knowing it was one thing but doing it was another. Just like diamonds, everyone knew that they were made of carbon, but even if you gave a ton of graphite, you wouldn't be able to make a diamond unless you had that kind of special equipment. Fortunately, the power of the people was infinite. Even glass could be burned so well. Not to mention cement, even glass could be made. They had to believe in the wisdom of the people. Zhang Xiaobao was not good at this thing, so he could only listen to Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan said with certainty, he nodded and said, "That's good. It's wet. It's okay. We're not afraid of wasting firewood. There's a lot of firewood here. I remember that there should be a coal mine here. Get someone to look for it and see if they can find it. It's best if it's an open pit mine. And look for it. There's no rush. There's a lot of firewood. It's impossible to burn it all. While burning here, the trees over there will grow again. There's a small population and a lot of resources. This is the advantage. If we don't directly cut down the trees to open up the wasteland, no matter how much we burn, the trees will only grow more and more. If we don't want people to destroy the forest, we can only increase the grain output per moo. Otherwise, the people here will always feel that there's not enough food and try to expand the land. The land here can be planted in rotation, and it can also be cultivated. Let's not talk about this. Where do you think the cement factory should be built? How can we prevent the dust from harming the human body?" Wang Wan talked about the land and turned back to ask about the construction of the factory. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the scale of the cement factory wouldn't be too big. It was fine as long as it could meet the current needs. It was impossible to transport the cement to the capital to be sold. It was better to directly find a place with the same resources and build the factory there. If it wasn't that the cement was very needed, Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want to ask Wang Wan to make it now. The people here didn't seem to care about the damage of the dust at all, especially the people who burned the kilns. Many people who fell ill had already accepted their fate. Even if they knew that it was bad for their health, they still did it. They didn't have any protective measures. After thinking about it, he said, "It won't work if it's too close to the sea. It's very humid. Before the cement can be used, it will become hard lumps. Then find a place in the mountains or a swamp. Fill up the swamp and plant more flowers and trees around it. It doesn't have to be a good tree, as long as it grows fast. In terms of protection, wrap yourself up tightly, wear a mask, and a hat that can be worn on the head. The people who work have to be rotated. They can't be allowed to work in such an environment continuously. Also, give them more fruits and more fungus. These are the only things that can be done. The conditions are limited." Speaking of these protections, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless. He knew that even with these protections, it still had a great impact on the human body. But he still wanted the cement, so naturally, he had to do it this way. Wang Wan was also resistant to this kind of work method. After thinking about it, she said, "Let's do it like this first. When the glass is made, we can make a transparent mirror for them. It can also be used to dive. We can't make flat glass, but we can use large pieces of glass to polish it. Let them do it first. Let's think about the gas mask. It doesn't need to be too good. We just need to put some charcoal in it. I don't want to see anyone get an occupational disease because of burning cement. That's murder. Even if the investment cost is higher, it's worth it. What do you think? In fact, I think we've done enough. There are some small cement factories. In order to reduce the cost, they have the conditions to provide protection for their workers, but they don't use it at all. Not to mention the low wages of the workers, they also know that it's very harmful to the body, so they have to do it." When Wang Wan said this, she and Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the same time. Fortunately, the two of them didn't care about the cost. As long as they could achieve their goal, it was fine. "Someone come in." Seeing that Wang Wan had made up her mind, Zhang Xiaobao shouted outside. Immediately, people from the inner courtyard came in and waited for orders. "Remember the labels of these things, then mix them with water and send them to the lime kiln to be burned. Don't mix them up. Also, remember to keep this thing a secret. I've arranged for you to do it. I don't want to hear about this from a second person." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things made by him and Wang Wan and ordered the people from the inner courtyard. "Little young master and little miss. Don't worry. I will never tell a second person, not even my family. When you go to bed at night, plug your mouth and don't drink." The people from the inner courtyard promised. He knew that the little young master and little miss had made something magical again. The work of keeping it a secret must be done well. Don't plug your mouth. Go and do it. When it's done, remember to come and tell us. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he knew that the people from the inner courtyard deliberately said this. He smiled and said to the people from the inner courtyard. Then, he quickly pulled Wang Wan to take a bath. Wearing only a mask, it couldn't prevent the dust from getting on her body at all. Wang Wan also attached great importance to this secret thing. At this time, cement could be regarded as a strategic material. The speed of building the city wall was fast, and it was also strong. If people from other countries got hold of it, they might dare to use it to start a war. Also, the glass that would be burned in the future was also a strategic material. Thinking of this, Wang Wan began to worry. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, what are you going to do with the cement and glass in the future? How to deal with it?" "Oh, you mean the relationship of interests? This is actually easy to deal with. Whoever has the ability to get in, we will let them in. If they don't have the ability, we naturally don't need to be afraid of them. The technology can't be leaked out no matter what. At worst, we can let them invest and use this as an excuse to give them a share of the money. Anyway, we will do the accounting. I will make some fake accounts and deceive them. They won't be able to find out. As long as we give them enough money to make them feel satisfied, it will be fine. Also, we have to say before that the price of the things will be lower and lower. Let them be mentally prepared." Zhang Xiaobao was least worried about this matter. It was good to monopolize the industry, but he must understand the relationship of interests, especially in a place like this where power was put on the surface. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say so, she temporarily felt relieved. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao's ability in this aspect was still trustworthy. "Then, are we going to take the lion's share? When the time comes, we can say that our wealth is comparable to that of a country." No, you definitely can't give us the lion's share. I plan to divide the profits from this thing into 10 portions. We will take 3 portions and give 2 portions to those who have the ability to get involved. When we talked about it, we will give them half and the other 5 portions will be given to the emperor." "Who asked him to be the emperor? How can you not give it to him?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that this was not good. If they wanted to do something out of line, they must first give the emperor enough benefits. He and Wang Wan could ignore Li Longji, but they couldn't ignore his position. Unless they were preparing to rebel and become the emperor, but the two of them didn't have this idea. It was too tiring. If they really let the two of them manage a country, it would be easy for them to die of exhaustion in that position. After all, if they knew more things, they would be more diligent in doing it. Just look at those countries' leaders. Everything was arranged all day long. Moreover, there were also some things that suddenly appeared. They were busy and didn't have any freedom at all. It was nothing more than making their own clans stronger. However, the cost was too high. The two of them did not intend to do so. As for their clans, they could get enough food from farming, and they could get money from doing business. They could also nurture some officials. Let the people they nurture be busy with their work. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's sullenness when facing a strong power, but this was something that couldn't be helped. Even if they wanted to rebel, they had to wait for an opportunity. Moreover, every time they rebelled, the damage to the country was very great. War, it was better to let there be less internal conflicts. It was still the Kaiyuan era. When Li Longji gradually grew old, they would think of a way to prevent him from making the same mistake. When thinking about war, Wang Wan trembled. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I think history will be changed." Of course. Since we came to this world, history has been changing. This is also why so many people are afraid of cloning people like Napoleon and Hitler. Sometimes, history makes people, but history is also written by people. Why don't we change? If we have the ability to change, then we have to show our value and make the country stronger. Zhang Xiaobao was already prepared for this. He didn't feel abrupt at all. It was so natural for him to say it. Wang Wan shook her head. "I'm not talking about slowly improving the lives of the people and the country's foundation. What I'm talking about is that once we make this cement and make a lot of money from glass, after giving the money to Li Longji, he will definitely start a war with foreign countries. In fact, they are fighting now. The friction at the border has never stopped. In Sanshui County, didn't the Tubo people immediately send people to cause trouble after they were defeated? He is not fighting now because the country's strength is not enough. At the same time, the prime ministers are suppressing him. Once he feels that he has more money, do you think he won't fight?" "Oh, this. Indeed, if you had too much money, let alone him, no matter where you were, they would want to expand. You couldn't say that they didn't have enough money just to prevent external aggression. There was no real peace in this world. If you were weak, others would beat you up. Instead of waiting to be beaten up, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Why not fight? In order to promote the development of the entire human society, only through war can we improve technology faster. At the same time, productivity will increase. I have decided to be a great person who promotes the development of mankind." Zhang Xiaobao put on a holy look. Wang Wan laughed and patted Zhang Xiaobao. "Don't make yourself sound so great. What promoting the development of mankind? Just say that you have strong nationalistic ideology. Don't worry. Even if you don't put yourself in such a high position, I won't oppose you. I am the same as you. As long as you don't harm the people of your country, it will be fine. Before the people of other countries become part of the Tang Empire, they can only be conquered. Now that the other countries are weak, if I don't plunder their resources, I will be letting myself down. If you want peace, then you have to integrate into it. Otherwise, there will only be war. Unless there is a certain period when the power of each country reaches a relative balance, then the war will change. When the fist is not hard enough, then there will be someone to reason with you." Yes, that's what I think. The peace between wolves and lions is relative to force. Rabbits and lions will never be qualified to say that they will not invade each other. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved to see Wang Wan's self-control. He was really afraid that Wang Wan would suddenly say that she wanted to make the world peaceful. That would be too heavy a burden for his young shoulders to bear. As they talked, they arrived at the swimming pool. In fact, it was a big bathtub. The water was a little cold. Fortunately, it was not to the point of freezing, so the two could get used to it. Accompanied by two voices, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan jumped into the water. Wang Wan had a swimsuit made of fish skin this time. Zhang Xiaobao was still naked in the water. When he came out, the dust on his body was almost gone. Sun, beach, waves, cactus, and an old captain. Taiwan, oh, what is it called now? Liuqiu, yes, that's the name. And Penghu Bay. Even though I have been there several times, it still gives me a dreamy feeling. Who are there now? There should be a part of the past here, right? The rest are the locals. Zhang Xiaobao lay in the water, looked at the blue sky, and said emotionally, "Taiwan is far from here. Fujian is next to Taiwan. Don't tell me you want to attack Taiwan?" Wang Wan didn't know why Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Taiwan. Could it be that he wanted to attack Taiwan? What attack Taiwan? So what if we attack it? As long as we don't have enough strength, no matter what kind of generals are sent there, it will be easy to divide the land. If we don't fight, it's just a casual mention. If we can't manage it effectively, it will be useless no matter how big the territory is. In the end, it will be the people here who will be divided. Why bother? Didn't Zhang He go to the Western Ocean because the emperor was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return if he went? There is another reason, saying that it will cost the country's money. But I always feel that this reason is a little unreliable. Didn't Zhang He bring back some things? It is said that some good would use to weigh the ship is very valuable. Zhang Xiaobao was not a child who didn't know anything. It was impossible for him to go and fight this and that for no reason. If there was a fight, it should be other people fighting, and he would take advantage of it or add fuel to the fire behind the scenes. While the two of them were chatting and relaxing, a person from the inner court rushed in. Seeing that the two of them were in the water, he directly came to the side and reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, reporting, "We just received news from the Guangzhou government. It's said that the emperor in the capital has suppressed some reports of impeachment against Master. The person impeaching is the Tang governor of Ning of Qinzhou. It is said that the Tang governor of Ning pushed the blame for the two disasters and the disasters in the surrounding provinces to Master. He said that Master is an unlucky person. Since Master came here, there have been various disasters. He asked the emperor to send Master to a farther place to be an official." After the person finished speaking, he stood there and waited. "All right, I got it. You can go and do your work." Zhang Xiaobao blinked and said to the person from the inner court. Then, his body sank into the water and only floated up after a while. He said to Wang Wan, "Tang governor of Ning? He is shameless. How dare he impeach my father? I really hope he can succeed in his impeachment. Where can he go further than that? Is it Hainan Island? Or the southern part of Jiannan province near Nanzhao? Or the western part of Lingnan province? It would be best if it is Hainan Island. Actually, Vietnam is also good. The further it is from the capital, the better. It will be more convenient if he is sent to Liuqiu. In fact, I hope to be sent to Hainan Island or Yi province. It is more advantageous to develop there than here. Unfortunately, Li Longji is still counting on my father to help him build Luzhou. It is impossible for him to send my father to such a remote place. I even suspect that Li Longji is afraid that my father, or rather, both our families will be in danger somewhere else. If that is the case, he will suffer a great loss. What is the name of the Tang governor of Ning again? Ning Zhongzi. Yes, that is the lousy name. It is not as good as my name. Let him do as much as he wants. When he is almost done, he will be in trouble. Are those people in the imperial court stupid? They will listen to whatever he says. In other words, the typhoon blew Qin province away. They were not prepared at all. It happened so quickly. It had only just passed, and his report had already arrived. Moreover, the news was sent back. Li Longji is clearly doing this on purpose. He wants us to know that he treats our family well. All right, we understand. We'll make sure Luzhou does well. Even if Li Longji doesn't help, Luzhou will still build the most prosperous city in the world. Since there's a disaster, our people must have played a role. I have to make some arrangements. Isn't Ning Zhongzi causing trouble? Who doesn't know how to do that? I will also cause trouble for him once. I will let him know that we are not the kind of people who will not fight back when we are bullied. All right, let's do that. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled for a while, then shouted to the outside, "Someone come. Go and tell my father to prepare some food and other things. Find the original residents of Qin province and transport the food to Qin province. Give it to the people who were affected by the disaster. Tell them to come here and live. We will arrange houses and other things for them. We will also let them do a lot of work. Also, we will agree to let them join the various chambers of commerce in half a year's time." Zhang Xiaobao gave the order to the people who came in. The people who came in immediately reported this matter to Zhang Zhong at the fastest speed. Chapter 492. Zhang Zhong was the first to receive the news. He was worried that the emperor would listen to Tang, governor of Ning's words, and send him to a more remote place. He did not care about the remote place, but he was unwilling to accept the fact that the construction of this place had not been completed yet. He asked someone to inform his son of this matter and see what his son would decide. If it did not work out, he would compromise. No matter what, he had to settle for Lu Zhou. In the end, he received news from the inner academy. To think that they didn't want to compromise, but rather, they wanted to attack. Yes, Zhang Zhong understood the consequences of doing so. The commoners of Ginkgo would definitely follow him here. After all, Ginkgo was much better off compared to the other prefectures. Since his son said so, Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't object. Until now, his son seemed to have never made a mistake. The only thing that could be considered a mistake was that he didn't know in advance about the flood at the beginning. But that was something that couldn't be helped. No one could have guessed that there would be such a big flood. Zhang Zhong made a decision in his heart and immediately began to make arrangements. He called the people who came from Qin province to the yamen and prepared the rations. Then, he sent the commoners to Qin province to recruit people to his side. In fact, he did not need to do much to recruit them. The people who were affected by the disaster in Qin province had already begun to make their way here. This was especially true for the people from the few villages who were saved by Xueqi and the others. They were bitterly disappointed with the local government. After the disaster, the first people to come to them were Lu Zhou's people. It was obvious that those people had spent a lot of effort to come here. How could an official who was good to the surrounding provinces not be good to the people under his rule? Hence, the commoners organized themselves and brought everything they could with them as they traveled along the mountain path toward Lu Zhou. It was not easy to bring a family along, but the journey was difficult. The commoners were determined to make their way to Lu Zhou. They could no longer continue living here. Those who could walk left immediately. Those who could not walk ran to the edge of the Qin River and hid in the ships, waiting for the ships to bring them back. Apart from the people who could not walk properly, only the patients whose conditions had stabilized were left on the ships. The doctors on the ships had done their best to save those who could be saved. At that time, a few people died every day. Now that the patients had stabilized, no more patients were sent over. The two ships distributed some food to the local people and prepared to return. During this time, Ning Zhongzi came twice. He thought he could win some people's hearts by coming here. After all, he was a provincial governor. He thought the people would be very touched by his visit. However, the result was different. The people were not touched at all. The people were grateful for the guards and doctors that Lu Zhou had sent over. Without them, more people would have died. Not to mention how many people were dug out from under the ruins of the houses. The people who were saved would not have been able to survive if it were any other time. Even if some people were not saved in the end, none of the people would say that the doctors on the ships were not good enough. Many of the patients were already dead in their eyes, but they were saved by the doctors on the ships. This was the ability of the doctors, let alone the doctors sent by Lu Zhou. With this, the people were more willing to go to Lu Zhou. They heard that Lu Zhou did not charge for medical treatment. In this way, not only was Lu Zhou's official good, but they also did not have to worry about getting sick. Many people died because they did not have the money to pay for medical treatment. If the doctors could treat those who were seriously injured, it was needless to say that the doctors could treat their minor illnesses. Initially, the population of Qin province was much larger than Lu Zhou. However, after this incident, more than 10,000 people wanted to leave Qin province and go to Lu Zhou. These people were very smart. They were afraid of being stopped, so they left separately. Today, a small portion of them left with all kinds of things. Tomorrow, a small portion of them would return and leave again. It gave people the impression that they were looking for work outside. Who would have thought that they were just trying to confuse the officials sent by Qin province? Just like that, before Zhang Zhong's people arrived, and before the officials of Qin province noticed anything, more than 10,000 people had all entered the mountains. When they arrived at the mountains, they found a place to gather. Then, the people marched toward Lu Zhou in a mighty manner. That was the life they yearned for. That was the heaven in their hearts. Xueqi and the others were considered to have completed their mission. They followed the two large ships that were basically empty and headed back. Ning Zhongzi also knew this news. He really wanted to keep the person who was being pulled by the large ship, but he didn't have that many doctors to do what he was going to do next. After giving it some thought, he felt that these injured people would be a burden, so he gave up. 2 days later, when news came one after another, Ning Zhongzi was completely dumbfounded. What? All the people who were affected by the disaster are gone? Where did they go? Can't you tell from the footprints? Go after them. Don't let them leave. More than 10,000 people have left. Who's going to farm here? Who's going to do the work? What Ning Zhongzi heard was the news of the people leaving the villages. He was shocked, but at the same time, he could not figure out how so many people could leave so easily. Logically speaking, he should have received the news long ago. The steward had a bitter expression on his face. When he heard the order from the master, he said, "Master, it's too late. I think those people have already entered the mountains. Even if there are traces, the people would have specially made the traces fade away. If we really send people to chase after them, we might be able to catch up with them. However, what can we do? How many soldiers do you have to send to force the people to come back? If we send too many, we won't be able to handle the situation here. If we send too few and force the people into a panic, it will easily lead to a rebellion. Master, you better think of a solution quickly." Of course, the steward knew why those people left and where they went. Apart from Lu Zhou, he could not think of any other place where the people could go by themselves. Ning Zhongzi was also aware of this. However, as the steward said, once those people left, they did not intend to come back. This was not easy to handle. Even if he sent the soldiers to catch some people who left slowly, it would take a few days to catch up with them. After all, riding on the mountain was not allowed. If things went wrong, it would arouse a rebellion. At that time, even if he had 1,000 mouths, it would be useless. The emperor would not spare him easily. Thinking of this, Ning Zhongzi became more and more annoyed. After a while he sighed and said, "If I had known this would happen, I would have sent people out earlier and given them food. Now they have left. Even if I catch up with them and give them food, they may not agree to come back. All of this is caused by Zhang Zhong. If he didn't send a boat to deliver food and treatment, if he didn't send a small team of more than 100 people, how could the people be willing to go to Lu Zhou? I don't know what the report will do. I think the higher-ups will soon make a decision to send Zhang Zhong to a farther place." Ning Zhongzi was at his wit's end, so he pushed all the blame to Zhang Zhong. He was still waiting for his report to work. If he went to the official post, he would get the news in 2 days. Of course, he did not know that the Zhang family had already known about this in advance. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought, Zhang Jiuling also had some pigeons in the capital. They were responsible for communication. No matter how fast a horse could run, it was far slower than a pigeon, and its endurance was much worse. Ning Zhongzi knew that it was faster to go to the military post, but he did not dare to do so. If someone caught him, everything would be over. While Ning Zhongzi was anxiously trying to think of a solution, those people had already walked a long distance away. It was very lively along the way, especially the cries of the children. Not only was it loud, but it was also very penetrating. The people on the side were shouting at the top of their lungs. "Go, go, go! Zhang Zhong, you and I are irreconcilable. You took away many of my people before, and then you bought a lot of things from me. Then you stopped my boat and took away all the things on my bed. Now you dare to do it again? Humph, if you don't let me have a good life, I won't let you have a good life either. Don't you want to collect some things as tributes? Collect, collect, collect. You haven't collected the money from the last disaster, right? I'll make sure you can't sell these things at a good price." Ning Zhongzi said angrily. He ordered the steward, "Do we have a lot of things that should be used as tributes in our house? Take half of them and ship them to the capital. Quickly, yes, take the land route. Otherwise, if we continue to take the sea route, it will be easy for them to stop us again. I don't know how Chao Harue and the other two are doing. It seems that they encountered a strong wind. And the people on the boat, I don't know how many of them can't be found. Let's not talk about this for now. When you have people bring the goods to the capital, sell the local specialties we brought over at a cheaper price." "Ah, Master, are you saying that you want to sell those tributes? That's not worth it. Why don't you let me think of a way? Even if we don't sell so many things, it's fine. Some of the tributes can't be used by ordinary people, but that's not a big deal. What can't be used by ordinary people can be used by rich people. As for the medicinal herbs and other things, everyone can't live without them. When we get there, we can sell them at a cheaper price. Then we can let the servants go there to buy them. We can say that they are sick after eating something and don't call a doctor. Let them pretend and see who will laugh in the end. After a few times of this, the price of the same goods will become cheaper. When the Zhang family sells them, people will be worried, so there will be fewer people who don't buy them. At that time, we can take out the other things in our house and sell them very cheaply. Although doing this will cause us a lot of losses, it's still better than Zhang Zhong's family. What do you think, master? If we sell them now, when Zhang Zhong's family also sells them, we won't have anything to lower the price. When the steward heard this, he immediately knew what the master was thinking. However, he thought further. He lowered his head and explained the plan, which was more detailed and more reliable. Okay, I'll leave it to you now. You must do a good job. I don't believe that Zhang Zhong is so rich that he won't be anxious if he can't sell the things he bought. All right, tell the local people about the goods that Zhang Zhong's family shipped here. Especially tell them how much those things are worth in other places. Then find some reasons to say that these things are not good. See what Zhang Zhong will do. Ning Zhongzi couldn't wait to find Zhang Zhong and bite off a piece of meat from Zhang Zhong. This Zhang Zhong was too hateful. He couldn't let him go so easily. The only thing he regretted was that he helped Zhang Zhong write a good memorial. He didn't know what the people in the imperial court would think. They would probably say that he went back on his word, right? But he couldn't care so much. When the time came, he had to keep the people who came to check. Wasn't it just a benefit? He could give more, but he definitely couldn't let Zhang Zhong have an easy time. Ning Zhongzi's hands clenched into fists. His nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. This time, the steward didn't say anything. He could see that the master wanted to use the family's wealth to fight with Zhang Zhong. He didn't know how much money Zhang Zhong's family had. Although the Ning family was an aristocratic family, they didn't keep a lot of money at home. They used it to do business. The 2 ships that came back this time were part of that money, and the goods that Zhang Zhong took away were all worth a lot of money. Now the goods were gone, and 1 ship was missing. In such a strong wind, the ship was likely to have sunk. He just didn't know what happened to the people on the ship. Until now, there was no news at all. The steward took the order and left, leaving Ning Zhongzi alone in the study. He stared blankly at the books on the table and murmured, Zhang Zhong. Oh Zhang Zhong, when the people sent by the higher-ups arrive here, I'll see what kind of consequences you will have. You dare to steal my place, my people, and my goods. I'll make you regret being born. Ning Zhongzi was now thinking that when the time came, Zhang Zhong couldn't compete with the Ning family and didn't take back all the money he spent. Then, Zhang Zhong would come to him and beg face to face. In this way, he could enjoy the fun of life. Thinking of this, Ning Zhongzi's mood improved a lot. It was as if he could really do it. When he thought of the money, he also thought of the money Chao Harue and the other 2 took from him. The money was flying money. When the time came, they could come here and withdraw the money with the flying money. No, if the 3 of them die, the flying money will be taken by someone else. Then, it will be easy for someone to come here and take the money away. In this case, they may not survive anyway. It's better to make arrangements first and not let others take the money away. Yes, someone come. After muttering a few more words, Ning Zhongzi shouted outside and waited for someone to come in. Then he said to the person who came, Tell those pawn shops that the flying money sent out a few days ago, except for Chao Harue and the other 2, don't care about the others. Also, why haven't the people we sent out to inquire about the news come back yet? If we send out more people, it will be difficult for us if we don't know about Lu Zhou's situation. If we want to deal with Zhang Zhong, we have to know what he is going to do. Even if we can't destroy them this time, we have to make them suffer. Humph! How dare they go against me? When the person who came in heard this, he left in a hurry. As soon as he left, the person who went to inquire about the news came back. He looked travel-worn. When he saw Ning Zhongzi, he said, Master, we're all back. We've almost finished inquiring about the situation over there. You've found out? Tell me, what's the situation over there? Ning Zhongzi was finally a little happier. At least, he could learn about the situation over there as soon as possible. To answer your question, Master, Lu Zhou is still repairing the seawall and has spent a lot of money to build the road. The local people are working hard at their jobs. Basically, there isn't much to do. Oh, there's a dock at the docks. We can't go there because it's too closely guarded. However, we can see that the dock is very big. Perhaps they're going to use it to build big ships. Also, Chao Harue and the other 2 have gone back. They are more honest over there. They do some small business every day. They don't make much money, but they don't have to worry about continuing to pay their debts. We also found out that Zhang Zhong seems to be building some wooden houses over there. It's on the mountain. Some of the people have already built them there. The person who came in told Ning Zhongzi what he had heard. There were also some small things that seemed to be nothing serious. When he said it, he did not care. Ning Zhongzi listened quietly, but he was very shocked. He did not expect the Zhang family to spend so much money to repair the road and the dock. He did not know why they were building a dock here. Wasn't there a dock in the capital? Apart from a dock, they were also building houses on the mountain? What was the use of that? Ning Zhongzi was even more puzzled when he thought about it. However, he really could not guess the Zhang family's plan. At the same time, he was also jealous. From what he heard, Luzhou's province would undergo a great change at the beginning of spring next year, the kind that would change for the better. This was something that he really didn't want to see, especially when it came to road repair. If the people who came to investigate found out about this matter, and there were some people who were straightforward, his plan might fall through. How did you come back? Did you see a large number of people going over there? Ning Zhongzi temporarily suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked the person who went to inquire about the news. In reply to Master, we didn't see any people. We came back along the river. We also saw our boat. It has fallen on the shore, and some of it is still soaking in the water. Master, the boatmen on the boat were also sent to the yamen by Zhang Zhong. I don't think they will come back. The person who inquired about the news answered as he was asked. At this time, he knew that Master was in a bad mood and was afraid that he would be whipped if he angered Master. This news was not good for Ning Zhongzi. He thought that the boat was so damaged that it would take a lot of effort to repair it. He also needed people to go over there to repair it. He could not bring the boat back, could he? Well, the three of them have gone back. In that case, their debt was paid with the flying money? Zhang Zhong, oh Zhang Zhong, don't say that I'm unreasonable, but it's you who asked me to meet you. You can forget about getting the money. Anyway, you should give the debt to the three of them. Ning Zhongzi waved his hand and asked the person who inquired about the news to leave. He sat there and said with a sinister smile. He was going to do things not according to the rules. The reason was very simple. He would find an excuse to say that his pawn shop lost something, including the flying money. If it was any other time, he would definitely not do this. He would lose his credibility, but who asked the flying money to be in Zhang Zhong's hands? Since that was the case, he would rather lose some credibility. As long as he found a good excuse and treated others the same as before, he would not be worried. Time passed quickly while he was thinking about how to deal with Zhang Zhong in the future. Just when it was time for dinner, the person who went to talk to the pawn shop came back anxiously. As soon as he saw Ning Zhongzi, he said, Master, those pawn shops have gone, but the money has been taken away. What should we do, Master? What? Taken away? So fast? Oh, damn Zhang Zhong. I didn't expect him to do this. It seems that he sent people to take the flying money away as soon as he got it. What should we do? It's tens of thousands of strings of coins. What should we do? When Ning Zhongzi heard that the money was taken away, he immediately changed his expression. His face was gloomy, as if he didn't like anything. He didn't know that Zhang Zhong had long expected him to do this. After taking the flying money, he didn't directly cancel the debts of the three people. Instead, he asked people to go to the mountain first and then take the money out as quickly as possible. The money that was taken out had not been returned yet. Only when the money was seen could the three people be released. Otherwise, they would have to continue to pay the debt. Of course, they didn't have to pay any interest these days. After all, the other party had taken out the flying money. Ning Zhongzi just stood up from the futon in surprise. Now that he thought about it, he fell back down dejectedly. His eyes stared straight ahead, without any focus at all. The person who went to do the thing quickly came over and massaged his back. He was worried that the master couldn't bear this kind of blow. If something happened, it would be difficult for the Ning family to get a provincial governor. He said while massaging the person, Master, isn't it just that little bit of money? I don't think they have time to take the money away. Send someone to investigate. Maybe we can find out where the money is. At that time, it's not a big deal. The person stopped massaging his back and made a beheading gesture, which meant that he wanted to get the money back. Yes, we must investigate. No matter where they hid the money, we must find it for me. I don't believe that they could transport so much money away so easily. Fortunately, I sent people to watch the other side of the river. Otherwise, they would have very likely taken the money onto the boat. Go and arrange it right away. Tell the people who investigate that as long as they find the money, reward them. Reward them heavily. Even if it's a reward of 1,000 strings of coins, it's worth it. They want to take away the money from me? Dream on. Chapter 493. The person who gave Ning Zhongzi the idea was indeed quite smart. Ning Zhongzi's plan was not bad either. When Zhang Zhong found out about this matter, he would casually find a reason, such as saying that the goods were stolen by criminals. Then he would put on an act, casually draw a few portraits, and say that someone had seen those people. When the time came, he would ask the people here to look around and say that they did not find the criminals. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong was, what could he do? He would still have to endure it. Even if he knew that his side had done something, there was nothing he could do. The people in the yamen quickly rushed out. They also wanted to get the reward. This time, it was not like before, where it was only a little bit, only a few dozen copper coins. This time, it was 1,000 strings of coins. Even if so many people divided it, each person could get a lot. It was more than what they could get in a year of work. Naturally, the people sent by the Zhang family would not wait for others to come to them. After they received the money, they did not plan to bring it back to Luzhou at all. Just when others wanted to investigate them, they were busy again. Under the temptation of money, those people thought of all kinds of ways to find them. However, they found that they could not get the money back at all. These people bought all the goods in the local area. No matter what it was, as long as it could be bought with money, these people bought it all. After buying a batch, they put it on the carriage and shipped it away. They did not stop at all. The place where they were shipped was north, ready to take the land route. As for how to get it back when the time came, it was not urgent. When the people in the yamen found the people sent by the Zhang family, there was only one last batch of goods left, which was worth about 2,000 strings of coins. When the people from the Zhang family saw these people in the yamen, they smiled. One of them said, "Are you going to take all our money and say that it was done by criminals? It's too late. What should be shipped has been shipped away. If you go after them now, by the time you catch up, you will be in the territory of other provinces. Let's see if you still dare to say that it was stolen by criminals. Also, we have released the news. You know about the flying slave, right? We only brought a few with us when we came here, and now there are 2 left. Another one is about to fly away. Oh, you guys didn't bring a crossbow, then we can't stop it." As he spoke, another pigeon was released. Seeing the pigeon fly away, the people from the yamen didn't know what to do. The leader ordered his men to surround the members of the Zhang family and not let them escape. He hurriedly went to report this matter to the master and see what he would do. Ning Zhongzi was still thinking about good things, but he was hit hard by this news. He smashed a lot of things, but he was still angry. He slapped the person who came to report a few times and shouted at him, "Scram back! Hurry up and withdraw your men. What are you still doing over there? What's the point of something worth 2,000 strings of coins? Everything else was gone? Are you stupid? Why did you only find them now? If you had found them earlier, you would have been able to get more. Why didn't you stop them when so many goods were transported away? Ha! Why didn't they stop him? Didn't you always stop merchants when they came here?" Ning Zhongzi didn't dare to do anything now, mainly because it wasn't worth it. He took such a big risk for 2,000 strings of coins. If Zhang Zhong made a move, it wouldn't be worth it. So he had no choice but to vent his anger on these people. The person who was beaten didn't dare to say anything. He stood there and waited for the master's order, hoping that the master wouldn't vent his anger on him again. "Why don't you scram?" They all retreated and told the people sent by the Zhang clan that this was a misunderstanding. They heard someone say that there were bad people here, and they didn't want them to get something on them. Why didn't they go quickly? What were they doing? So many goods were transported away from our province, but you didn't stop them. Seeing that the people who came over were still standing there, Ning Zhongzi got even angrier. The person who came to report finally found a chance to explain. He said to Ning Zhongzi, "Master, it's not that we don't want to stop them, but we can't stop them at all." Who would have thought that those people from the Zhang family would be so bold? They actually used our caravan to help them transport the goods. They even gave us a lot of money. Master, you know what kind of caravan our caravan's caravan is. Each caravan is pulled by 2 horses and is very fast. At that speed, the goods would have been transported away long ago. Even if we chase them now, we can only get back a little. Altogether, it's less than 4,000 strings of coins. Master, how can we stop our own family's caravan? Why don't we send someone to chase after them? If they want to transport the goods further away, as long as we catch up with them, we can let our caravan return. Hearing this person's words, Ning Zhongzi gasped. At the same time, he admired the people sent by the Zhang family. These people were really careful and bold. They bought the goods as soon as they got the money, and after that, they used their own caravan to help transport the goods. No one would have thought that it would be like this. If he had known about this situation a day later, he would have vomited blood in anger. That's right, the Ning family trading company's fleet was unmatched in this area. It was precisely because of this that their business had always been good. Now, even though they had accepted a big business deal, they had lost even more money. Shaking his head, Ning Zhongzi said to the person, "No need to chase them. Since they already thought of using our caravan, there will definitely be people following them. I think the goods that arrived first have already been unloaded after crossing the province. There are already empty caravans going back. Good ability. The Zhang family is really amazing. The people they sent to do this can be so thoughtful. Look at you, how could you not think of this? If they can compare to the people sent by the Zhang family this time, then I don't need to worry about them. Let's go. Withdraw those people and pretend this never happened." Ning Zhongzi waved his hand again, asking the man to leave. After the man left, he sat there and continued to be lost in thought. He really couldn't understand how the Zhang family had nurtured such a person. Perhaps even his own steward could only reach such a level when he went out to do things. Perhaps it was even worse than that. From the looks of it, if he wanted to deal with Zhang Zhong, he had to come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he would easily fall into Zhang Zhong's trap. The Zhang family's people were soon out of danger. They were quite scared just now. They were worried that Ning Zhongzi would hate them and want to kill them at all costs. If that happened, they could only fight with everything they had. Even if they couldn't escape, they couldn't just wait for death. They're gone. They're finally gone. Haha, now we don't have to be afraid. I was scared to death just now. The person sent by the Zhang family, who was in charge, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said to the others. The others also felt weak. They were too nervous just now. Fortunately, they had transported those goods away. Otherwise, with so many goods, they would definitely be killed. All right, let's take a break. We'll leave with this last trip. When we arrive at the other side, we'll make a detour and ship the goods to Luzhou. Although the transportation fee is higher this time, and the price is slightly higher when we buy the goods, I'm sure Master won't say anything. It's as if we've just picked up the money for free. The steward gulped down a bowl of water, wiped his mouth, and instructed the few people. The few people also felt a sense of exhaustion. They directly laid on the ground and waited for a while to leave this place. This time, they could be considered to have made a great contribution. The youngest one lay on the ground and said, "It was thrilling. This is the real adventure. Fortunately, we persevered. I'll go back and tell them." Those people who stayed in the courtyard all day were scared to death. It was really exciting. I really want to do it again, as long as my life is not in danger. Then you can do it again by yourself. We won't take the risk with you. This time, even if it's night, we may be left here and can't go back. Now, I just want to see the people over there as soon as possible, have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. I've been on tenterhooks every day for the past few days. The person next to the one who spoke just now put his hand on his chest and narrowed his eyes. The others felt the same. They were the most reassuring people in the inner courtyard, which was why they were sent here. However, it was not easy for them. In the past few days, they were always awakened by nightmares in their sleep. It seemed that they were going to die at any time. The Zhang family did not know that the people they sent to get the money had changed their minds. They did not take the money back but bought the goods. They did not know how much danger they had taken, especially Zhang Zhong. He did not believe that Ning Zhongzi would dare to make a move at this time. Of course, he was judging others by their own standards. But when the carrier pigeon flew back, Zhang Zhong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't care about the money, but he was afraid. If the people he sent out were in danger, then the Zhang family's losses would be great. Any one of those people could be put out to do something, and they would be able to take care of things on their own. I can't do this in the future. I have to be more stable. I can't let my people take risks casually. Zhang Zhong placed the slip of paper on the table and drank a mouthful of tea. Only then did he feel a little better and said to himself with lingering fear. After a while, Zhang Zhong calmed down a little. He stood up and took the note to find his son. He wanted to let his son know how to deal with this matter. He wanted to let his son know how to deal with this matter. He wanted to let Ning Zhongzi give a reasonable explanation or pretend that he knew nothing and agreed with Ning Zhongzi's possible explanation. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the words on the note, he was silent for a while and said, "Send someone to question Ning Zhongzi. Ask him why he did this." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it clearly. Even if he asked, there would be no result. In the end, it would be left unsettled. However, if he did not ask, Ning Zhongzi would definitely think that his side was weak. This was a matter of attitude. He could not pretend that he knew nothing. Other than asking, they also had to increase the pressure on Ning Zhongzi. That was, they had to have some armed men on the ships that came back and then make a trip to the Qin River. They had to stop at the place closest to the yamen and make it look like they could attack at any time. If Ning Zhongzi asked why, they had to say that they were helping him eliminate criminals. In this way, Ning Zhongzi would be able to restrain himself. When he was done with other things, he would not have to worry about any bad ideas. Father, just in time. Send these notes to Chao Harue and the other two. Ask them what is going on and whether they are trying to deceive us. Tell them that if those goods do not come back safely, then they will continue to take out money to repay the debt. If our people are hurt, then let them think about it themselves. Zhang Xiaobao decided to make good use of this opportunity. Chao Harue and the other two had been living too comfortably recently. He had to make them live on tenterhooks at all times. If he did not torture them properly, then he would be letting down the bad things they had done in the past. Wang Wan asked at this time, "Is it useful to tell them these things? What if they are not afraid? After all, these goods have been shipped out, right? It is useful. They will not think about whether the goods will be intercepted by the passing prefectural government. They will think about whether we will say that the goods were lost even though we clearly did not lose them. Even though no one was hurt, they will say that they were hurt. This is what they are most worried about. Let them not have a good night's sleep. They will continuously test us to see how we will deal with them. Father, you can send some people to secretly monitor them, but they must find out. This way, they will constantly think about whether we are going to make a move on them." Zhang Xiaobao was very confident in this aspect of human nature. He smiled at Wang Wan and his father. "You are too naughty, little treasure. You actually want to use this to torture them. Fine, let's make them suffer. To think that they actually dared to go to Ginkgo to deliver information. If we let them off lightly, who knows how many more would want to try in the future?" Wang Wan understood now. It was true. People were not afraid of thieves stealing, but they were afraid of thieves thinking about them. An unsheathed sword was better not to be drawn. The matter was decided like this. Zhang Zhong wrote a letter and asked someone to bring it to Tang, governor of Ning, on the boat that was going to Qinzhou. On the other side, he found Chao Harue and the other two people and asked them to look at the notes. He also repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said to them. Sure enough, the three people trembled in fear. They did not expect that Tang, governor of Ning, would dare to do this at this time. This was clearly a trap. They did not know that Tang, governor of Ning, thought that they had gotten the IOUs, so he sent people out. The three people did not know how they left the yamen. Anyway, they fell ill when they returned home. As Zhang Xiaobao said, they were afraid that Zhang Zhong would deliberately use this excuse to deal with them. They were afraid that Zhang Zhong would deliberately use this excuse to deal with them. They would say that something happened on the way to Qinzhou. Their illness was not that serious. It was just a mental illness. It was not to the extent that they fell ill. This was just an act for Zhang Zhong to see. They wanted to show weakness to Zhang Zhong. They wanted to let Zhang Zhong know that they had become timid and would not cause trouble here. However, Zhang Zhong still sent people to monitor them. He even found a doctor to treat them. Fortunately, this kind of mental illness was usually not obvious. They just had to lie down and look bad. Then they would be fine with whatever they say. This matter was temporarily put aside by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were waiting for the ship to pass by. They wanted to see the reaction of Qinzhou before making the next step. The two people were still busy making cement. The matter of the lighthouse could not be delayed any longer. The sooner it was done, the sooner they could increase their income. Actually, a lighthouse made of wood was also fine. As long as the wood was thick and strong enough, and they were serious when they were repairing it, it would be able to survive a normal typhoon. However, in that case the consumption of good wood would be too great. It was better to leave it for ships. All of the experimental products were numbered. They had already burned 2 kills of them, but the results were not that good. They found one that could be said to be the best one in the experiment. The two of them continued to adjust the ratio of various things according to this. After another 3 days, when a new kiln of cement was fired, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally cooked a meal to celebrate. Although this cement was not as good as the various kinds of cement used in the past, it was still good for building houses, paving roads, and repairing docks. Especially the seawall. When it was almost done, it would be better to put a layer of cement on top of it. When the first flower bed made of cement appeared, Li Sun also came over and used a hammer to hit it. In the end, he found that this thing was really hard. He did not understand why the powdery thing became so hard after adding some water. No matter what happened, he finally knew the purpose of this material. It could be used to build houses and build city walls. Yes, it could be used to build city walls. This was the biggest use of cement. When new things were invented, they had to think about military aspects first. Quick, give me the recipe. I will send it up. This is good. As long as the walls are built high enough, let's see how those people can attack. If it is thicker, it will be useless even if they use catapults to hit it. Also, I found something. If this cement is used as the stones thrown by the catapults, then there is no need to worry about not being able to find stones. It is fast to make, and we can try to make it look the same. This way, the catapults will be more accurate. Quick, give me the recipe. This time, your family has made a great contribution. Li Sun urged for the recipe. He was preparing to use it on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "This recipe can't be given to you. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Do you know how much damage the production of this cement will do to people? Furthermore, can you guarantee that once this prescription is sent up, no one in the imperial court will leak it out? If the enemy gets this recipe, what do you think the consequences will be? Even if those ministers don't leak it, can you keep it a secret during the production? When you think of a foolproof method, we will give it to you. Now is not the time. However, we can ask the imperial court to buy this cement. We are stricter here. This place is safer than Chang'an. There are too many people from various countries there. Even if they don't want to inquire about the news when they first come, when they know about this cement, can you guarantee that they will be so obedient? No, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do the same. No matter what, I have to think of a way to get this kind of weapon. I'll listen to you now, but I have to tell my father and uncle about this matter. Can this cement hurt people? Are you willing to send people from the inner courtyard? Forget it, I think you will have a way to do this kind of thing. Do you need to spend a lot of money again? Quickly make more of it, and then ship it to the capital. Uncle can use it to build some palaces or something. Also, the roads in Chang'an will be very muddy when it rains sometimes. You said that this thing can be used to build roads. That's good. Also, the city walls of Chang'an are made of mud now. We can't afford so many big stones. When the time comes, the city walls of Chang'an will be all made of cement. It will look more beautiful and majestic. Yes, it will be taller. Li Sun became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could see the future city walls of Chang'an. His face was full of yearning. Speaking of this, he suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How much are you going to sell this cement for? Is it too expensive? If it is more expensive than the big stones, then forget it. We don't need money. As long as it is to build the city walls and roads of Chang'an, we don't need money. But if those rich people want to use cement to build houses or something, I hope the imperial court will not interfere with this. When the time comes, we will use the bag of cement. A bag of cement costs 500 coins. I believe many rich people are willing to spend this money. Also, don't charge us tax for selling the cement. When the time comes, as long as we ship the cement, half of the ship will be given to the imperial court to build the city walls and roads of Chang'an free of charge. After all, Chang'an is also the city walls of Tang. As a citizen of Tang, it is natural for us to contribute to our country. Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious face, which scared Li Sun. After a while, Li Sun came to his senses. He did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao would have such a high awareness. The Zhang family always hid the things they made. If it was really like what Zhang Xiaobao said, it would be impossible for them to keep the secret until now. Li Sun curled her lips and said, "All right, stop lying. From your words, I know that even if you give away half of the ship and sell half of the ship, your family will still be able to make a profit. Moreover, the profit won't be small. Otherwise, if you really can't make a profit from transporting cement from so far away, wouldn't it be better to transport other goods? Well, it is very likely that the cost of shipping the cement is more than selling the other goods. Then how much is the cost of your cement? This is really a big profit. Tell me, I won't tell anyone really." Li Sun also wanted to know the cost. He calculated the cost of shipping the cement and the other goods and was shocked. "Can you really keep it a secret?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Yes, you can rest assured that I won't tell anyone," Li Sun promised. Chapter 494. As soon as the cement was made, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to design the gas masks. Just wearing a mask wasn't enough. There was no way to protect one's eyes for the time being. The glass hadn't been made yet. There was too little transparent glass, so they had to wait for the fleet from the capital to come over. If the glass hadn't been made by then, they would use transparent glass to replace it. It would cost a lot of money, but it was all worth it. After all, the people in charge of keeping the kiln secret were from the inner courtyard. Needless to say, they were very loyal. After learning from them for a few years, they all treated them like treasures. It wasn't about how many words they had learned or how many books they had read. It was better to find a student for those things. The most important thing was that some of the people in the inner courtyard could keep up with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was the most important thing. The people in the inner courtyard could understand what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said and what they meant. They would act in the same way. This kind of tacit understanding was the key to the rapid development of the Zhang family and Wang family. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bear to let them get hurt? For example, this time when they went to withdraw money. If it were other people from the mansion, they would definitely be punished. However, the people sent by the Zhang family were very flexible. When they were doing things outside, they could rest assured. As long as they handed the matter over, they would use their own methods to achieve their goals. This kind of specialized thinking wasn't so simple. It was just like the question Xian Air asked at that time. What to buy after the disaster jumped out of a fixed mindset. Now, even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families were different from before. Zhang Xiaobao's father, Zhang Zhong, especially, was very flexible in doing things. In order to maintain this kind of situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought of many different gas masks. They would use leather to make the outer cover and make a space inside to put some cotton or charcoal. It would be better if they could put water inside. When they breathed, the outside air would have to pass through the water to enter. However, the two of them found that once water was put in, regardless of whether they put in charcoal or cotton, the two things would lose their original function. The effect would be bad if they were wet. It was actually very simple to put the water in a low position. As long as they wanted to breathe, the air would have to pass through the water to enter the mouth, just like a hookah. It was also easy to be waterproof. The technology here had already reached that level. The two of them finally decided to make a water mask and a mixture of cotton and charcoal. They would see which of the two had better effects. They would use whichever was more useful in the future. With the cement, the speed of the construction of the lighthouses was faster. One by one, the lighthouses were quickly built under the diligent work of the people. The tall ones were more than 10 meters, and the short ones were only 5 or 6 meters. There were also some stones and other things. Unfortunately, the cement was still not good, and there weren't enough steel bars to use. It was impossible to build them too high. The height of more than 10 meters was actually built with cement and sand. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the cement would be able to build several lighthouses like this. However, the two of them were not good enough. They couldn't make high-grade cement and didn't have steel bars. They didn't know much about construction. This was not a garden design job. This was a real job. It would be better if they had a civil engineering student. Zhang Zhong saw that the dock was also replaced with cement. Some of the roads were also paved with cement. He sighed and didn't say anything. When he returned home, he went to see his wife. He said to Zhang Wang clan, "Our son and daughter-in-law must be immortals. It can't be wrong. I'm more and more sure now. Don't you think so? I said so a long time ago. You said they were monsters. Have you ever seen such a good monster? They are filial, good to the people at home, and care about the people. If all monsters were like this, would they still be monsters? Besides, when Xiaobao was born, there were no abnormalities. Usually, if a monster was born, the sky would change color. How can you be so sure?" Zhang Wang clan touched her belly, which didn't change at all, and said with a happy face. It was unknown whether it was because of the child in her belly or because of her son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Zhong also came over to touch her belly. After his hand was pushed away, he said, "Think about it. What did our son do when he encountered a natural disaster? In Huayuan County, it was said that even the heavens couldn't do it. In the end, it opened a hole and there was an extra lake. Although our son didn't do anything to fly in the sky, he was able to fix the hole that looked like a breach. Isn't that fighting against the heavens? Also that thing called a jib sail. Other people can't sail when the wind is against them, but our boat can still move forward. This is also fighting against the heavens. Later when we came here we made the wooden raft formation. Who would have thought that those wooden rafts together saved many people's lives? Isn't that fighting against the heavens again? When we were at home, we did something like growing vegetables in the winter. Who could do it? Who dared to think about it? The heavens changed 4 seasons. Who dared to do something against the heavens? But our son and daughter-in-law dared to do it. It was fine even if they went against the heavens. If other people went against the heavens, wouldn't they be struck by lightning? Xiaobao and Cuckoo were so powerful. The heavens might be unhappy and blame them for building the seawall and those roads. Didn't they create a strong wind to eat? Our son and daughter-in-law immediately brought everyone to hide in the mountains. When the heavens saw that they couldn't do it, they turned to another place. But the heavens left this time. They might come again next time. When that time comes, it might not be a strong wind. What should we do? Our son and daughter-in-law are immortals. They do things that defy the heavens. The 2 children immediately made that thing called cement just to resist the heavens. Oh, by the way, you haven't seen cement yet. Some things are burned in a kiln. After the kiln is burned, they are turned into foam. Once this foam comes into contact with water, it will be harder than stone. Just tell us. Next time, even if there is a strong wind, we don't have to be afraid. Also, our son and daughter-in-law made something called a lightning rod. It's better than the things we put on the roof. No matter how big the thunder is, we don't have to worry. It's not afraid of the wind. The house built with cement is not afraid of hail. With the lightning rod, we don't have to be afraid of thunder. The heavens are suppressed by our son and daughter-in-law. They won't be able to make any waves. The more Zhang Zhong spoke, the more excited he became. Jiang Wang clan also liked to hear praise for her son and daughter-in-law. At this time, when she heard the man's words, she nodded and said, "Isn't that so? If they weren't immortals, they wouldn't be able to do such a thing. This should be the accumulation of good karma by our ancestors. I don't know how many generations of good karma they have accumulated to give us these 2 little immortals. Although they can't go to heaven or earth, they can use another method to defy the heavens. It's not bad. Immortals that are too powerful can't be given to us." What are Xiaobao and Cuckoo doing now? When the Jiang Wang clan talked about it, she wanted to take a good look at her son and daughter-in-law, so she asked softly. "They're making gas masks. The cement might be too heaven-defying. In the end, our son said that it's easy to get sick when making the cement, and it's an incurable disease. When the time comes, people's lifespans will be shortened. This is actually going against the heavens and shortening one's lifespan. In order to prevent the people in the inner courtyard from shortening their lifespan, the 2 kids started making that thing. Zhang Zhong found a reason for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's series of actions. It was the kind that was closely linked and it was very magical. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, how would they feel? Perhaps they would admire their father even more. It wasn't easy. The two of them didn't say anything, but their family helped them think of a reason. They even connected the cement and gas masks together. Oh, it's really not easy. As long as the people in the inner courtyard are fine, it's fine. Don't mention those heaven-defying things in the future. I originally wanted to go and take a look, but I won't go now. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't afraid of the heavens, and as their mother, I shouldn't be afraid either. But what if the children in my belly can't stand the heavens? Later, I'll ask someone to make something good for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to eat. It's not easy to go against the heavens. No wonder they ate so much in the past. And make more meat. Also, prepare some bone marrow that the two children like to eat. Steam it and dip it in salt and pepper to eat. Jiang Wang clan didn't want to go and take a look. She also found a very reasonable excuse for herself. Zhang Zhong nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really tired. The two of them needed to make things by themselves, and the people below them were busy with other things. The two of them felt that the gas masks should be easier to make. They didn't need to be able to block any gas. As long as they could block the dust, it would be fine. The two of them were busy for almost a day, and only 4 of them were made. 2 were made of water, and 2 were made of coal and cotton. They wanted to let the people over there try it first. The seal wasn't very good, which meant that if it was gaseous, it wouldn't be able to block it at all. It always leaks from the side of the ear and the face. Let's wait for them to try it. Their faces are bigger, and if it doesn't work, we can just use some glue to block the leak. This is because our skills are not good. Fortunately, we made it. Let's wait for someone with good skills to make it. I think there won't be a problem. Wang Wan took off the gas masks and said regretfully. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He and Wang Wan had been very serious, but the things they made were just for show. It seemed that they could only wait for someone with good skills to make it. When the time came and the seal was still not good, they would need to use glue or something to block the leak. There shouldn't be a problem. The two of them took the gas masks and found the people working over there. There were exactly 4 of them, so they each took one and asked them to try it on. The people in the inner courtyard took the gas masks and put them on very seriously. They nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said in a somewhat vague voice, "It's better. It's much better than before. Thank you, young master and young lady. With this thing, we won't be afraid of inhaling a mouthful of dust. Then let's use it first. We'll talk about it during dinner later. The eyes will be blocked in the future, so let's just put up with it for now. There's no other good way." Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was not because of the gas masks that changed their voices. It was their own psychological effect. He mentioned the matter of the eyes and turned to follow Wang Wan in the direction of the dock. He wanted to see how the renovation was going. It was indeed convenient to have cement. In the beginning, it was a bit difficult to mix the sand, but after a few tries, it was fine. The people only felt that the cement was magical, but they didn't think about how it was made. They were very happy there. The original things at the docks had been torn down and rebuilt. The same was true for the docks. With the cement, new methods could be used in the construction of the docks. For example, a sluice gate could be used. In the past, the ships were directly put into the water. Now, it was directly built in a designated pit on the land. This pit was made with cement. When the time came, water could be directly flushed in, and the ships would float. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked around and found that there was nothing wrong. It was almost dark, so they rode home together. "Xiaobao, now I'm thinking whether we should build 2 more kilns. If there is only one, the supply will be too slow. When the time comes, we still have to build the city walls of Chang'an. Chang'an is such a big place, so how much cement will be used? Not to mention here. Don't you want to build all the roads into cement? All the roads, this is a state. Including the seawall, it is estimated that even if we build 5 more kilns, it won't be enough. Now the roads are not completely finished. It's really worrying." Wang Wan hugged Zhang Xiaobao behind and talked about building more cement kilns. Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about the same problem along the way. The burning of the cement was too slow. It was not easy to build one kiln after another. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan mention it, he said. Then build more, but the strength of the guards will be less. They need to be concentrated. Also, they must be people from the inner courtyard. This technology may not be a big deal in our time, but it is a strategic thing here. The roads still need to be built. Even if they are done now, it won't affect the cement on them. The main thing is that we have too few people here. I don't know if we can get more people from other places. If we hope to have more children, it will take more than 10 years to grow up. I can't afford to wait. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he thought about getting more people from other places. After all, he did not have enough people here. Although there were more than 20,000 people here, it was still not enough. Luzhou was a state. Although it was not a big state, it was still a state and not a county. In particular, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to build these roads to the surrounding states so that it would be convenient for people to come and go. The seawall could not be stopped. They did not lack money. What they lacked was labor. Now that the children were being asked to do things again, it was considered child labor. There was no other way. The two of them talked about the population of the surrounding states and returned home. They planned to discuss with Zhang Zhong and ask him to put up a notice to recruit people from other places. It was not very ethical to do this, but there was no other way. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were worrying about the population problem, the more than 10,000 people from Qin province finally met with the people who were going to persuade them. When the two sides met, they could immediately see the difference. The first batch of people who came to Luzhou from Qin province were all in good health. Their clothes were also in good condition. If they did not know each other, nobody would have guessed that they were from Qin province. The difference between them was too big. On the other hand, the clothes of the people who came to Luzhou were patched up. Their faces were sallow and they looked very pitiful. Some of them were so thin that they were only skin and bones. When the two sides met, they immediately had something to talk about. They asked each other and did not expect that they had the same purpose. With this, the people on Luzhou's side were relieved. They did not have to worry about not being able to persuade the people from Qin province. They could just bring these people back. The people of Qin province were also relieved. In the beginning, they were worried that Luzhou did not have enough food. Even if the good official wanted to keep them, he would not be able to do anything. Now that they heard that Luzhou did not lack anything, they did not have to worry about food anymore. Wang Wuzi, what do you think Luzhou has become? I remember that I went to Luzhou 20 years ago. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that I would have to leave my hometown when I'm old. However, this is good. At least there's a good official in Luzhou. I heard that he's paying you a salary and giving you food, but he's building roads for you. Isn't that right? In my opinion, you shouldn't ask for this salary. Why do you need money to build roads for yourself? Among the people from Qin province, an old man who was not very nimble but insisted on following them said to a young man on Luzhou's side, Uncle Wang, it's true. The current Luzhou is not the same as before. It's so beautiful. The houses are all small buildings, and the courtyards are all rearing ducks and pigs. As for the salary you mentioned, it's true. We didn't want it, but the good official said that if we don't want it, we don't have to work. That's why we accepted it. However, we've already thought about it. We'll save up the money and wait for the good official's fleet to arrive. Then, we'll buy more goods. That way, the good official's family will be rich. Also, we've planted trees outside the place where the good official lives. The good official doesn't lack money, so we don't know how we can help. Now, everyone in his family is busy. Even the two children are not ordinary. They calculate the accounts so quickly. When they handle things, they are like adults. No, they are even better than adults. It seems like the officials are different. Even children can be like this. Uncle Wang, why didn't you come here by boat? There should be room on the boat, right? I didn't expect so many people to come all of a sudden. This is great. Before we came here, we've already discussed this. As long as we can bring 1,000 or 2,000 people back, we'll be able to help a lot. Now that we have so many people, Luzhou's construction will be even faster. In just a few years, every family in Luzhou will be wealthy. Wang Wuzi said to the old man kindly. He was very happy when he saw so many people coming. The mission was completed, and it was more than he expected. It didn't take him much effort. When Uncle Wang heard Wang Wuzi talk about the future, a yearning look appeared on his face. He looked at the people who came to greet him, nodded and said, I know. When I see you, I know there will be good days ahead. It's not that we want to come, but we have no choice. My village was struck by a calamity, but before anything happened in Qin province, Lu Zhou's men went there first. We know you're short of manpower. After the calamity, the province only gave you a little food. Perhaps, the provincial governor was willing to give more, but he couldn't resist the help of his subordinates. It's impossible for us to wait for the next harvest. There's still a winter to go. What should we do? It just so happens that we can come to Luzhou with the food. So, we decided to come here. As for the boat, it's for people who can't walk. I'm still strong. If you don't believe me, you can draw a few strokes. I'll let the three of you fight me together. The old man was indeed eager to outdo others. He needed others to help him walk, but he still wanted to compete with others. Naturally, Wang Wuzi did not dare to compete with the old man. He nodded and said, yes, Uncle Wang, you're right. Even 5 people can't compare with you, let alone 3. You're amazing. Sigh, I didn't expect the situation in Qin province to be so bad. Uncle Wang, don't worry. This kind of thing will never happen in Luzhou. The officials are all very easy to talk to. No one dares to interfere in this matter. A good official can't tolerate sand in his eyes. I know. If Luzhou's people can travel such a long distance to save us, how can Luzhou's people not save us? I've lived for so long, and I didn't expect that I can still think of fortune at such an old age. When we get there, I'll ask my son to work harder. We must build our home well. Yes, Luzhou will be our home in the future. The old man sighed with emotion. When the others heard the old man's words, they had the same thought. This time they did not plan to go back. Even if they might go back in the future, they would not go back to live. They would go there to have a look or do business. Luzhou had already made them feel like home, even though they had not arrived yet. This was mainly because of Luzhou's more than 100 people and 2 ships. It would be a lie to say that they were not touched when they rushed over to rescue them from such a faraway place. They could only imagine what it would be like to live here in the future since Luzhou had mobilized the most elite personnel to rescue them from such a faraway place. Grandpa Wang, when the time comes, your family can live next to mine. There is still a vacant house next to mine. When the time comes, I will tell you how to raise ducks and pigs. The method that the great official taught us is different from that of other places. The ducks and pigs grow faster. When next summer comes, you will be able to eat your own pork. Wang Wuzi said to the old man. When he talked about this, he felt very proud. Chapter 495. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was drizzling. Ning Zhongzi stood in front of the window and looked at the thin streaks of rain outside. He felt as if he was in a daze. The ground was not splashing with bubbles like it usually did in summer, and the rustling sound seemed to be never-ending. It will be the new year in a month's time. It should still be this lively this year, right? Ning Zhongzi muttered to himself. The wind blew in from outside, bringing with it a slight chill. Wei Wei shivered when it hit him. Ning Zhongzi opened the window wider and sat back in the chair. He stroked the delicate and smooth armrest of the chair with his hand. He did not know what to feel. Master, it's time for dinner. The housekeeper stood in the corridor outside and reminded him with a knock on the door. There's no hurry. Let them eat first. Come in, I want to ask you something. Ning Zhongzi had no intention of eating. He did not seem to be hungry. Master, what do you want to know? The housekeeper pushed the door open and came in. He stood respectfully beside Ning Zhongzi and asked softly, Has Zhang Zhong of Luzhou done anything recently? I mean, did he send someone to persuade the locals to go to Luzhou? Ning Zhongzi asked as he stroked the stray hair on his forehead that was messed up by the wind. Master. No. Since more than 10,000 people went to Luzhou, only 5,000 people followed them. The rest of the people are still stable, the housekeeper said carefully. He deliberately made the matter of the 5,000 people who went to Luzhou in a calm manner. He knew that the master was in a bad mood now. The impeachment memorials had an effect. The imperial court did not continue to pursue the matter. The Ning family could be considered to have escaped this time. However, that was all. Zhang Zhong was fine. The imperial court did not send anyone to investigate. They did not even see an edict of reprimand. Who said that the mountain was high and the emperor was far away? It seemed that the imperial court had long known about this matter. Zhang Zhong was safe and sound. The news he bought from the capital was that the emperor had suppressed all the memorials to impeach Zhang Zhong. Or rather, he kept them and did not send them out. He just stopped them at the secretariat, and no one from the Menxia province could see them. This was bias. Under normal circumstances, the secretariat would make a proposal, the Menxia province would make a decision, and the emperor would approve it. Then, the secretary would send the relevant people to investigate. It seemed that the entire imperial court approved of what Zhang Zhong had done here, and the reply to the master was not to correct. The Gale incident was also mentioned. However, the words not to correct had many meanings. It felt like the emperor was not going to pursue the losses caused by the gale, but the words not to correct were written in front. After the secretary sent out the memorials, they added the words of the secretariat and the Menxia province, which meant that the gale was not something that could be resisted by humans. The emperor's reply was not that simple. It made sense not to correct the Gale incident in Qin province, and it also made sense not to correct the Zhangzhong incident. However, the most frightening thing was that the emperor did not want to pursue the malicious impeachment this time. If they really wanted to know what the emperor meant, they could write another impeachment memorial and send it to the emperor. Then, they would know what the emperor's reply was. However, would anyone dare to do so? What if it was the last meaning? If they went to impeach again, they would be corrected. Ning Zhongzi was extremely depressed because he thought of the last possibility. More than 15,000 commoners were gone, and they went to Luzhou to help fix things. If they were to calculate, the Ning family was wealthier than the Zhangzhong family, and their influence was greater than the Zhangzhong family as well. The main reason was that the Ning family had spent all their money on the stalls. This was the most unacceptable thing. The Ning family had been running the stalls for several generations, and they spent every bit they earned. Their stalls were bigger than the Zhang family. The problem was that although the Zhang family's stalls were not comparable to the Ning family's, the money they earned was dozens of times more than the Ning family's, or even hundreds of times more than the Ning family's. Zhang Zhong was always able to transfer a large amount of money from his side. He even had money to build the post house in Guangzhou and the canal for the imperial court. Nominally, it was not the Zhangzhong and Wang families who were paying for it. Instead, it was under the name of the government. However, the imperial court did not release any notice to claim credit for such things. The commoners did not know about it, but how could the imperial court not know about it? How could the emperor not know about it? 110,000 strings of cash. The Zhang family gave it to him without asking for anything. It was no wonder that the emperor would suppress the impeachment petition against Zhang Zhong. The total amount of money Lu Zhou paid in rent last year was only about 10,000 strings of cash, less than 20,000 strings of cash. He had paid less than 30,000 strings of cash in this province, including the conversion of the local tribute. Those who dared to spend money were indeed protected. Since the emperor had received benefits this time, it was only natural that the emperor would protect him. This matter was puzzling. What benefits could Zhang Zhong get from the canal? What benefits could make him earn 110,000 strings of cash? Treacherous official. Zhang Zhong was a treacherous official. He gave sofas to some officials over there and cement to build pavilions and flower beds. He was clearly a villain. Which gentleman would do such a despicable thing? Bah! Wasn't it just some furniture? He did not need them tomorrow. He did not need the chair, nor did he need the foldable table. He did not see what was so good about them. Ning Zhongzi's hand was still touching the armrest of the chair. In his heart, he criticized the set of furniture that Lu Zhou gave for free again and again. What a piece of junk! Just by sitting on the chair for a long time, his butt would be damp and wet. He even added a cotton pad. It would be the same if he sat on the futon. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ning Zhongzi slapped the armrest and said to the butler, "Tomorrow, put all these things sent by Lu Zhou in the living room. Using them for a long time will make one tired. Don't use them in the study." "Yes, master." "Shall we also send the two-story bed that the young master usually sleeps on to the living room?" The butler nodded and asked again. He was afraid that the old master would order everyone to put the things Lu Zhou sent to the living room. Therefore, he received one himself. It was a riveted leather table. He did not know how it was made, but it looked very comfortable. Especially the drawer, it could be pulled out with just a pull. There was also a chair that came with the table. It could be turned back and forth. There was a buckskin surface, a mahogany shelf, and 2 kinds of cushions made of cotton and bamboo. It was really distressing to take them out. Ning Zhongze also knew that these things were comfortable to use, but he did not feel comfortable in his heart. After hesitating for a moment he said, "Just move the study over. Don't touch the other things. After all, they are sent by Lu Zhou. Even if it is awkward to use them, we have to give Zhang Zhong some face." "Yes, Master is benevolent and righteous. You even gave Zhang Zhong some face." The butler was relieved. "Well, if there is nothing else, let's go eat." Ning Zhongze knew very well the thoughts of the people who received these furniture. Who did not like to use good things? Moreover, these things were very valuable. Even the chair he was sitting on could not be bought without at least 80 strings of cash. These things came as a set. You can't just buy one, can you? According to the calculation of the same level, it was impossible to buy a study room without at least 500 strings of coins. After buying this, there was also a complimentary tea set. After buying the tea set and tea leaves, if one wanted to be more presentable, 1,000 strings of coins would be enough to decorate a study room. How much was the cost? How much could the Zhang family make from this? Even if Ning Zhongze was full of hostility toward the Zhang family, he could not help but admire their means of making money. There were people who lived in thatched houses, but not many. Why would they live in such houses? Wasn't it because they did not have the ability to make money? Even his family could do this, let alone those who had no conflict with Zhang Zhong. The butler did not care what the master was thinking. As long as he did not take out the things he received, it was fine. He agreed and left. Ning Zhongze touched the armrest of the chair with great reluctance. The longer the mahogany was used, the deeper the color, and the more beautiful it looked. Listening to the sound of rain outside, he took a deep breath. Before he could exhale, the housekeeper who had just left came back with a letter in his hand. "Master, there is news from the capital. Master, please take a look." The butler Wei Wei lowered his head. His back was not as straight as before. He looked up at the master, afraid that the master would suddenly change his mind and continue to send the things to the living room. Ning Zhongze did not think too much. He took the letter and read it carefully. There was no trace of it being opened. He opened it bit by bit and read it from top to bottom, right to left. As he read, he lost his spirit. He leaned back in the chair and threw the letter at the butler, asking, "Do you know what cement is?" The butler managed to catch the letter before it fell to the ground. Before he could read it, he immediately said, "I heard that it was made by Lu Zhou. It seems that it can be used to build roads and seawalls. Lu Zhou is now buying iron wire, ironware, steel wire, and steel from various places at a high price. I don't know what they are used for. Just read the letter and you will know. Another profitable business has come out. Send someone to find out. No matter what, we have to know how the cement is made. With this, the Ning family won't have to hide in Qinzhou anymore." Ning Zhongze gasped for breath as he looked at the rain outside the window. Chapter 496. The new year was coming for Lu Zhou. To be more precise, it was the new year of Great Tang. The Zhang family and the Wang family planned to spend the new year outside. In a few days, a batch of ships would arrive from the capital. The ships would carry all kinds of goods that might be useful during the new year, as well as some gifts from merchants who worked with the Zhang family, the Wang family, and Li Sun. The people from the Yellow River Shipping Company were also here. They were not invited by the Jingshui Shipping Company, but by someone who had gathered information. It was said that the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company already knew that there was a movement here, so they followed behind and prepared to carry out the plan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already received this information in advance. The two of them felt that it was a little funny, but they also felt a little helpless. People were really crazy about money. No matter what kind of plan they had, they dared to use it. The person who ran away from the Xueqi ship company was actually able to contact the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company. Today, the two of them wore an extra layer of clothes and stood on the partially repaired pier, enjoying the sea breeze. Li Sun followed behind them, thinking about his own matters. Xiaobao, since the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company are here, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? This time, we've made some profit from their fur scraps. Why don't we help them and let them suffer a big loss? They won't follow the plan, otherwise, the Yellow River will be greatly affected. Wang Wan's heart softened a little. Even if she could send her own ship to help those shipwrights after the Yellow River Shipping Company lost money, the handover process would also have some impact on the local economy. She didn't want to cause too much turbulence. Zhang Xiaobao had also considered such a thing. Any development would always be mixed with something that many people would not think about, and that was the loss in the process. This loss might not affect many people, but the real victims could only bear it themselves. Back then, he had come up with that plan in order to deceive the people of the Clear Water Boat Company. However, the people of the Clear Water Boat Company were too stupid. They weren't as smart as he had imagined. This had saved him a lot of trouble and had also brought the operation forward by a few days. Zhang Xiaobao was not the kind of person who would suppress others in the same industry just to make money. He thought for a while and said, "All right, if the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company have a good attitude, let them suffer a big loss the first time they come here. Let them reformulate their own plans. There is so much wealth in the sea, we don't have to worry about them stealing any business. If they are sensible, perhaps we can join forces with them and earn more money together. That way, we can use the ships we bought to do other things." What if their attitude isn't good? Wang Wan understood the most important meaning in Zhang Xiaobao's words. Then don't blame us for being merciless. Zhang Xiaobao replied swiftly. Is your family going to make a move against the Yellow River Shipping Company? Li Sun, who was following behind them, heard the conversation between the two people and stepped forward to ask. I don't know. It depends on the purpose of the Yellow River Shipping Company's visit. If they just want to seek cooperation, then it's fine. If they want to suppress our family, then we can't just wait for them to do that. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company were too greedy. If that was the case, they might maliciously compete with him. Li Sun didn't know what kind of conflict there would be between the two parties. Anyway, he only knew that the other side would act according to the fake plan provided by the Zhang family. When he thought of that plan, Li Sun asked again. Xiaobao, do you think the fur edges they brought will be useful? If they really stick to the plan and use fish glue and other things, how will it sell? Then they will lose a lot of money. Fish glue and other things can be used to make more money. Do you think it's that easy to make fish glue? It's impossible, but there are follow-up plans. Actually, those things can be somewhat useful. It's true for us, but it's not clear for others. When Zhang Xiaobao thought that he would be able to see a ship's worth of fur edges in a few days, he had a new idea. The three of them strolled around, checked the construction situation here, and then turned back. At this time, the construction here was almost done. Most of the roads leading to other places where people lived had been repaired, but the roads in places where people didn't live further away still needed to be repaired. Of the more than 15,000 new people who joined, apart from the 10,000 people who were divided into several counties, the remaining 5,000 people formed their own county. Zhang Zhong had already written a memorial to report to the imperial court and asked for a name. This was a good thing, and he believed that the imperial court wouldn't refuse. In fact, having an additional county meant having an additional area to pay rent and tax, as well as having more tributes. Because of the disaster this year, various taxes and tributes could be exempted for half a year. From a long-term perspective, it was better to have an additional county. Of course, with more people here, there would be less people in Qinzhou. When Qinzhou started paying rent and tax in the second half of next year, there would be a lot of pressure. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong were also discussing this matter. The two of them were now very good at billiards. At least in this nursing home, they were the two leaders. Ordinary people couldn't beat them. Old Man Pai, those teachers of yours didn't teach the children immediately after they came here. Is it not good to let them eat and live for free? Also, there are so many people here. Don't the higher-ups care? Old Man Chong hit a shot. The ball swayed twice in the very large pocket and stopped. In the end, it didn't go in. He looked at Old Man Pai and saw that there were only 2 balls left. He was anxious and began to talk about things that could make Old Man Pai worry. He hoped that he could make Old Man Pai miss as well. Old Man Pai did not care about this matter at all. He was thinking about how he should play the second ball when he heard Old Man Zhang's words. I don't want them to teach the children now because I'm afraid they will teach the children some of the bad habits they had in the past. Let them stay here and watch, listen and think. When the time comes, I will personally test them. Those who are compatible with the way of thinking here will stay, and those who are not will be given a program and let them leave. When teaching and educating people, we can't just look at the knowledge of the teachers. We also have to look at their moral character. Good teachers are fine, but what if a bad teacher leads the children astray? I'd rather not find so many people than to find a random person to teach. As for the people running to Luzhou, there's no need to worry. The emperor won't say anything. After all, no matter which province they are in, they are all citizens of Tang. I think the emperor really wants more people to come. It's not like we don't know the ability of the Zhang family. As long as there are more people, they can earn more money. Even though some of the officials in the imperial court, scholars, and aristocratic families always said that farmers were expensive and merchants were cheap, if they really wanted to do something, they couldn't do without merchants. How many people in aristocratic families didn't do a lot of business outside? If they stay in Qin province, do you think Qin province has the ability to earn so much money like the Zhang family? Not only do they earn money, but they also produce a lot of food, fish, and other things. In addition, the Zhang family can make the people live a better life. The imperial court will be very happy to see this situation. As he spoke, Old Man Pai hit his club. A globe fell into the bag. He started to calculate another globe. This time, he didn't use enough strength. When it bounced back, it didn't reach the designated position. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to hit it. Old Man Chong was old now, so he could talk to Bai Go like this. Otherwise, based on his status, he couldn't compare to Bai Go. Besides, his master didn't have such a high official position. He had experienced a lot, but he didn't know things as well as Bai Go. After hearing Old Man Bai's words, he didn't think about whether or not he could win this round. He thought about it carefully and remembered Old Man Bai's words. He said, "Old Man Bai, you're really capable." That's true. If I had been the steward at Master's place in the past, I would have assigned the more capable ones to him when he went out to do things. Since the Zhang family is so capable, they should be given more power. Thinking about it, the more than 36,000 people in the Zhang family's hands, they can do more than 100,000 people in other places. Look at the enthusiasm of the people now. Why do you think this is? As Old Man Chong spoke, he secretly moved the flower ball on his side to a better position. His eyes were fixed on Old Man Pai, afraid that he would find out. The main reason was that Old Man Pai hit the ball on the second shot just now, so he had hope again. Old Man Pai couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. When he saw that Old Man Chong dared to act shamelessly, he immediately said, "Put that ball back. Can you still play? If you don't play this round, you lose." Yes, yes. The wind blew. I just saw it. It moved. Old Man Chong didn't feel embarrassed at all. Maybe it was because he had been trained. He moved the ball back and found a random reason. After he put the ball back, Old Man Pai said, "It doesn't matter how many people there are. What's important is how to organize them to work. The current Luzhou is different from other places. Other places let the people do what they want to do. Do you know why? It's because those local officials don't have the ability to know if they can do something well in the end. If they can't do it well, they will organize the people to do it. In the end, the people's lives will be worse. They don't have the ability, the courage, and the ability to organize. Naturally, they won't dare to be like the Zhang family and arrange every single person to do something." When Old Man Pai said this, his heart was filled with emotions. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had this kind of feeling. The 2 experts from the Zhang family, who had been missing for a long time, seemed to have a special ability. No matter how many people were ordered to do something, they could do it well. Old Man Chong was enlightened. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes, that's it. The Zhang family can predict what will happen in the future. Their guesses are very accurate. Also, the Zhang family's command and dispatch are very good. In terms of money, they don't lack a single penny. The arrangement of the people is also able to make use of everyone's strengths. There are more than 36,000 people, and they actually arranged for everyone. I don't know how they did it. If it were me, I would be confused if there were more than 360 people, let alone 36,000 people. Especially when they can even arrange things for the children. They are really meticulous. This is the work of the two experts from the Zhang family, who have hidden themselves so that no one can find them, right? It's really like what some people said. They take every conceivable possibility into account. It's a pity that we can't meet them, and we don't dare to force them. Otherwise, if we can't find them and let them leave the Zhang family and go to another country, we will be sinners. In fact, Old Man Chong had wanted to meet the two experts from the Zhang family for a long time. He had even mentioned it twice, but they didn't give him the opportunity. He couldn't think of any good ideas. He also didn't dare to use any threatening means. It was easy to get into trouble. When Old Man Pai heard that he couldn't meet the two experts, he felt annoyed. Recently, he found that the people in charge of coordinating and dispatching were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't expect that the two children were the two experts. However, from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's dispatching, he found that the two people seemed to be more powerful than before. Being able to oversee a region made him look forward to meeting the two experts who taught Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more and more. After teaching for a few years, the disciples were already so powerful, let alone the masters. It would be best to meet them, have a chat, and learn something from them. Unfortunately, those two people couldn't be found. Even when everyone hid in the mountains, he sent people to observe them one by one, but they couldn't find out which one was the expert. With something on his mind, he wasn't as accurate as before. This gave Old Man Chong a chance. Old Man Pai just picked up the ball that was pasted on the table. Old Man Chong seized the opportunity and scored 3 goals in a row. There were 4 left on the table. It seemed that there was hope. With a bang, Old Man Chong scored another goal. He happily continued to look for the next ball. He said to Old Man Pai, "The cement stuff is already out. Put some stones and iron wires inside. I saw it. It's very strong. We don't have to worry about it falling down if we use it to build a house. If we build a city wall, as long as the people guarding the city aren't tricked into going out to meet the enemy, and as long as there are enough provisions and people in the city, we don't have to worry about it no matter how the enemy attacks. Should we transfer some people over to guard the city? Otherwise, if someone else gets the recipe and uses it to deal with us, it will be troublesome." Transfer people? That's not necessary. Do you really think it's that easy to get? Normal people can't even think about getting the recipe. Just look at the Zhang family and Wang family. The people they use to do this are all from the inner courtyard. Moreover, they are not alone. Whether it's going to work or going to work, there will always be people guarding by the side. Since the Zhang clan made this thing, they would naturally understand the use of this thing. How could they not value it? In addition, with the trust of the people here toward Zhang Zhong, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to obtain the recipe. Old Man Pai wasn't worried about this. If the people who were transferred over were bribed, it would be the biggest hidden danger. Didn't you see that the Zhang family didn't even use the Wang family's guards? They were afraid that someone would know the recipe and be bribed. The two of them talked and played. As they talked, their minds were no longer on the game. At this time, Chao Harue and the other two also received a letter from Qinzhou. The letter first talked about some trivial matters. In the end, it pointed out that the 3 of them should think of a way to get the cement recipe. "The 2 of you, Tang, Governor of Ning, has given us a task. He wants the 3 of us to get the recipe from the Zhang family. It's the cement for building things. Tell me what to do." Chao Harue found Fan Jianxi and Jiang Huanshi. The 3 of them sat in the courtyard and drank. They didn't seem to be very comfortable drinking. The main reason was that this task was too difficult to complete. The Zhang family firmly controlled the place where the kiln was burned. They didn't allow outsiders to get close to it. The surrounding area was very empty, making it impossible for people to hide. Jiang Huanshi drank a mouthful of wine to drown her sorrows. She tapped her chopsticks lightly on the plate and said, "I think we can find out what kind of things they usually bring into the courtyard. As long as we know what it is, it's easy to do. We already know how to make it." Judging from the smoke coming out of the courtyard, they used the burning method to make the cement. Since we can't get into the courtyard, we can start from their raw materials. With so much cement, how can they not keep buying raw materials from outside? I've already arranged for people to go there and follow the car that they used to transport the cement. As long as we find the place, we will know what they used to make the cement. Fan Jianxi heard this and shook her head. I've also thought about this, but it won't work. Just like their fireworks and firecrackers, we know that they are made of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. But no matter how hard we try, we can't make the things they do. Especially the fireworks, the things inside are actually very small balls. Tang, governor of Ning, also knows the recipe of the fireworks and is looking for someone to make it. We'll wait and see if he can make it. If he can, we'll tell him about the raw materials that the Zhang family sends back and forth to make the cement. The other two also knew that it was not easy to learn other people's things. The key to these raw materials that needed to be made was the recipe. Yes, we only know that the raw materials are useless, especially the small balls and the fireworks. We had people take them apart and look at them carefully. They are indeed the three things, but how do we make them into balls? The firecrackers we learn to make will make a puff sound once they are ignited, and there will be nothing but smoke. No one dares to try to make them into balls. The last time we tried, those things all disappeared with a puff, and we were also injured. We just want to use these things to rub the three things together, and hope that Tang, governor of Ning, can make some progress. The most worrying thing is that when the Zhang family brings in the raw materials that can be used to make cement from outside, they deliberately put in a lot of other things so that we can't tell what is used to make the cement. Chao Harue picked up a piece of fried leek with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He said while chewing. Seeing that the other two people were thinking about something, he said, "In fact, the most worrying thing is not whether we can get the recipe. Even if we can't get it, I think that Tang, governor of Ning, will not make things difficult for us. After all, the recipe is not easy to get. The most worrying thing is that once Zhang Zhong knows that we want to get the recipe, he will not let us off like he is now. He has a good reason, and that is the goods that we don't know where they are now. Even if they have received that batch of goods, they just said that they did not receive it and pushed the blame to us. Do you think that we can still be good?" When Fan Jianxi and Chao Harue heard this, they remembered that the three of them were still living in fear. If Zhang Zhong really found out, it seemed that they would be in big trouble. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was the case. Jiang Huanshe shivered, stood up, and walked to his yard. At the same time, he said to the other two people, "No, I have to tell the people that I sent to make sure that they don't give us away. If they are caught by Zhang Zhong, what good will it do?" As he spoke, his figure disappeared from the yard. The other two people did not send people out, so they were not worried. When Jiang Huanshe came back, they sat there and drank. "Master, shouldn't we ask them to stop and roll those things into balls? What if they accidentally explode?" In the Ning mansion in Qinzhou, the housekeeper was talking to Ning Zhongze. The family already knew the recipe of the firecrackers, which were three things. There seemed to be something special in the fireworks, but they still didn't know. In order to make the same thing, the Ning family had started to try again and again. However, those things would burn at the same time as long as they were touched by a little spark, and they burned very quickly. When Ning Zhongze was about to say that he could also make something that the Zhang family could make, and he knew the recipe, he heard a boom. Judging from the sound, it came from the place where the firecrackers were made. The two people immediately became nervous. "Let's go. Let's see what happened." Ning Zhongze looked at the rising smoke and walked over. The housekeeper was also shocked. He didn't know what was going on. After passing through a courtyard gate, the two of them arrived at their destination. As the wind blew, a pungent stench wafted over, causing their hearts to tighten. After walking forward and turning a corner, the two of them saw traces of something being burned by fire. In addition to this, there were a few people lying there, crying in pain. What happened? Ning Zhongze saw that the people lying on the ground were still in pain. Only then did he feel relieved. "Master, some of the things used to make the firecrackers were broken. Our people were rolling the balls with all their strength, and we don't know what happened. With a boom, everything was blown up. Fortunately, that person didn't have so much gunpowder with him. Fortunately, only a few people were injured, but no one died." A person who was lying on the ground stood up and looked at the people around him and the few people who were still lying on the ground. "Was that thing made? It seems that the Zhang family must have put something that some people weren't proud of in the gunpowder. Okay, we know what happened. Go and recuperate first. Find someone else to do the work here." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.